Gerbiama Seimo pirmininkė, ministrė pirmininkė.
Madam Speaker of the Seimas, President Svetlana, President Vytautas Landsbergis, it is an honor for me to ask you to address this forum. But before that, some organizational technical details. We have translations into English and Russian. Russian is channel 2, Russian is channel 3. You can use Seimas open wireless internet connection. And those who are following our conference can ask questions via YouTube. This is the second conference. After the first conference, the entire world recognized Svetlana Tikhanovskaya as a democratic leader of Belarus. The entire world renounced illegitimate President Lukashenko in Belarus. He was only supported by Putin, who was called a killer by President Biden. This year will be important. We will see whether the Belarusian nation will win or this regime will do everything to suppress it. So it depends on everything, on this conference, on further actions. These 4 years have to be used beneficially so that we achieve free and democratic elections in Belarus. Therefore, I would like to give the floor to the Speaker of the Seimas, where Svetlana Tikhanovskaya was referred to as the main leader of the Belarusian opposition. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Žygimantas Pavilionis. Presidents, ladies and gentlemen, it's nice to see you all here. Before I start talking about the importance of parliamentary work for democracy in Belarus, I'd like to pause and make a brief comment on the development of democracy and the rule of law in the world. I think this is very relevant today. Quite often we hear the expression attributed to the ancient Roman historian Cornelius Nepos, si vis pacem para bellum, if you want peace, prepare for war. But for me personally, the maxim which adorns the facade of the Peace Palace in The Hague is much closer to my heart, si vis pacem para justitiam, if you desire peace, cultivate justice. The idea of justice is now as relevant as it was thousands of years ago. We understand that in today's global, highly packed with diverse information world, the search for justice has ceased to be a mere field of activity of thinkers and romantics. Injustice, on the other hand, is just the fate of the victims. As Milan Kundera has rightly observed, the unity of humanity as that generated by globalization means that no one can escape anywhere. In other words, justice ensured in one society gives a chance for the whole of mankind, and injustice experienced by those thousands of kilometers away has consequences for us here and now. In Western democratic societies, the idea of justice has crystallized into the concept of democratic values, in which human rights and the rule of law are paramount. These constants form the basis of our common Western consensus on common values. Unfortunately, the content and significance of these constants are already undergoing transformations in Europe's old democracies in the same way as in societies which in EU documents are referred to as a through shame as the partner countries of the EU Eastern Neighborhood Policy. I believe that it is through this prism that the Western approach to the processes in Belarus and support for its society needs to be assessed and defined. Today, we together and each of us individually must show not only empathy, but an example of a value-based approach. The Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania and I personally joined the initiative Politicians for Freedom. Our politicians have assumed a personal obligation to take care for the release of political prisoners in Belarus. I'll do my best to seek the release of the Belarusian journalist Ihor Losik. I invite everyone to contribute to this movement. This is not a struggle of Ihor, his family, and the like-minded. It must become a struggle of each of us. At the parliamentary level, the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania has raised and will continue to raise the issue of free and democratic elections under the auspices of the OSCE. By the way, I'd like to remind you that the Seimas was the first not to recognize the results of the elections in Belarus and to impose respective sanctions. And I believe that it is also symbolic that this year's Freedom Prize of the Seimas was awarded to Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya. Let me conclude by saying that the Belarusian society, like the rest of the world, is currently at some kind of a bifurcation point. When society has lost balance and there is uncertainty, we do not know whether this system will continue to become more chaotic or will move to a qualitatively new level. I do not want to speculate on the direction Belarus will take, but we must do everything we can to make Belarusian society and people free. This is something that I sincerely desire and I believe in. When it comes to metaphors, we must spare no effort to ensure that societies of both Belarus and the world, when making their minds between the maxim of Cornelius Nepos and that of Milan Kundera, choose the latter. I wish you all a good debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now I'd like to give the floor to our Prime Minister, Ingrida Šimonytė. I hope she will share her insights about the previous conference. Ms. Šimonytė was probably the only person who has listened to all the speeches of the Kalinausko's conference last year. I'm very happy and grateful that you have found time in your busy agenda to speak at the Kalinowski Forum. Well, I know that due to various cultural wars, it is very difficult to focus strategically and to help our brothers and sisters behind our borders. But I am grateful to you for coming to us. Thank you. Thank you for the given word. Madam Speaker, Madam Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya, Professor, President Vytautas Landsbergis, honorable guests and colleagues. I'm glad that for the second time already friends of a free Belarus are gathering in Vilnius, even despite the fact that due to the pandemic, there are fewer of us in this hall and many are participating in this event online. It is symbolic that today the conference named after Konstanty Kalinowski is taking place in the Seimas, where Lithuania's independence was restored. I hope that the day will soon come when we will be able to meet in the parliament that is elected by the people of free and democratic Belarus. The memory of Konstanty Kalinowski, who was the leader of the Lithuanian, Polish and Belarusian uprising, is alive, but his struggle is not won as long as all three our nations are not free. His name reminds us today that we share a common history, the history which began with the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and grew into the Republic of the Two Nations, the history in which we had to endure centuries of oppression. Our nations preserved their desire for freedom, being under the yoke of the Tsarist Russia, burying their sons and daughters in 2 world wars, even though none of them was our war. Together, we have experienced occupations, exiles, and repression. We saw the fall of the Berlin Wall and soon that of the Soviet Union. Independent Lithuania and independent Belarus were back again on the world map. Together with the rest of the world, we believe that the Iron Curtain had fallen. Today, we see that we were wrong. Several fortunate nations managed to escape from under the curtain and return to the free world. I cannot describe the joy over the fact that my homeland, Lithuania, is among those fortunate countries. I also feel, however, a genuine personal pain that the Belarusian nation took only a sip of freedom. Once again, the Iron Curtain fell on their country with all its intolerable weight and cruelty. It's increasingly oppressing the Russian people who want freedom. When Lithuania celebrated the 30th anniversary of the restoration of independence last year as a full-fledged member of the EU and NATO, the Belarusian nation was once again deprived of its fundamental right to vote in elections. Women stood up to defend men, hoping that policemen would not raise their hands against them. This has unfortunately been in vain. For the 8th month running, Belarusians have been beaten, imprisoned, expelled from universities and dismissed simply because they have their own opinion, raise their flags and want to be masters of their country. Journalists are imprisoned for the truth, not propaganda. Civil society is systematically being destroyed, and its leaders are forced to leave the country where there is room for only dictator Lukashenko and those who are humble, obedient and conformist. Lukashenko created such Belarus with the help of the Kremlin, and this is what he is trying to maintain to the bitter. Life in the occupied Lithuania under the Iron Curtain seemed exactly the same. I still remember it. But what I remember even more clearly is a sea of the Lithuanian national tricolor flags and happy people proclaiming the end of the regime. The wave of the freedom that rose in one square flooded the streets and cities until it covered the whole country, washing away the oppression and ultimately bringing independence. When back in November 2019, Lithuanians, Belarusians and Poles brought the remains of Konstantin Kalinausko to the Rasos cemetery for eternal rest, white, red, white flags flooded the road all the way from the Cathedral Square, along Pilies Street and through the Gates of Dawn. Perhaps not many would have believed that it would not take even a year for hundreds of thousands of Belarusians demanding change to hoist their flags, flooding not only Minsk but the whole of Belarus. The change has already come. The legendary patience of the Belarusians has worn thin. People whose hearts are already free will never again agree to humbly submit to the regime. There is no way back for the dictator. The only way left is the free people's path to victory. It will not be easy and may not be short. Therefore, the Belarusian nation needs the support of a strong and united democratic world as never before. I thank the Speaker of the Seimas, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee Žygimantas Pavilionis, and organizers of this conference, and most importantly participants, for the fact that today, as the Belarus Freedom Day draws closer, we have the opportunity to reaffirm the support here in Vilnius. In August, tens of thousands of people in Lithuania and around the world joined the Freedom Way to support Belarusians in their struggle for freedom in order to remind everyone of the miracle at the Baltic Sea and encourage the people to work for their own miracle. Žive Belarus! Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Prime Minister. I would like to give the floor to President Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya. Today we are all stand by Belarusians and we are together with you, and we hope that next time this conference will be held in the independent Belarus.
Dear Madam Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, participants of Kalinowski Forum, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to be a part of the second Kalinowski Forum, this time speaking in front of you. Since the first Kalinowski Forum on August 24, 2020, a lot has changed. Belarusians have grown and matured. We have learned how to speak our mind. We are better in expressing our opinions and needs, our dreams and worries, our frustrations and fears. Simultaneously, there are many things in Belarusian lives, individual and collective, that have gotten worse. In the present day, 22-year-old Belarusian Evgeny Kalinowski, just like his namesake, is taking part in the revolution. Evgeny is a prominent student, a laureate of multiple national academic awards, a participant of international exchange programs. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison for taking part in peaceful protest in the middle of summer 2020. The charges against him do not have any tangible proof. Letters to and from him are not mailed. He is subject to utter isolation and unfairness. One of Yevgeny's former cellmates shared with his girlfriend that Yevgeny didn't want to tell her about the horrors of prison in order not to upset her. What if your son, your brother, your loved one was to be detained unfairly and held in unhuman conditions? What if he was afraid to tell you how gruesome it all is, not to upset you? And what if this happened to your whole family, your whole nation? Over 32,000 people have been arrested in Belarus since August 9, 2020. More than 2,500 criminal cases have been initiated against journalists, human rights defenders, activists, and peaceful protesters. Over 1,000 cases of torture have been documented by human rights NGOs. There are 290 political prisoners in Belarus at the moment, and this number is increasing every day. At least 8 peaceful protesters were killed. Meanwhile, not a single government official has been held accountable for the brutality, repression, torture, and murder. Tarptautinis Kalinausko said that it's not the nation that is made for the government, but the government that is made for the nation. The numbers make you understand that in today's Belarus, a dictator's evil intentions lead us to the point where we, as a nation, were forced to think we are made for the government. Now we are making the government for the nation, and we need your help. The position of someone asking for help is a vulnerable one. To be declined politely is something that Belarusians are used to. Trust me, we don't mind, as it is our own business to solve. Last week we launched an online platform that allows Belarusians to vote in favor of international negotiations with the current Belarusian government for the peaceful transition of power. Already around 650,000 Belarusians have expressed their wish for a new Belarus. We are forced to be reckoned with. And yet, we still ask for help, because to ask is to acknowledge our own weakness. At the moment, our greatest weakness is time. We can make this peaceful revolution happen on our own, but the clock is ticking while the fates of people are being destroyed. People lose lives, their loved ones, their jobs, their faith. This cannot go on. We need your help with the following: organizing negotiations with Belarusian authorities on an international platform and being ready to form a diverse group of mediators. Immediately stopping the police violence and restoring justice and holding the ones in charge accountable, guaranteeing a safe return for the Belarusian people forced to flee, ensuring the respect of fundamental human rights. We are thankful for the help we have already received. Every gesture of solidarity, every sanction towards the dictatorship, every Belarusian refugee saved, every action that makes Belarusians acquire human rights is bringing up a step closer to democracy. Belarus is in process of peacefully fighting for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, rule of law, and human rights. These are all the values you stand for here in the European Union. Belarus is right on the border of the EU, and these values cannot be betrayed. We are very close to you. So let today's debate on this forum help us find actionable solutions that will matter. Thank you and ačiū.
Ačiū labai, prezidentė.
Thank you, Madam President. As I'm watching this, looking at this photograph, it seems that the times are repeating themselves. Well, you have said, and it is very symbolic that we have Mr. Landsbergis, the president, with us. Mr. President, what do you think we should be doing to help Belarusians win their freedom? Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I welcome brothers and sisters, Belarusians. Previously, we had a different name for the people of Belarus. I welcome the forum for its attempt to speak up once again in the name and on behalf of the Belarusian nation. I congratulate the organizers of this forum as well as the guests and speakers of the forum. And I'd like to wish the forum every success in bringing the question of Belarus further so that it is echoed in the European agenda. The old Tsarist empire has glued a binary unit. We all remember the Stalinist regime. We all remember what happened when our nations were incorporated in the Soviet Union. But what if the nations lacked the will to preserve their identity? If we or other nations lacked the will to preserve their identity, this would be the easiest way and the gateway for Russia to incorporate the countries. When the nation which felt the precipice said no to the regime, it was a very significant move by the country. It was a very important event in Lithuania as well, because we have always taken care of our neighbors. When Pope Francis invited everyone not to remain indifferent, maybe his call will be heard in all the capitals of Europe, but also in Belarus. Indifference might mean and might lead to the collapse of the European civilization, and vice versa. Empathy towards others might lead to the revival of Europe and to the revival of humanity. In the space of Belarus, we've seen the brutal inhumanity. If brutal inhumanity is possible in this territory, it will be possible in other territories as well. If we remain passive to the problems of other nations, we might face another problem that might be brought together with China. In this part of Europe, we also can expect miracles to happen. Whether this miracle is to happen depends on our brothers in Belarus. We should not be speaking about satrap, but about the satrapia as the public order. If Belarus, after Lukashenko, decides to be a European country, the spirit of Tarptautinis Kalinausko would be very happy and would welcome such a path of Belarus. These were my remarks and my welcome address. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Now we begin the first panel, moderated by Margarita Šešelgytė, Director of the Institute of International Relations and Political Science at Vilnius University. Thank you, Mr. Pavilionis, Prime Minister, Speaker of the Seimas, President Landsbergis, Madam Tsikhanovska, panelists who are here both directly or online, ladies and gentlemen watching us via YouTube. It is a pleasure to have you here in this symbolic place. This is a symbolic place for Lithuania's freedom and Lithuania's struggle for freedom. And it has two messages here. This struggle can be either successful when freedom wins, and another message is that in the struggle for freedom, like-minded people are very important. And the Kalinausko Forum is the place where like-minded people meet who are willing to help Belarus in its fight for freedom so that the struggle is successful. Last year, the Kalinausko Forum set the objective to help Belarus to hold free and democratic elections under the auspices of the OSCE. This was a very ambitious objective. We thought that it would happen earlier. Unfortunately, now we see this pause, and this panel that is called Reflections on Supporting Belarusian Freedom, What Have We Accomplished So Far, is dedicated to overview the status quo where we are now and what challenges are ahead of us and what needs to be done. And in this panel, we have a lot of participants and panelists. I would like to start from the first speaker and give the floor to the keynote speaker, Mr. David McAllister, Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the European Parliament. Mr. McAllister.
Yes, good morning, everyone. From Brussels, a warm welcome to all of you. It's an honor for me to address the Kalinausko Forum. This conference brings together the leaders of Belarusian democratic forces, European and international organizations, as well as key parliamentarians and diplomats. So first of all, allow me to thank the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, and especially the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Zigimantas Papilionis, for organizing this timely high-level event, and I also welcome especially Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya. The leadership of Lithuania has been very important for keeping this issue of democratic change in Belarus at the top of the European political agenda, and rightly so. For centuries, this country had close historic links with Belarus. Nevertheless, the two countries went along very different paths following the fall of the Soviet Union. Lithuania, together with Latvia and Estonia, firmly chose freedom, democracy, and Euro-Atlantic integration. Sadly, Belarus descended into dictatorship since Mr. Lukashenko took power back in 1994. The increasing contrasts of the developments of both countries have undoubtedly contributed to the desire for change in Belarusian society that became so apparent last year. Vilnius, as we all know, is of course the closest capital of an EU member state to Belarus. It has also become a place for refuge for so many Belarusians who were forced out of their country for daring to resist against the Lukashenko regime. Vilnius and also Warsaw are the major hubs of activity of Belarusian pro-democratic forces, civil society organizations, academic institutions, and independent media. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's discussion, as I understand, is to take stock of what we have done since the dramatic changes in Belarus last summer occurred. I would like to briefly speak about the role of the European Parliament in recognizing and supporting the Belarusian democratic forces and also raising their profile at an international level. The European Parliament was the first EU institution that invited Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya when it came clear that she was deprived of a victory in the presidential election through obvious fraud and falsifications. Ms. Tsikhanouskaya appeared before the Committee on Foreign Affairs, which I have the honor to chair, already on the 25th of August last year. Since then, she has become a regular guest in the European Parliament, appearing in several discussions about the situation in Belarus. I would like to commend Ms. Tsikhanouskaya and her team for her tireless efforts in drawing attention to the dire situation in Belarus and mobilizing support of the international community for democratic change. Democratic resistance is a joint effort of various Belarusian political forces, civil society organizations, human rights activists, and let me call them just ordinary people, who they all have had enough of living in a dictatorship and demand that the dignity and fundamental rights of citizens are finally respected. The European Parliament awarded its 2020 Sakharov Prize for the freedom of thought to the democratic opposition of Belarus, represented by the Coordination Council, an initiative of brave women, as well as prominent political and civil society figures in recognition of their extraordinary courage in facing a ruthless regime. The cause of democratic movement in Belarus enjoys an overwhelming cross-party support here in the European Parliament. We have sent political signals through our resolutions, drawing attention to ongoing serious human rights violations and calling for concrete action by the EU and the 27 member states. We are engaged in regular contact with the European External Action Service and the European Commission, and I am pleased that the High Representative, Josep Borrell, will address this forum today. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we put the developments in Belarus on the agenda of our cooperation with the national parliaments of the member states and the neighborhood in the most recent interparliamentary conference organized by the European Parliament on the 2nd of December. and drawing together representatives of 30 different parliaments across the continent, we discussed the need for a united European response in support of democratic change in Belarus. The participation of so many representatives of national parliaments in today's discussions shows that this work is continuing. As the situation in Belarus keeps on evolving, it is important to be in close contact with the key actors in the democratic movement, to listen to their perspective and to know how we can effectively and meaningfully assist them. For this purpose, the European Parliament organized a digital fact-finding mission last December. Colleagues from different groups discussed the issues with representatives of the Coordination Council, of independent media, trade unions, civil society, and academia. Based on the valuable insights gained during these exchanges, the European Parliament is now in the process of defining and launching further actions, focusing on the fight against impunity, democracy support measures, and international mediation that would lead to a genuine national dialogue and a peaceful democratic transition. Justice is a particularly important aspect of our activities. The Lukashenko regime has been pursuing a punitive campaign against the participants of peaceful resistance, resulting in thousands of arrests and hundreds of political prisoners. We all have sadly witnessed that Belarusians have been imprisoned in inhuman and degrading conditions and subjected to torture. The perpetrators of these crimes against their own people need to know that ultimately they will face justice themselves. Once again, Lithuania has a leading role in this respect. It is the first European country to launch an investigation under the universal jurisdiction principle into crimes against humanity potentially committed by the Lukashenko security forces. It is an example that should be followed by other countries. On Thursday, the 25th of March, Belarusians will be commemorating Freedom Day. It will be a day of defiance against the regime which is once again preparing for a crackdown. In reaction to such systemic violations of human rights, a day later, on the 26th of March, the European Parliament will launch the platform for discussion and strategic coordination on the fight against impunity in Belarus. What is this all about? This initiative comes in response to the concrete needs of Belarusian human rights organizations. It aims to provide a space for all relevant actors to come together with a view to exploring ways to provide operational and strategic support to those Belarusian civil society organizations that are collecting evidence of human rights violations in the country. The regular meetings will bring together Belarusian umbrella human rights organizations, key international and local initiatives aimed at fighting impunity, as well as the representatives of EU institutions. The platform is a work in progress. It is a work in progress that will evoke to respond to the needs of civil society in Belarus. It is envisaged that it will perform the following three functions. First of all, regular independent assessment of the human rights situation in Belarus and allegations of human rights abuses. Second, acting as a coordination and contact center for stakeholders from Belarus and international actors working on Belarus. And third, providing expert advice and mentoring for Belarusian human rights defenders and other civil society initiatives. I sincerely hope that with these activities, the platform will be able to address important gaps in the international reaction to the ongoing human rights crisis in the country. To conclude, strength is in unity. This applies both to the Belarusian democratic movement and to all of us who are supporting it. We need to coordinate our efforts within the EU, but also to work with our transatlantic allies, the United States and Canada. We should use the renewed momentum in our relations with the administration of President Biden to define common action, also with regard to Belarus. The mass protests that erupted following the fraudulent elections show that a new Belarus has emerged. However, it is still being ruled by the old regime, which is trying to suffocate the spirit of freedom with an iron grip of repression. As the resistance regains strength after the harsh winter, the slogan of what we defined the events of last summer, we believe we can, we will win, is still very much relevant. I hope, dear ladies and gentlemen, that the insight shared in the Kalinowski Forum today will inspire further action in support of the brave people of Belarus and their legitimate aspirations for a peaceful, democratic transition. Let me assure you that Belarus will remain at the top of the political agenda of the European Parliament. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to a thought-provoking discussion, and let me once again thank my friend Zygmantas Paviljonis for organizing this event. All the best.
Didelis dėkui ponui McAllisteriui.
Thank you, Mr. McAllister, for your speech and for reaffirming that the issue of Belarus will remain on the EU agenda. The support of the EU and of the European Parliament is of crucial importance because this is the face of the European society. I therefore believe that the steps that the EU Parliament has taken are very important. Now, let me introduce the four participants of the panel. Now we will see the situation from within, I mean in Belarus, and what is the situation like in Belarus, what is the status quo, what has been achieved and what must be achieved. So we have four speakers here. The first one is the coordinator of the Belarusian National Congress, Vladimir Nyaklau. Then we also have the CEO of the European Dialogue Center, Mr. Anatol Lebedska, Belarusian civic leader, founder of the Human Rights Center, Vasna, Ales Beletsky, and the last but not the least speaker is the director of Freedom House in Lithuania, Mr. Vytis Jurkonis. All these people are here in person. Therefore, now I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Vladimir Nyaklau. If you allow me, I will be speaking without the face mask because it is very difficult for me to breathe. Well, as I have already been infected, I've had COVID, so I am not dangerous to you any longer. I'm very happy to welcome and to congratulate the participants of this forum. The current world is changing very rapidly. There are things that have changed. There are problems that we were addressing in the last forum, so these problems are no longer existent. We see that Belarusian people went to streets to fight for their human rights and to fight for the European values. During the previous forum, we talked a lot about President Lukashenko, and it was said that he was the main figure in politics in Belarus, and it was him that we had to hold negotiations with. Now we have Madam Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya. Today, the approach of the world towards Belarus is substantially different. Mr. Borrell also has a different view. I believe the first impetus for the change in the approach was due to the forum that was held in August last year. The forum was participated by Lithuanian politicians and diplomats who supported human rights activists in Belarus. I have to sincerely thank all the Lithuanians and politicians for their effort in supporting our fight for freedom. Well, if we looked at other countries, at the United States of America, Canada, China, or other countries, we will see that some people are inspired by the struggle the Belarusians have undertaken. Some still questions the path that our people have taken. They still believe that it is a dangerous thing to do. Many Belarusians, including me, wanted a fast solution. But it seems that a fast solution was not possible. At the same time, we all realized that if Lukashenko takes a helicopter to leave the country, he will come back in a tank with Mr. Putin. The annexation of Belarus would not be a solution. This would be an unconstitutional coup. Just like some years ago in the Ukrainian Maidan, the Belarusians took to streets last August. And the Belarusians did not talk about the replacement of one person in particular. We all demanded for new, free, fair and elections. Unfortunately, people who had a different mindset were detained. They were arrested, they were taken into custody, they were tortured, and their human rights were violated. When men went to streets with their bare hands against machine guns, when women took to streets with their bare hands against the gun machines, it was different than it was in Ukraine. The people of Belarus have demonstrated that they took a different approach to their struggle for freedom. Recently, President Biden said that the major problem that the international community has to solve is the increasing resistance to democracy. Today, we are talking about the problems related to the COVID pandemic or environment, but I do agree with the ideas expressed by the elected President Biden. There is lots of resistance against democracy itself. This is the major problem. And the events that are taking place in Belarus is just a part of the problem. I believe that I see the possibilities that the administration, the US administration or the European Union have. I don't think they have much instruments when it comes to Caucasian nations or Crimea. But I'd like to stress that Belarus provides the international community with an opportunity to fight for the authoritarian regime, to help the Belarusian nation fight the authoritarian regime. We don't need any arms. We are not asking for funds. We are asking the international community to undertake political and economic sanctions. This would be the fastest way to ensure that free and fair elections are held in Belarus. The things that are taking place in Belarus are very tragic. During the celebrations of Independence Day in Lithuania on the 11th of March, I said that if I had not had the opportunity to feel what repression was, I would not have believed that they can be that harsh. But once we see everything in reality, this harshness is even far more severe. We see the authorities torture the detained people. This is a nightmare, and we need to break free from this nightmare. And I know that irrespective of the help that we might receive from the international community, it is the people of Belarus that have to do their utmost to achieve their objectives. I am now addressing not only the ones who have taken the responsibility for the future of Belarus. I am addressing everyone present here and listening to us online. One famous poet once said, "There can't be heroes without real victories." Why am I saying this? We have received messages from Madam Tsikhanovskaya, and we hear that they are started talking about the new opposition of Belarus. When journalists used to call me, I would refuse to comment on the new leaders of opposition of Belarus. I hope that our objective is the same. We still want to ensure that new, free and fair elections are held in Belarus. But we should not mislead ourselves. It seems that there is some division in the minds of the opposition. It seems that something has happened in the old opposition that has made an impact on the way they think about the events in Belarus. Therefore, I would call on everyone in the opposition in Belarus to always remember the reason why people went to streets. I do understand that we need to make decisions, but these decisions must be taken together so that we cannot feel the cracks in the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niklaev, for a very inspiring speech. Well, the fight should be owned by Belarus itself, but the West also should make its contribution. Today, the struggle between autocracy and democracy is becoming stronger in today's world. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Anatol Lebedska, who is the CEO of the European Dialogue Center. Good morning, President Landsbergis, colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it is a great pleasure for me to be a participant of the Kalinowski conference. I am sincerely convinced that this event will become a great investment into a new Belarus. You know, what is the most harsh moment of the day in Belarus? It's 7 a.m. in the morning, because at this time, the punitive institutions or organs come to detain people from the blacklist. If it's 7:30 on your watch, you understand that the possibility for you to be free takes only less than 24 hours. While we are going forward, we should always refer to the past. This is my proposal. We should not repeat the mistakes that we made in the past. The year 1996, the anti-constitutional revolt by Lukashenko. It was recorded by all international organizations. It was a crime because it was unconstitutional. But after some time, the international community did not qualify this unconstitutional overturn as illegal. Actually, this conformism resulted in today's situation. This was our mistake. We failed to convince our international partners that this should not be done. And it is a mistake by the international community that by no means should be repeated in the nearest future. I am absolutely convinced that the Kremlin, that Lukashenko, will be looking for allies in Europe, in the Euro-Atlantic space, and will try to find the arguments in order to keep the status quo for a longer period as possible. We should not forget this moment. Recalling those times, Lukashenko privatized all the government institutions and all the areas of governments. He privatized the budget, the properties people had. If we compare Lukashenko in 1996 and 2021, he became even more powerful thanks to his privatization and his embezzlement. When we speak about the Belarusian regime, we have to understand that there are 4 pillars that the regime stands on. First is the Kremlin. Second is power institutions or institutions of power. Pillar number 3 is fair. And pillar 4 is people's dependence. The Kremlin is the most dangerous pillar. Without the Kremlin's support for Lukashenko, the international support wouldn't be needed in Belarus. We would be able to resolve our problem ourselves. What are the possibilities of the authorities agreeing to the dialogue? We should not be naive. The transit of the government and in the understanding of Mr. Lukashenko is to survive until a certain period of time. And to give his power to his son after his death. Therefore, negotiations can be only forced. And in this situation, the role of the international community is very significant. What are our expectations? Is a coalition of Euro-Atlantic countries. It is crucial now for Belarus. We do not demonstrate our weaknesses when we ask for help from external powers, because Moscow supports Lukashenko, and this is the biggest problem in our case. And in this case, we need to expect assistance and support from the international community. We are now fighting without a win situation. The economy of the country is problem number one for Mr. Lukashenko. This is a huge challenge to him. And it actually defines the attitude inside the country. Lukashenko is not the guarantor for sovereignty and freedom, because so weak Lukashenko is the challenge for sovereignty of Belarus in the nearest future. Russia will use it to its own benefit while trying to gain possession of our enterprises in Belarus. Well, the last initiatives that were voiced by Mrs. Tikhanovskaya, 600,000 people supported her proposal for free elections. This is a huge power, actually, and we need to find this positive moment to use this resource and potential. Therefore, I am addressing those who are pessimistic. 600,000 people. This is a signal of change. This is our resource and potential that can be used. What are our expectations? What should be done together? We need a coalition of Washington and Brussels. We also need realization of certain initiatives, including parliaments for New Belarus. We have friends in the Seimas of Lithuania, of Poland, in the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. We have groups for democratic Belarus. But other countries do not have such groups in their parliaments, for example, in the Czech Republic and others. We need to use the parliamentary dimension as a factor of pressure on Belarusian government, as a sign of solidarity with Belarus. We need an umbrella organization with some coordinators, so that national parliaments in the European countries, as well as Canada and USA, could act in unison. I think that this parliamentary resource has not been used to the full. So this umbrella parliamentary structure for the democratic Belarus is very much necessary for us. And therefore we are asking for this from you. Another point is that we know that according to the universal jurisdiction, the processes started in Vilnius. It is crucial that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, the Belarusian forces get the decision of the court from Vilnius, Berlin, or other countries where they are convicted. We have crimes, but we have also impunity, and these decisions are extremely important. judicial institutions of other countries in Europe and around the world should join this process as well. In terms of positive support for Belarus, we need the decisions such as visa-free regime for Belarusians. This would be a key factor to open the borders. Belarusians have to have the opportunity to freely move. We knew a new Marshall Plan for Belarus, a specific plan so that Belarusians could adequately react to the propaganda saying that when Tikhanovskaya comes, problems will arise. We need the understanding that international financial institutions are ready to help in order to ensure effective economic situation in our country. We need the training of new personnel. We need to train new judges to come to new Belarus so that we do not have the old judicial system. Our colleagues and partners can help us here. We also need a package of reforms in the constitutional justice of Belarus. We have communications and contacts with different international organizations, but the package of transformations and reforms, starting from the new constitution and ending with economic outcomes, is something that can be assisted by our international partners. I'm an optimist. I believe that the situation will change in our country, and that this constant fear that you can be detained will finally be forgotten and become the day of yesterday. I hope that this year we have free and democratic elections, fair elections, and that the next Kalinowski conference is held in the genuine parliament in Belarus. Thank you.
Ačiū ponui Lebedskui.
Thank you, Mr. Lebedska, for a very clear action plan for the Western countries and what the Western countries could do to help the Belarusians hold free and fair elections. Well, you have talked about the 7 a.m. rule in your country and the huge numbers of people that have been arrested. But it seems that despite that, your struggle is still very successful. Now, let me give the floor to Mr. Ales Bilecki, Belarusian civic leader and founder of the Human Rights Center Vesna. The floor is yours, Mr. Bilecki.
Вот уже 25 лет.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In April, we and our center are going to celebrate our anniversary. Our center was the main center which faced this extraordinary situation in our country in August. Let me remind you that when more than 20,000 people were arrested in August last year and the detentions are going on, there were a number of launched pre-trial investigations. There are a lot of people imprisoned. We see that criminal cases are launched against them. We tried to document the unproportional use of force against the demonstrators. We also documented the examples of torture in prisons and other detention centers. Our center has also been persecuted. We are blamed for destroying the public order. In recent months, the Belarusian authorities have detained several journalists, including my friends, who helped the people in prison. Lawyers were withdrawn of their licenses to work for their support to the detainees. Today, it is impossible to achieve justice in our country because it seems that we have gone back to the Stalinist era. For example, last year, a case was brought against the court for organizing a demonstration. This reminds of the situation that was in 1940s in the Soviet Union. Now, any human rights activist who writes something on the social media or says something at work might be punished. At the end of this week, a mother of 5 children in Minsk was arrested because she was an active protester, as it was said in her arrest documents, because she hoisted a national Belarusian flag in front of her house. So now her children are alone because their mother is arrested. It seems that the crisis is getting even deeper. We are faced with economic problems too. So people who wanted to break free from the dictatorship now are facing torture and detentions. I wonder whether the United States and the international community is ready to remain complacent with what is happening in Belarus. Still, millions of Belarusians have not lost hope that positive change will yet to come. But we do understand that we need the support from our neighbors, from the European Union, and from the United States. We are expecting a greater and more intensified pressure on the Belarusian regime. We also expect that the international community demands that the Belarusian authorities release political prisoners. Well, we do remember and we are grateful for the sanctions that have been imposed previously. We are looking forward for clear signals from Russia. We believe that Russia is not allowed to interfere with the domestic matters of Belarus. We demand free and fair elections in Belarus. We hope that Belarusian citizens will be able to travel across the European Union because our nationals have to see with their own eyes of what it is like to live in a free country. Only then we will be able to bring Belarus to Europe, to democratic Europe.
Thank you, Mr. Belatsky. Well, the situation of political prisoners is very poor. Well, while living in a democratic country, it is still hardly possible to imagine for us to imagine the situation when your state of freedom is measured in 24 hours, when at 7 o'clock each morning you can lose your freedom. I would like to give the floor to Vytis Jurkonis, who is fighting for the rights of political prisoners and the people of refugees Vitis does that, has been doing it for a very long time. He is the director of the Freedom House in Lithuania. Thank you very much.
I will start where I ended last time, like during the first Kalinausko conference. Belarusian people are not afraid anymore. We should not be afraid either. Solidarity efforts were bigger than anticipated, but this is not enough. We've done a lot of meetings, we committed quite a lot of funding, we introduced sanctions, we were providing prizes for the Belarusian women, for the Belarusian leadership, for the Belarusian people, opposition, you name it. But it was not enough to support the aim of Belarusian people, and certainly not enough to protect them. We already heard testimonies regarding tens of thousands of those who were detained, those who were forced to flee, thousands who were beaten, tortured, hundreds who became political prisoners, were injured, and almost a dozen who were unfortunately killed. Violence didn't stop. It only became more targeted. We did quite well, but we are still afraid. I mean, international community looks like it is still afraid. I do believe that action plan is rather simple, and it is perhaps a very interestingly similar acronym, EAP. Sounds like Eastern Partnership. Elections stands for E, A stands for accountability and assistance, P stands for partnership for transition. The difference between two words, fear, being afraid, and fear, honesty, is just two letters, but in essence, the real difference is huge. I call for international community and Europe to walk an extra mile to be less afraid and to be more honest. When it comes to the elections, we don't need hundreds of thousands of Belarusians in the streets to remain honest. We were the ones who announced that the elections were falsified, that we do not recognize Alexander Lukashenko. Then it's only fair to say that fair and free elections need to happen in 2021, not later on. Protests do continue, terror continues as well. So where are we in this regard? I am hearing quite often arguments that we don't have leverage. What would Moscow say? So when it comes to elections in 2021, I think that given that Sweden is at the presidency of the OSCE, given that we have a new leadership at the OSCE, I think we cannot really expect a better moment than 2021 to organize free and fair elections, because that's a natural step of what we declared in September. When it comes to Moscow, we need to understand the context here. Kremlin is busy now, and Vladimir can testify that with the upcoming so-called Duma elections in September 2021. Kremlin is, of course, active in Minsk now, but their position regarding the upcoming elections in Belarus was that it should be organized in 2022, when they are done with their repressions, with their falsifications. I don't like geopolitical arguments, but in this regard, when I'm hearing quite oftenly the geopolitical arguments from various politicians, let me bring this geopolitical argument. We need free and fair elections in Belarus before Duma elections. That means in 2021. Everything else is going to be Kremlin scenario. And let's be very fair about that. Point number two, accountability. We don't need to see another 10,000 detained, to honestly say that Belarusian regime is oppressive, that there are multiple perpetrators, and I give credit to those countries which launched the OEC Moscow mechanism. That was very fast, the report was very good. I give credit to those countries which started the universal jurisdiction process, but we need also to understand that Belarus is not part of the European Court of Human Rights. And I think in this regard, we need to develop the mechanism of the international mechanism of accountability, not on the NGO level, but on the governmental level, to make sure that we have tools to protect Belarusian people. The other A, which is assistance, as I've said, we committed quite a lot of funding, but I've seen that in 2011 after the 2010 elections as well. What we need to say is that the majority of the committed funding should go inside Belarus. Let's be fair, that if we spend it on different advocacy efforts, on different trainings, that would be an amount spent for Belarus, but what Belarusian civil society needs now is the support inside Belarus at the moment. And it's very risky, and the Belarusian authorities are doing everything to make it possible to jeopardize the direct assistance to the human rights defenders, to independent media, to civil society representatives. So while committing the funding, it's of utmost importance to think about the mechanisms, how to support people who are still fighting for freedom and democracy inside Belarus. Point number 3, partnership for transition. Comprehensive plan for Belarus was mentioned, Marshall Plan was mentioned. We know that Belarus will change, and I want us to be prepared for that, to be committed for the future, like change. Belarusian people have changed. The country as such hasn't yet, but when it will change, there's gonna be a lot of reforms, and there's gonna be a need for our technical advice, expertise, but also financial support for all the reforms. And let me finish with the last point, which is sanctions. Transatlantic community reintroduced sanctions for Belarus, 3 packages of EU sanctions, European Magnitsky Act, Belarus Democracy and Human Rights Act, which is a step to the right direction, but needs to go beyond our principled position, outlining individuals who participated in falsified elections or systemic human rights abuses is okay. But if we talk about a tool of pressure for the regime, we need to be targeting the money bags of the regime, companies which are closely affiliated to the president's office, until the demand for dialogue is met. I'm hearing way too often from different experts that sanctions do not work. If we focus only on the principled sanctions, which is doing the face saving of international community, that's one, but they are not made to pressure the regime, because most of the perpetrators are not traveling to Europe. But when it comes to the tool of pressure, we need to be chasing the money, and you know where to start. Start with, for instance, the Bremeno Group, and I know that there have been a lot of conversations at the European Parliament, in Brussels regarding that, so let's not be afraid and be honest. If we want to pressure the regime, we have tools for that, just we need to be determined. So I call European Union and international community to go from solidarity to action and focus on these EAP letters, elections now, accountability under international governmental investigations, Assistance inside Belarus and partnership for transition are long-standing commitment for Belarus, not only when Belarus is trendy. Thank you very much.
Didelis dėkui.
Thank you, Mr. Yurkonis, for a very clear agenda. What should be done to ensure effective steps? Before moving on to the next group of speakers, I'd like to draw the attention of those who are watching us online. You are welcome to raise questions, and after the presentations, all the participants of the panel will be able to answer your questions. I'd like to move on to the next part of the comments on the agenda. In the previous part, we heard as to what should be done in order to ensure that the Belarusian fight for freedom is successful. And the people of Belarus are looking towards Western countries, Western democratic countries. And among those democratic countries, there are countries which are more engaged in the issues of Belarus, and there are countries which are engaged less. Lithuania, Poland are the countries which are more engaged, including the Czech Republic, because these countries are well aware what it is like to fight for freedom and democracy. These countries have contributed greatly in providing their support to Belarus. Besides, they know well of the situation in Belarus. So now I would be very happy to hear comments as to what are our possibilities to help Belarus and help Belarus organize free and fair elections before the elections in Duma are held. This panel consists of very important speakers too. We have Mr. Richard Kols, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Latvian Parliament, Mr. Marko Mihkelson, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Estonian Parliament, Mr. Marek Kuchcinski, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Polish Sejm, and Mr. Pavel Fischer, Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defense and Security of the Parliament of the Czech Republic. First and foremost, let me give the floor to Mr. Richard Kols.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the floor. Apparently, I'm hearing myself. I don't know if it's on my side or on your side, but nevertheless, we'll sort it out. Well, first of all, thank you for the conference organizers, particularly Žygimantas Pavlionis, my dear friend and colleague. It is a vital topic, not only when it comes to Belarusian people, but also to our, neighboring country, and that very much reflects the situation in Baltic countries. The assumptions within our societies and the support for the Belarusian people, towards democratic appeals. So what I heard from the previous discussions, one thing that really got my attention was the reaction from the West and how the policymakers in our respective parliaments and across the EU first have reacted. As we know, there is a risk for falling in this, Lukashenko-style appeasement style. We saw in previous, in the past as well, the, systematic violations of human rights, EU imposing sanctions on Lukashenko. Then, he knows what strings to pull in order to maybe twist around the Western policymakers. and sort of made this illusion that, he's on the right path, that he's actually leaning towards the Western values. And time to time again, the Western policymakers have fallen into this trap. And I think this is a monumental time for the Western policymakers to understand that actually we have to make the similar position that we have made when it comes to Crimean Peninsula, the non-recognition of the occupation as, with no end term for it. So something similar has to be done when it comes to Belarus and call for the new elections. It should not be put under any, concessions. It's, an ultimatum that we set forward. But let me just, observe what I have seen so far since last year, August. So many months of the public resistance to Lukashenko's regime have revealed profound changes underway in the Belarusian society, like such things as dignity, individual rights, and demand for self-determination and freedom of expression really have come to the forefront, replacing the paternalistic social contract of the past 2 decades, whereby the public really enjoyed the rising living standards by forfeiting the right to participate in politics. And we see that the opposition is both either imprisoned or in exile, but still it has ignited the politicization of the Belarusian people that was maybe not existent for the past 2 decades. Maybe somebody was more of this, paternalistic approach, that somebody will always take care of me and so on. Now determination that we can actually set our future and decide has somewhat risen within the Belarusian society altogether. And that is, something that we see is constant for the past more than a half year. And so the changes within the Belarusian society indicate that people are ready to seize the opportunity to shape their future. And we know that while, the sanctions that have dominated the Western debate on how to deter Belarusian authoritarian regime, it is vital for us Europeans and the European policymakers to find other tools as well, not only sanctions. So we see that at some point it surfaces that the Belarus right now is experiencing delayed nation-building process. People are deciding who they are, how they want to live, and how their relations with neighboring countries should look. So both the movement's political leaders and supporters in civil society need to create space for complex debates over policy and ideas, helping to foster new vision for the country. Only call for the new election won't solve this. This is something, that I think the Belarusian people are just, calling for. So new ideas, how we can transform together the country altogether. So the political change in Belarus will not happen unless public officials as well, their supporters within the society at large, and the members, particularly of the security services, can be convinced to abandon Lukashenko. That actually opposition has not only the call for the new elections, but the substance that comes with, transforming Belarus for the long term. So, I have few suggestions when it comes to the opposition, and with the previous speakers, I would like to invite to avoid labeling new opposition, old opposition. We have the democratic opposition in Belarus. So therefore, the opposition needs to actively shape Belarusian domestic political agenda and show that its members can lead the country by enacting long overdue reforms. It's just not, as I again mentioned, just elections. It also has to have a strong vision. The opposition needs to know how to create policy proposals and offer a new vision that would excite the nation. And here I see the West can play actually a role. We can help by coaching the opposition on how to run a political opposition that holds the government accountable. They must learn how to attract new followers and campaign effectively. they also need to be trained in how to advocate and lobby government officials for change. So this is something that is very interconnected and comes from the society roots, that each Belarusian actually, it's not just, having on Sundays, which is, unprecedented and, remarkable thing, having political marches, but also submitting ideas, even to the current elected policymakers at the Belarusian parliament, because that will be put on but at least will be in a public discussion. Because it's not just, we have walk and call for the new elections, but we have also concrete offers where Belarus should move in the future, whatever the election outcome will be if there are new elections. So I think the West policymakers need to engage with the opposition through different channels to actually provide the tools, the instruments, how the policy is shaped, how the policy is made, how the policy actually is delivered to each individual Belarusian citizen. So I think that is, so far what I can see in the coming months, in the coming, year for the West to really engage. And we do that. We do that through our NGOs. It's not only, policymakers. And that is something that, know-how will help in the long term really transform the Belarus in general. So thank you. Those are my comments for this panel. Thank you.
Ačiū ponui Kols. Namų darbus.
Thank you, Mr. Coles, for your homework to the Belarusian opposition for unity and clear post-transitional agenda. This is what I heard. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Marko Mikkelson, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Estonian Riigikogu. The floor is yours, Mr. Mikkelson.
Thank you. Very good morning to all of you, and especially to very good friend Žygimantas. Thank you for organizing this excellent forum, because this truly is one of clear examples how we together keep up attention to this very important historical change what we've seen in Belarus. What has happened in Belarus since last August actually has created huge admiration, I could say, in democratic world, but here in Estonia as well, of those courageous people who have stood up for dictatorship. And actually, as we heard from previous speakers as well, this has been and still is very dangerous to show your free will in Minsk and other cities of Belarus. But we understand and we see that this is something where, yes, people are afraid, but this mood is not gone, and hopefully in coming days the world will see again that this ongoing people's revolution against nasty and brutal dictatorship is going on and eventually will win, because this is sure that dictatorships could last long, but not forever. And one of the reasons why they will fail is because dictators start to believe in fake belief of their own immortality, and that's something which gives us all hope that the real people's will of Belarusian people will make this huge turn. And actually, when I thought what could be message from here, from Tallinn, one is, as I said, we all here follow very closely what's happening in Belarus, and as previous speakers asked, do we have here in neighboring parliaments of democratic countries enough support? Then I can just reassure that in Estonia, in our parliament, actually, we passed first resolution in support of democracy in Belarus already 11 years ago, 2010, prior to that time presidential elections, and of course we made our position known immediately after the events in Belarus in last August. Actually, I must say that the support of that resolution, support of civil society and free elections in Belarus actually won the highest number of support of Riigikogu, our parliament. We have 101 members, and 92 of those made their voice strongly heard in terms of support of Belarus and Belarusian people. What we have done throughout these several months, actually, as a country, of course, there are a number of topics we could just mention here, but Estonia is currently serving as the non-permanent member of United Nations Security Council, and together with our EU partners and allies in North America, with the United States, we have organized several meetings at the level of the Security Council to pay attention to this, what's happening inside of Belarus. Mrs. Kalinausko has been part of the discussions as well. Of course, Estonia, together with other countries, we have kept constantly the topic up in different forums on the level of the European Union and national parliament meetings as well. And this is something what, believe me, is one of the very seems very simple, but very important task of us, because as Richard just made a comment that the path is long, and very much, of course, it very much depends on first and foremost of that energy which is inside of Belarusian people, and among those who stand boldly against Lukashenko's regime. We all have to understand that the path will be rocky, will be long, and it will depend, of course, that the international attentions is not going to fade away, because there are so many challenges currently in the world's politics. Just look into the region or our close neighborhoods. Again, we have heard and seen that recently, during the last several weeks, the tensions in eastern Ukraine are growing again. There are a number of reasons to believe that we could see escalation of a war in Ukraine. And that, of course, will affect again neighboring Belarus. Or if we keep in mind that already there are preparations for a military exercise called Zapad 2021. This is something, again, which is very much and directly connected to a geostrategic situation in and around Belarus, and of course has direct impact of security situation in our region. So this is why, as I said, we have to keep agenda up in European and international discussions. I very much support the idea what Mr. McAllister said as well, that there should be a strong unity among EU member states, but also, yes, David, I see, we also have to work now with our colleagues in the United States and Canada to keep up very strong and valid response from democratic community, transatlantic democratic community. And that's something which is not a very good message to dictators, wherever they sit, in Minsk or in Moscow. So this is first and foremost. And secondly, of course, we have to listen carefully what people within Belarus, but also those who fight for freedom outside of Belarus really need, and actually address those needs seriously and without hesitation. Because if we look around us, I mean, as European nations, that already for thousands of years, actually, we as democratic countries are under constant pressure of dictators and authoritarian regimes. And the area of democracy has been under constant pressure, and this is what has happened actually in Belarus. This national awakening during last several months is so precious that we in Europe must understand that if we stand together defending our values and principles, then most people who are living in Europe, like Belarusians do, we don't have any alternative rather than to really find ways how to support their, as I said, long-lasting fight for their freedom. It's not going to be easy, but believe me, the supporters like us here in Estonia and others, we support Belarusian efforts, and we're ready to put together comprehensive plans, of course, in order to achieve this ultimate goal of free elections. But I very much subscribe to this, what Richard said earlier. There is badly an urgent need for substantial debates about the future vision of Belarus. And if Belarus would like to be, and peoples will choose to be democratic and open society, then we have to have also honest and frank discussion about Russia. Because if somebody hopes that Putin's support will help somehow dismantle Lukashenko's dictatorship, that this is very dangerous way of thinking. I'm not calling to make a choice between Europe or Russia, but there must be choice between dictatorship and democracy. Thank you.
Ačiū ponui Mikkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mikkelsen, for bringing us closer to a broader context. The like-minded countries and the European Union are very important. Therefore, the position of Estonia in the UN Security Council and support of Estonia would be very important. I think that we should also include the US and Canada to make the outcome more successful. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Marek Kuchcinski, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Polish Sejm.
We cannot hear you. Maybe microphone is muted.
Can you hear the interpreters now?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Okay. I salute all the participants of the Vincent Kalinausko Forum, and I would like to thank Mr. Pavlionis for this initiative. I would like to take this opportunity to first say that I am subscribing to all the comments made during the main session and the discussion, and I subscribe to all the points that call for a determined effort to strengthen freedom and democracy in Belarus. Now, I would like to look at three issues that are related to this. From the Polish perspective, from the perspective of the Polish Parliament, what is the perspective that we have on the Belarusian situation in terms of what the Belarusians have achieved? And I would like to emphasize three things. First, and foremost, Belarusians have been successful in overcoming the fear and the sense of being subdued. They protested, and the unshaken determination mean a strong political maturity of the Belarusian nation and society. Secondly, we clearly see that the Belarusian people have awakened their patriotism, and not the sort of patriotism that would be poised against someone. It's the sort of patriotism that shows the identity and amplifies the unity of the entire nation. And thirdly, we see an enormous determination, an enormous resolve of the entire society, and the institutionalization of the entire opposition, the Coordination Council and the Anti-Crisis body. Now, my mind goes back to the 1980s, the time of the Solidarity movement in Poland, and I would like to make this point in the context of the fight for freedom in Poland, and our neighbors bore fruit. We have become members of the European Union, and we regained our freedom, but it took years to achieve that. Now, on the second point I wanted to raise, what has we achieved, societies and the communities of neighbors, what have we achieved to provide support to Belarus? First of all, we provided shelter and a safe haven to thousands of Belarusian citizens who required support, medical aid, and who were seeking an asylum. Secondly, we have mobilized the entire European Union to take a two-tier rapid approach with the 24 million euros to support the society in Belarus. I believe this policy should be continued and strengthened. We have also together taken measures within the EU to document the human rights violations in Belarus. And fourthly, and importantly, we are making sure that the situation in Belarus and the human rights violations are becoming more and more understood internationally, and it is on the agenda of international organizations, the Human Rights Council and the UN, being the prime examples of that. But generally, I would like to second the voice of Mr. Ales Bialiatski, who said that it is not enough. The free world, the democratic world, indeed has come to feel some sort of fear, some sort of anxiety about the situation in Belarus. Therefore, I do share the view, and I would like to emphasize the need for solidarity with the entire Belarusian society. We should show the solidarity of the entire free world, the transatlantic and global solidarity to the freedom aspirations and of the Belarusian people, and the struggle to defend civil rights. Now, I would like to emphasize that a number of countries in the free world, in their actions, are behaving as if they cherished business, money, more than the fundamental freedoms, the freedom of the society and the freedom of human beings. And finally, how should we take it further? How do we follow up and amplify the existing policies? And again, this has been already mentioned by a number of previous speakers, also Mr. Mikkelsen or Richard Kolz mentioned those issues. I would like to mention four. First, we should strengthen the pressure on the Belarusian government to show readiness to engage in constructive transition, with free and democratic elections being the top item on that agenda. A free presidential election should be organized according to international standards. Secondly, I believe Poland and Lithuania, or Lithuania and Poland, have been perhaps most active so far, and I believe both countries should do the fair share of lobbying in other countries of the EU for support never to be phased out and to be actually much stronger. And thirdly, we should continue our support for the democratic opposition. Mrs. Cichanowska or Mr. Watuszka have become prominent representatives of the Belarusian society, and the power of the democratic opposition in Belarus is in its unity. And again, let me recall the ethos of the solidarity movement in Poland. It was diverse. It was a composition of a number of ideas and concepts, but it showed unity. The world saw one organization, and the world saw 10 million people in the movement at one point. And I would like to look at the fourth issue, Moscow. I believe we should show more resolve and more, we should be more robust in terms of how we position ourselves in our discussions with Russia. We should affirm our position, and we should show solidarity, and it should be unambiguous, and it should be robust. And our colleagues have already mentioned that in the entire area of Central and Eastern Europe, between the Caucasus, the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea, Russian activity has been very high, and this is a major concerning, that includes military activity. The fundamental issue of the inalienability of sovereign rights, this has been breached in Ukraine and in a number of other areas. So thank you very much. I greet you all, and I wish all the success to Belarusians, and let me reaffirm our strong commitment to support our brothers and sisters in Belarus in their fight for freedom and democracy. Thank you.
Dėkui, ponui Marek.
Thank you, Mr. Marek Kuchcinski, for one more action plan. What should be done? It seems that we have many steps ahead of us. And thank you very much for including one more important issue into this topic is Moscow. Because Moscow is one of the stability pillars of the Lukashenko regime. And as long as this pillar stands stronger, it is difficult to find some alternative actions to the Lukashenko regime. So we should always take into account Moscow when putting our action plans. Thank you for your intervention. And now I would like to give the floor to the last panelist, Mr. Pavel Fischer, Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defense and Security of the Parliament of the Czech Republic.
I'm very happy to hear you and to follow the work of your forum today. We are very pleased to be part of this endeavor and also to have the occasion to exchange with the panelists. I will have maybe 3 reactions to the panelists at the end. First of all, let me just say that we admire the courage of Belarusian people, because we remember ourselves going through such an endeavor in '89. It was days, hours, days, and maybe weeks of a very difficult transition from totalitarian regime to democracy and to freedom in former Czechoslovakia. But you experience not only days, but weeks and months, and you succeeded to show an impressive commitment to freedom and dignity with intelligence, sometimes with a very high dose of humor. And you have also ignited willingness to be with you on behalf of very many players. In the example of the Czech Republic, we will see that not only the government, not only the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the community, but also of insiders, but also the opposition. We have not only the Prime Minister, but also the President, who were very clear in terms of highlighting the importance of free and fair elections for Belarus. So we are happy to be with you to help also practically in terms of help to people who were injured. But at the same time, we see that it is still very little. And since you spoke so often about OSCE and the willingness to organize new free and fair elections, my consideration is, and maybe this is a question mark to my colleagues from different parliaments that we are now online, how this framework could be safeguarded, because we saw that OSCE was blocked by non-cooperative approach of some big players, for instance, by Moscow. So do you have a clue? Do you have a leverage? Do you have an idea how to catalyze this process that we could succeed to organize free and fair elections still in 21 before the Duma elections are organized? So this is my question mark to my fellow colleagues. And now 3 reactions to the panelists. You spoke about the need to provide the help directly to people living inside of Belarus. But do you assess, you who are Belarusians, do you assess any risks that there might be a tougher control of contacts with foreign countries, as we saw it in different situations, not only in Russia? So this help could be blocked or double-checked, controlled, and maybe impossible at the end of the day. My second question is, I very much liked the idea provided and proposed by Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya concerning mediators. Do you have some kind of assessment that the regime would accept the help of mediators, of organizations in between, helping to build the dialogue? And last but not least, thank you very much, Aleš Bělacký, for this terrifying example of mother of 5 children who was arrested because only she had the Belarusian flag in front of her building. These examples are so outspoken that I will share it also in Prague with my fellows. So once again, thank you for invitation to this forum. And I am very happy that we can have this kind of dialogue in a moment when we see that the freedom, the democracy are very tangibly in danger in Belarus. And we stay with you. Viva Belarus. Thank you. Živě Belarus.
Dėkui ponui Pavelui Fischeriui ir labai ačiū už.
Thank you, Mr. Pavel Fischer. Thank you for the questions. I marked the questions. We will ask them We don't have any more questions from the YouTube. I want to point out once again that those who are watching us on YouTube can ask questions. Now I want to start the last part of this panel, which is the discussion. And during the discussion, I'll ask you to ask questions. And could you please also indicate who should answer to your question? We have the first question. Could you please introduce yourself?
Cherenka, I am a member of Ukrainian Parliament and chair of a group for democratic Belarus in Ukrainian Parliament. And I would like to address to all of our colleagues who spoke today. And first of all, I would like to thank our Lithuanian friends for the second Kalinausko conference. I had an honor to be at the first one, and I think that's extremely important initiative, and we need to go further and to continue. And I have some remarks and questions and propositions to my colleagues. I think we need really not to go just from speaking to doing something. That's my opinion, and the majority of us, of those who spoke, say the same. And what I would like to propose, first of all, that's a small story, but I think we need to stop call Belarusia and Belarusians, because I think our aim is to make from Belarusia Belarus. And I think to say Belarusians, it's extremely important. And to say Belarus, not Belarusia, it's extremely important. Because everything begins from the name. And that's my first remark. Secondly, I would like to address you and to ask you, in Ukrainian Parliament, in Lithuanian Seimas, in Polish Seim, we have formal groups for democratic Belarus. Unfortunately, in Czech Parliament, in Estonian Parliament, in Latvian Parliament, and even in European Parliament, we have only informal group in European Parliament. I think we need to create the formal groups for democratic Belarus, and I want to address all of you colleagues to think about this and to try to organize this, especially when we are saying about Baltic countries, which are extremely important to Belarus, which are close neighbors. I think it's extremely important. And if we will have a bigger network of such groups, parliamentarian, we also can make interparliamentarian union of such groups, like Mr. Lebedka told us, and I think this is extremely important. And the last but not the least, today we spoke about OSCE, about different actors. There is one more organization which is called Council of Europe. Yes, Belarus at the moment is not a member of the Council of Europe, but all neighbors of Belarus, even including Russian Federation, are members of Council of Europe. And Belarus has some relationships with Council of Europe. There is even their official representative in Strasbourg. And during the last session in January, I raised the question, I am a member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe on behalf of Ukraine, and I raised the question and addressed Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany, which is now chairing the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe and will do it till the end of May. And I addressed to Mr. Maas with proposition to create a permanent group on the level of Council of Europe to supervise the situation in Belarus, especially human rights, because human rights is the biggest area of responsibility of the Council of Europe. And Mr. Maas said yes. Then I spoke with the General Secretary of the Council of Europe, Madame Pecinovich-Buric. She said yes, but for the moment it is not done. And I would like to ask you colleagues from Czech Republic, Latvia, Estonia, and Poland to address your ambassadors in the Council of Europe, because now that's the question of the Committee of Ministers, where ambassadors of each country represent their countries, to address them and to try to push this question now before the end of German chairmanship in the Council of Europe. The next chairman will be Hungary. And I think I said enough. I think we need to do it till the end of May. and it would be great if we will succeed in this. So I want to ask you to do some concrete steps to create groups for democratic Belarus and to address your ambassadors in Strasbourg to help us to move the question of creation of permanent group on the level of Council of Europe. Thank you so much.
Didelis dėkui iš klausimą. Aš galbūt taupant laiką norėčiau tokią tvarką paskelbti.
Thank you. Now, we will do as follows. We'll gather all the questions. As far as I understand, the question was raised to the representatives of parliaments. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Karamurza. You also had a question. I wonder whether you had a question to the chairs of the committees or a more general question.
Margarita, I wanted to make a brief comment because almost every speaker mentioned the factor of Moscow, the factor of the Kremlin, and I'm the only Russian participant here in this forum, so I just wanted to very briefly thank, first of all, everybody who has mentioned that factor, because it is important. It is that big elephant in the room that we do need to talk about. And also to say that it's very important when people speak about the factor of Moscow to differentiate, to distinguish between Russia as a country and the Putin regime and the Kremlin. And I know I see Marko Michelson, my good friend, nodding his head because he's always careful to do that. One of the biggest lies from the Kremlin propaganda, one that they're trying to sort of force on everybody, not just domestically but also in the outside world, is that Putin equals Russia. In fact, Mr. Volodin, the current Speaker of the Duma, formerly Chief of Domestic Policy in the Kremlin, has once said publicly, "Нет Путина, нет России." There's no Russia without Putin. I've never heard anything more insulting ever said about my country. And when we speak about the factor of Moscow, I think it's very important to look at the actual domestic situation in Russia over the past few weeks, over the past few months, over the past couple of years, really. And first of all, I have to say a big thank you to Žygis Paviljonis and the organizers of this conference for including a representative of the Russian opposition here in this discussion, because Russia is changing. Russian public opinion is changing. The domestic political situation in Russia is changing. And I think this has become obvious to everyone who's been paying attention over the past few weeks, and the mass nationwide protests that we have seen at the end of January after opposition leader Alexei Navalny returned home to Moscow, was immediately arrested, and hundreds of thousands of people went out onto the streets, literally from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean, from Kaliningrad to Khabarovsk, all over the country, up to 300,000 according to various estimates. These are the biggest, quote-unquote, unauthorized demonstrations we have seen since the end of the Soviet Union. And as the Duma so-called elections approach in September, the Putin regime is terrified. Just last weekend, I'm really actually happy to even be here at this conference because last weekend we held a forum of opposition municipal deputies, opposition municipal lawmakers from across Russia in Moscow to sort of try to create some kind of coordination between independent and opposition municipal legislators from different regions of the country. And about 10 minutes into the forum, the second special unit of the Moscow police force came in and arrested literally every single person who was in the conference room. We were sharing experiences as we moved in prisoner vans to the police stations, and nobody actually ever remembers a precedent of an entire conference hall being arrested, because of course many people in that room are potential candidates in the September election, and when we all have our trials, which are going to probably happen closer to the middle of April, the article under which we are all charged, if there's a second one under the similar indictment within 12 months, within a 12-month period, that automatically disqualifies anybody from running for election at any level, from municipal to the national. And it should be astonishing in a way that even after controlling all the media, even after controlling the entire administrative machine, even after dominating completely Russian politics through coercion and violence and intimidation and political repression for more than 20 years now, the Kremlin is so terrified of even a smallest alternative at the ballot box. And frankly speaking, they should be, because we've seen what happened with the Moscow City Council elections just a couple of years ago, a year and a half ago, when even after the Kremlin removed all the major opposition candidates from the ballot, in nearly half of the districts, the pro-Putin candidates, the pro-Kremlin candidates, still lost, literally to nobody, just certain technical spoilers happened to be on the ballot, because so many Russians, especially young Russians in big cities, are saying enough is enough. And we see this in the protests, we see this in the clear trends of public opinion. Just one example, in a recent Levada Center poll, 59% of Russians are calling for comprehensive change in the country. 62%, nearly two-thirds, are calling in effect for age limiting Putin out of the presidency by capping a maximum age for him to be unable to stay on beyond 2024. And we see this in so-called elections that we have, as manipulated, as doctored, as fake as they are. People are still looking for ways to send a message. So this year will be important for Russia, also not only for Belarus. And I think just as our dictators have learned, the last two dictators in Europe, let's not forget, have learned to cooperate with each other and to feed off each other and to copy each other's tactics and to support each other in several ways. I think it's very important for our civil societies and opposition movements, democratic opposition movements in Belarus and in Russia, to also find ways to work together, to cooperate, and to bring us a little bit closer to that day when there are no dictatorships in Europe left. Because even two in the 21st century, I think, is too many. And so I just want to thank the organizers of the conference. Thank you to the Parliament committee chairs who are joining us. This is, I think, the one message I really wanted to make in this sort of brief intervention, that please don't equate the Kremlin with Russia as a nation and Russia as a people. There are so many people in Russia who are, I think, actually more fed up with the Putin regime than you are in foreign capitals. And one brief point, just to second what my good friend Alexei Goncharenko has made. It is very important, all of you who are joining us online, as well as Žygis Paviljonis, who is in this room with us here, you all represent Foreign Affairs Committees of Parliaments of Council of Europe member states. Russia is a member of the Council of Europe. This gives us, as Russian citizens, the only protection, the only access to real justice. To us, the closest place to find real justice is in Strasbourg. Just today, a Russian court predictably denied the appeal by Alexei Navalny's lawyers over an investigation to his poisoning. He will, of course, be taking this all the way to Strasbourg, as will I, when I undoubtedly receive a similar denial of investigation into my own poisonings in a couple of weeks' time. We also will be taking this to the European Court of Human Rights. But if our Council of Europe membership is to have any meaning, it has to be enforced. And those obligations have to be enforced. And so we really do count on our friends and partners in other member states of the Council of Europe to hold the Kremlin to those obligations and to make sure that they actually implement it in practice as opposed to just being nicely written on paper. And this also very much includes the need to demand the release of hundreds by now of political prisoners in Russia, of which, of course, Alexei Navalny is one. And when the next session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe takes place in Strasbourg in April, I very much hope that the official Russian delegation, headed by Mr. Tolstoy, does not have an enjoyable time. Thank you very much.
Dėkui, ponai Karamurza. Aš dar suteiksiu žodį paklausti.
Thank you very much. I'll later give the floor for the Chorka. And now I'd like to, later on, I will give the floor to Lebedska and Jurkonis. Mr. Vechorka, the floor is yours.
For support, solidarity to those who are virtual and those who are present here. We really hope that as the result of this conference there will be idea or the roadmap how we should proceed with solving the crisis in Belarus. This is why we have to mobilize all the channels, all the contacts, all the ideas we got during the last 6 months. I think we have huge support for Free Belarus in OSCE, in all three structures, ODIHR, Permanent Council and Parliamentary Assembly. I think we have many allies in the United Nations, even those who were never ever involved in Belarus case. And of course, we have fantastic support from the EU member states and in Brussels on the level of European Parliament, European Council, and the European External Action Service. What we have to do right now to coordinate, synchronize our efforts in order to build the roadmap to negotiations and from negotiations to elections. that might be our solution, resolution of the crisis. Second, we have to develop platforms, channels of communication between ourselves, with Lukashenko's people, with the people who call themselves elites in Belarus, but also with Russia, because Russia is the main sponsor of the regime right now, as we can see. And of course, we have to use our leverage on forcing Lukashenko for dialogue and strengthening our negotiation position. And this is something that can be done already now through sanctions, individual, economic targeted, sectorial sanctions, all possible sanctions that will make Lukashenko vulnerable. And the sanctions definitely must be coordinated between the EU, UK, US and Canada. But again, let me emphasize that our strategy is to have elections this year, not local elections, but parliamentary and presidential, hopefully. And these elections must lead to the democratic transformation of Belarus. But before that, we have the checkpoint, which are negotiations. And again, negotiations for peaceful resolution will happen only with the international support, with the international help, and only if we will mobilize all the resources we have at the moment. Thank you.
Ačiū ponui Večorkai ir dabar.
Thank you, Mr. Večorka. Now I'd like to move to our panelists, and I'm expecting you to speak in the same order as you were listed in the agenda. So first we'll hear Mr. Richard Scholz, then Marko Mikkelson, then Marek Uščinski, and then Pavel Fischer. So the floor goes now to Mr. Scholz.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On the questions raised, Mr. Goncharenko, point taken. Belarus, this is something that, we are practicing. You have, the human mind, when something has been, for years and years, it has stuck, it takes time to change. But nevertheless, that is something that in our rhetoric in public, positions, we do use the term Belarus. And Belarusians, I understand, how should the people in Belarus be being called. So that is point taken. On the Council of Europe, well, Goncharenko, thank you. I'm always, watching with interest your speeches. They are very, to the point and very bold and straightforward. I very much congratulate such a, approach and position, particularly at the pace. I think Latvia and Baltic countries have actually done utmost in order to actually bring back the authority and the position of the Council of Europe by creating the Baltic Plus group. That is the like-minded countries that are encouraged to bring back the principles that the Council stands for, its statutes. And we all witnessed the caviar diplomacy victory. Unfortunately, that is something that has damaged the image of the Council of Europe, and that is something that we still have to work on. And therefore, we invite, colleagues across Europe, member states of the Council of Europe, to join the Baltic Plus group, so we can, with the joint efforts, strengthen the institution. And as Karamurza rightly mentioned, the Council of Europe, the participation of Russian Federation in the Council of Europe as a member state is vital, particularly to the Russian opposition, because we know because of that, the Russian people, citizens can actually submit, the place to the European Court for Human Rights. So therefore, that point is taken. I think Baltic Plus group is growing stronger. We try to convince our, other colleagues within the EU member states. On the issues raised by Karamurza, Putin factor. I don't think that that's necessarily the point in the Baltic countries. We don't see that, Russia is everything only and about Putin. But the thing is, we still are monitoring what is the temperature within the Russian society. And, the latest public poll showed that around 30% of Russian people see Russia as a part of Europe, whereas growing number, which is 58%, do not recognize anymore Russia being as a part of Europe, not EU. That is of concern. That is something, the trend that has actually increased in the past years. And that is something, again, we ask ourselves about the new generation, in the young generation in Russia. What is their views on Russia and its position in Europe as European country? So this is a trend that, raises a lot of questions. On Belarus, again, the public poll shows that 49% support democratic Belarus, whereas 33% don't actually see how they affiliate Belarus with what kind of regime. And that is a concern as well. 33%, that is a pretty large number. On the Baltic groups, I mean the parliamentary groups for Free Belarus. A point taken again, in case of Latvia, we do have the interparliamentary group with Belarus. I have actually called for the chair of the group to actually dissolve this group, because, the parliament right now not is engaging public diplomacy with the Belarus parliament. So therefore, that is something, again, for the individual parliamentarians to take up this initiative. And I will definitely circulate around my fellow members to actually create this group. Last but not least, Vishorka, on the sectoral sanctions. That is also something that we have to be very careful. One thing is similarities we can see when it comes to Russia and the EU sanctions on Russia. Those are tailor-made sanctions on individuals and companies, very specifically targeted. And time again, what we have stated publicly, those sanctions are not against Russian people, but against the regime. That should be made same applicable, way of doing sanctions policy towards Belarus. Sectoral sanctions can actually, there's a lot of expertise surfacing that, if we sanction particular sectors like potash production, which is, Belarus is one of the largest potash producers in the world, that actually it can open door for the Kremlin, close associated oligarchs, to acquire a total control over these enterprises. So that is something that, we have to evaluate the situation, but I'm not saying that we are not ready. Baltic countries, and Marco can reassure me, and Žygimantas, we are raising high this flag to actually widen the sanctions, not only on individuals, to actually look at the specific companies as well. But it has to be, with a surgical precision done process. Thank you.
Ačiū labai, ponė Kols, už atsakymą.
Thank you, Mr. Coles, for your reply. Now, I'd like to ask other speakers to limit their speeches to 2 minutes, because we have taken too much of our time, and I hope that we will be able to finish on time. Mr. Michelson, the floor is yours now.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, and a very interesting discussion and debates, and I'll use only 1 minute. Actually, during this session, we channeled through WhatsApp between Richard's and Zhiggy's already some ideas how to make some first responses in coming days. So it's the work is going on, and the support is there. And very good to see Vladimir. I'm really happy that you're in good health and free again. But this is what you raised is something what we have to understand, that if we focus on Belarus, if we focus on the achievement of free elections and the kind of success of democratic will among Belarusian people, we have to also build a strong strategy, long-lasting strategy in support of democratic opposition in Russia as well. Otherwise, we won't succeed on that very rocky path, which is still ahead of us. So, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Ačiū labai, pana.
Thank you. Mr. Marek Kuchcinski.
Thank you very much. I would like to address two issues. First, our Ukrainian colleague has mentioned the need for bilateral organizations to support the Belarus case. I believe it's a good idea to create a dense network of interlinkages and interrelations including between our parliaments, will facilitate the process, will foster the process of building civil societies in our countries and in Belarus. You mentioned the Interparliamentary Union. Indeed, this Interparliamentary Union exists in the Mediterranean. It affiliates 47 parliaments from 3 continents. And I believe that we should perhaps examine the possibility of doing a similar effort. There are more than 30 parliaments in Central and Eastern Europe, so we could perhaps establish an interparliamentary union to defend civil rights. Mr. Vladimir Kara-Murza mentioned the need to separate the government or people in charge and the people and society, Putin versus Russia. I do support you, sir, for that. Our support for the Russian nation and the Russian people is as important as it is important for in terms of our support for the Belarusian people. And indeed, I agree that we should also engage to strengthen the civil society in Russia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kuchtinsky. Now the floor goes to Mr. Pavel Fischer.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for this occasion to come back. I have 2 messages. Before I thank Žygis for organizing also this forum. Franak Viachorka, thank you very much for this roadmap that helps us to understand better what is at stake and how we can accompany you, follow you, and help you, and anticipate maybe the further steps. Second message to Vladimir Kara-Murza. Many, many thanks for the very sharp analysis that you bring, and we are very happy you could do it and be with us. We are here also for you. Just don't hesitate to call on us. And last but not least, again, thank you very much for this exchange. It's extremely precious to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fischer, for your short answers. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Anatoly Lebedska. Thank you very much for the possibility to engage in discussion. I am inspired by the fact that we are moving into the direction of practical results. Alexei, thank you for your support and the initiative on establishing umbrella organization. And I thank the parliamentarians that support this idea. Parliamentary dimension can be a really strong and powerful factor in forming the agenda and affecting the situation in Belarus. I have one more proposal. I think we have to expand the space of support by parliamentarians and their patronage of political prisoners. I know that this exists in the Lithuanian parliament. Ukrainian parliamentarians are joining that. We would be very grateful if parliamentarians from the Czech Republic, Estonia, Latvia took patronage over specific political prisoners. We have a large number of young people who are not well known. I visited and I was in the KGB prison myself for 4 months. Ales Belatsky spent much more time there. We know what it means. And it was very meaningful to us to receive a letter from a member of parliament of another country. Therefore, please distribute this information in your parliaments. We have about 300 political prisoners in Belarus, and they need to be taken patronage of. We also can speak about instruments to actually ensure that negotiation takes place. We have the mission of the OSCE. What can be done to ensure the OSCE mission in Belarus? We had this in the past. We had a real negotiation process with a specific agenda, with the representatives from each side. We need to analyze this past experience, and this could very much help us to realize in practice the initiative by Ms. Tsikhanouskaya. Mr. Yurkonis.
And again, I'm coming back to the phrase that I started with. I think that we are afraid, and yet we are encouraging Belarusian people to not be afraid. I think it should be the opposite. It should be us who should be leading by example. Because when we talk about the UN, OSCE, or Council of Europe, it's not Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya or any democratic opposition politician who's voting. It's us, member states, who are voting at the UN and OSCE. So we can be better than that. When it comes to the elections, Belarusian people already did their choice, and they were not choosing for a robust program. They were choosing for the right to choose. That's very clear, and we know it, and we said that already, that we do not recognize the falsified elections, which means that we shouldn't be speaking about coachings, preparations of the Belarusian opposition. As far as I am aware, you might speak to Anatoly Lebetka and Vladimir Niklaev and all the rest. They have a draft of the constitution. They have a draft of the electoral code. They do the party building, movement building, and all of that. But it's for us now to stand firm on what we declared. Elections were falsified, and there needs to be a new date for the new free and fair elections with a heavy international monitoring. When it comes to the support of the civil society, of course, Belarusian civil society in Belarus is now operating underground, and of course they are risking. And the question is, where is our determination to support the Belarusian people and accept the risks, because they are risking and they are ready to risk. But the support is needed now more than ever. And let me finish with throwing the last geopolitical argument. When it comes to Moscow, believe me, Moscow is watching, and they are observing the situation. And if we are weak, and if we are looking for excuses that we don't have leverage, that the sanctions will hurt Belarusian people, and all of that narrative that authoritarian countries are throwing to us, Moscow knows that if we cannot be firm and principled on Belarus, we can forget being firm and principled on Russia or any other authoritarian country. So it is a litmus paper for us and our determination. So I'm come back and finish with this. Do not be afraid to stand for freedom, democracy, and human rights. Thank you.
Ačiū labai, Vyti. Norėčiau padėkoti visiems.
Thank you, Rytis. I want to thank all the panelists and all the speakers and people who asked questions. We are not able to discuss everything. I think this needs to be left to the future and to the future conferences. Thank you very much. And now I announce the lunch break. Thank you, Margarita.
Hi. I'm wondering if I can do a quick sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you well.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very
Most
much.
welcome.
I'm wondering if I can do a quick sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yes,
Great.
we hear you well.
Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Most welcome.
I'm wondering if I can do a quick sound check.
Okay.
Hi there, Julie.
How are you today, Dirk?
I'm good. I'm good. Good morning to Washington.
It feels
Very-
really early here, I have to tell you.
Very early start, I guess.
That's right. That's right.
The disadvantage or the advantage, whatever. I mean,
That's right. Friday afternoons, I think it's an advantage. Monday mornings, a disadvantage.
yeah, indeed. No, we had some conferences with Washington Atlantic Council. They're trying to listen to 9 o'clock in your time. Here, so
Taip. Labadiena visiems.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists. It is a great honor for me to moderate this panel. I am Petras Auštrevičius, member of the European Parliament, member of the Europe Group, and also rapporteur for Belarus. We continue the Kalinausko Forum, which is held for the second time in Vilnius. Now it is being hosted by the Lithuanian Parliament. We are here in the Constitution Hall of the Lithuanian Parliament. We start the second panel. It is called "What's the Plan? Free and Democratic Elections in 2021." Ladies and gentlemen, I think that we follow with great interest the initiative by Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, whose main objective is to initiate the plebiscite to vote, asking the free world to offer its mediation proposal with the Lukashenko's regime in order to organize free and democratic elections and ensure peaceful transition. People of Belarus actually reacted to this initiative, and over 600,000 signatures have been collected already. And I believe that this wonderful number of signatures will become an important pressure for the Belarusian authorities. To put people to talks, Western community needs to contribute, and I'm very glad that this week the European Parliament initiates a special office to collect information on all the human rights violations. This data will be documented, recorded, and used later. And I hope that those perpetrators against human rights will be persecuted in open processes or serve as a measure against this regime. Ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, it is a great honor that we have 10 participants from 10 countries, and I hope that our speeches and active discussion we will start from Mr. Joseph Borrell, who is the Vice President of the European Commission and High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. We will listen to his video address. Later on, we will have online speeches and some in-person speeches. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me start from the first keynote speech by Mr. Joseph Borrell.
Dear organizers, dear friends and colleagues, thank you for your invitation to speak at this forum. And let me start on a personal note. Fighting for fundamental freedoms and for a democratic future for your own country is very familiar to me. For the people who grew up in Spain under the Franco regime, this is something familiar. The Spanish people toppled the regime in the 70s, but unfortunately, democracy, rights and freedom are still not guaranteed for all Europeans. The price that the Belarusian people are paying for their legitimate aspiration for this freedom is very high. The Lukashenko regime is using all the means available to cling to power, disregarding to the rule of law, human rights and people's lives. And with Belarus being the European Union's direct neighbor, and Belarusians being our fellow Europeans, we cannot just passively look on. The European Union is supporting the Belarusian people in their legitimate request for democracy. We have imposed sanctions against individuals and entities responsible for the falsification of the elections and the human rights violations. We are ready to impose more sanctions in the absence of any improvements and democratic opening. We have carried out a full review of our relations with Belarus, the EU relations with Belarus, scaled down our political contacts and stop up direct financial support to the central authorities. Looking ahead, we will continue to believe that a genuine, inclusive national dialogue is the only way forward to ensure a peaceful solution to the current crisis, and we are ready to support this process. Dear friends, the European Union is no stranger to the struggle for democracy, which can be long and difficult, and we must support all those who face the struggle now. The people of Belarus are demanding change, they deserve it, we'll support them.
Thank you, Mr. Borrell. I do hope that the day will come when we will talk about the fourth package of sanctions, because I believe this will be inevitable in order to impact the regime and to bring the regime to the table with the democratic opposition. But once again, thank you for your very clear and brief message. And now I'd like to give the floor to Peter Lord Bonas, President of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. And he will be with us online. Mr. Bonas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Ostrovicius. May I, first of all, say how sorry I am that I'm not with you in Vilnius. It's some 19 years ago that I first visited Lithuania, when you were taking the steps towards the position which you now have of democratic and secure position within the European Union. At that time, the members of parliament from the United Kingdom and I had the honor of meeting President Adamkus and the great honor of also meeting Mr. Landsbergis. And you will know that the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly held its annual meeting here in 2009. So it seems to me entirely appropriate that Vilnius should be the venue for this conference when we express our hopes and look for ways to ensure that Belarus may, in the future, change the same kind of position and progress as Lithuania. I thank you again for inviting me to join the event, and we'll try to offer a complementary view to what the High Representative, Mr. Borrell, has already highlighted. It will be of no surprise, I think, to any of you that the developments in Belarus since the last presidential election, and particularly the aftermath thereof, have caused great concern amongst the Parliamentary Assembly members and its leadership. Since the summer, we've constantly denounced the clear violation of human rights and democratic principles. And here again, let me, in this forum, condemn the disproportionate violence deployed against peaceful protesters. I also deplore the fact that instead of preventing, stopping, and investigating abuses, the authorities have not taken any action to ensure that human rights violators are held accountable. And I'm sure that in this meeting today, there will be agreement on this. The participation and high-level engagement in this conference only demonstrates the continued concerns of the international community. But much as this is encouraging for future democratic development, it's also frustrating for the opposition forces represented today. 9 months on, and we still wait to see whether the authorities will make any sorts of concessions. The parliamentary peaceful demonstrators are still locked up and opposition leaders are in exile. The OSCE and the Parliamentary Assembly have sought ways out of the crisis. We have to take account that Belarus is a participating state of OSCE, and OSCE itself works by consensus. So quite simply, that organization is limited in its ability to force decisions on Belarus. Other dynamics, particularly with the Russian Federation, prevent any sort of assertive counteraction. Nevertheless, within these parameters, we have, as a parliamentary assembly, have fully backed the proposal made by the Albanian chairmanship, reiterated by the Swedish chairmanship, to visit Minsk and broker honest and direct dialogue between the authorities and the opposition. Unlike the governmental side of OSCE, the Parliamentary Assembly has a bit more room to maneuver and can adopt resolutions and make statements highly critical, and has done, highly critical of Belarus. We've also made our own separate offer to facilitate dialogue at the parliamentary level. We hosted a constructive conversation between the head of our delegation from Belarus and Ms. Tikhanovskaya, the leader of the opposition. Results have been limited, but we've kept this door open. And individual members of the Parliamentary Assembly and their respective delegations have supported discussions between their country's leadership and representatives of the opposition, which I hope helps to legitimize the claims of the opposition. But I suppose many participants today would argue all this diplomatic support is not enough to change the status quo. That's why the Parliamentary Assembly will continue to increase its political engagement in parallel to these diplomatic initiatives. We have a new special representative on Eastern Europe with a mandate over Belarus, Dr. Data Rieder from the German Bundestag, who has already started to build constructive relationships both with Mrs. Tikhanovskaya and with members of the Belarusian delegation. Her work will keep the question of Belarus high on our agenda. Our Assembly remains ready to support Belarus through expert advice on constitutional, electoral and other reforms. We'll continue to press the authorities and our counterparts in the Parliament of Belarus to provide a clear roadmap, including a timeline and the scope for announced constitutional reforms. Should elections be called in the near term, the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly will be present on the ground to monitor them. As we have since 1995, we're committed to observing in elections and formulating recommendations that, if taken on board, would guide Belarus towards stronger democratic institutions and practices. We have other issues of relevance to the OSCE, and when dealing with OSCE participating states, we'll continue to make it clear that we remain committed to open dialogue with our colleagues in the Belarusian parliament. We are not ready to compromise, however, on fundamental principles. That's why we'll continue to denounce violations of human rights. We'll continue to publicly call out harassment and intimidation or attack on opposition members. And I believe that by firmly declaring our intentions and expectations, including through our discussions today, we can bring the authorities closer to the negotiating table. Negotiations, I believe, are the outcome of this situation, not some revolutionary scenario. But, and I always tend to end these speeches on a but, there is a limit to what the OSCE and the Parliamentary Assembly and parliamentary democracy can achieve. We need to keep Belarus on the agenda of national governments, and this is a role for Parliamentary Assembly and all parliamentarians. Without constant reminding, it's all too easy for national governments to forget, especially at this time when dealing with COVID. The pressure from parliamentarians and in turn the pressure from governments on Belarus and other international players is essential to bring about the changes which we all seek. I thank you so much for your attention, and thank you again for inviting me to this conference.
I thank Lord Bonus for his speech and the determination that the OSCE demonstrates with a view to starting the dialogue. I know all the shortcomings, but we wish success and we hope for further initiatives on this road. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now move to other speakers. And it is a great privilege to me to give the floor to Mr. Matthias Lutemberg, Head of Division of Bilateral Relations with the states of Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe, Central Asia and Southern Caucasus of the German Federal Chancellery. He will be joining us online. The floor is yours, Mr. Lutemberg.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, I'm honored to have the opportunity to kick off this session. Firstly, I want to congratulate the organizers of the second annual Kalinausko Forum, especially my friend Žygimantas Paviljonis, for putting this event together in defiance of the current circumstances. And of course, I regret that I cannot be with you in Vilnius today. What's the plan? As half of the title of this panel reads, is certainly a question we are asking ourselves also in Berlin since August 2020. Germany, the EU, and many others were largely taken by surprise with a view to the intensity of the events that followed the presidential elections last summer. Until today, we are deeply impressed by the courage and persistence of the people of Belarus who are risking their jobs, their health, their personal freedom to finally get rid of the Lukashenko regime. But we are also shocked and awed by the violence of the regime to counter these peaceful and justified protests of the people of Belarus. We strongly condemn the ongoing brutality of Lukashenko's security forces. Ever since, we are responding, first politically, later, in the case of EU, unfortunately later than I had hoped, through sanctions, while trying to set up mediation efforts through different channels, lending support to the opposition, the civil society, and the independent media. Others are seeking to benefit from the perceived weakness of Lukashenko for their own goals, pushing agendas like a state union with the Russian Federation, or even closer economic or military ties with the government. It must be our strategic goal to allow the people to take their fate into their own hands, independent of what this will mean for the future orientation of Belarus between Europe and Russia. Our offer is on the table. The Eastern Partnership is already a reality. But now is the time to demonstrate to the people of Belarus the values the EU stands for. Now is the time to defend and stand up for the civil liberties and human rights in our immediate neighborhood. Our key demands to the authorities in Minsk remain unchanged. Release the prisoners, stop the violence, allow meaningful, inclusive national dialogue that leads to free and fair elections. When we talk about elections, it goes without saying that we must not allow another 9th of August to repeat. In order to guarantee international standards, there's no better suited organization than the OSCE and OSCE ODIHR. Free and fair elections presuppose that everybody who wants to run for president must have the chance to campaign in freedom and that nobody must be afraid of being either imprisoned or expelled. At the same time, we cannot impose such elections on Minsk, but need to advocate on all channels and underline that there's no alternative to respect the will of the people. The incredible determination of the leaders of the opposition, be it in the Coordination Council or elsewhere, but also the readiness to suffer personal sacrifices they are displaying, deserve our praise and admiration. In Berlin, we are convinced that restrictive measures against the regime are necessary. I'm convinced that the first three rounds will not and must not be the last word in this regard. In addition to putting pressure on the government, we took a set of measures to strengthen the civil society and help those who are most affected. As an example, I want to mention the treatment and rehabilitation of victims of torture, increased support for the trade unions, easier visa procedures, and even a separate visa program for those who suffer political persecution. We have a program to help threatened journalists and representatives of independent media organizations. In addition, German institutions increased the number of scholarships for students and others. We are particularly looking at those students who were forced to leave their universities. We strongly support an accountability mechanism for human rights violations and are actively engaged in this regard to document the violations and make an end to the impunity. I should not forget to mention the substantive EU for Belarus package, but I will not go into detail here. Finally, as we are today, some in person and some only virtually, guests of Lithuania, I want to state very clearly how grateful we are for everything Lithuania does to support those who had to leave Belarus. It is therefore only natural that Berlin is closely coordinating its policies on Belarus with colleagues in Vilnius, but also in Warsaw and other European capitals who care about what is going on in Belarus. Coming back to the title of the panel, we should make best use of this panel to reflect on what needs to be done and what can be done in order to move closer to free and fair elections under the auspices of the OSCE. Thank you very much.
Dėkoju, Matijas.
Thank you, Mr. Lutenberg. You are quite right. But elections were stolen from the Belarusian not only last year, but also several times before. But this was not voiced so clearly. I think we had to take action much earlier. Because by being complicit, we allowed the situation to escalate. I thank Mr. Lutenberg, and I want to give the floor to Mr. Pierre Vimon, who is former Executive Secretary General of the European External Action Service. He is an often visitor in the European Parliament, and discussions with Mr. Vimont has always been interesting and intensive. Now he is Senior Fellow at Carnegie Europe. Mr. Vermont, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for inviting me to this conference. It's a pleasure and it's an honor to be part of this panel. And I would like to pay tribute to the sheer energy deployed by Imantis Pavilionis, who has asked me to be part of this panel. I only regret that I'm not able to be there in person, but I think it's unfortunately the current virus situation that is preventing us all from being there. I would also like to pay a special tribute to Lithuania and to the authorities of Lithuania, which have been demonstrating since the start of the Belarus crisis last August, a relentless mobilization in support of the Belarus people. And I think the illustration is presence in your country of Mrs. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, who met our own French president during his visit to Vilnius last September, well, in what was, I think, a very thoughtful and interesting conversation. As you know, and I don't need to add much to that because I think High Representative Joseph Borrell has already spoken about this. My country, France, like all the other EU member states, has made its position clear right from the start of this crisis and right from the start of the many protests that followed the presidential election on August 9th. We have not accepted the electoral result. We have condemned in the most direct way the unacceptable repression against the popular protests that followed these elections. Since then, we have been part of all the discussion taking place in the European Union about the different packages of restrictive measures that have been taken place, and we have implemented them in the most strict way. Today, what are we witnessing? I think it's a situation of prolonged confrontation, merciless repression, human suffering, all this without much hope for the time being of a possible solution. In other words, I think we are witnessing a political deadlock that seems to be doomed to stand for some time, and therefore question what can be done, what's the plan to try to move out of the political deadlock as quickly as possible. And here I would like to give you very briefly some ideas. First point, I think we should need to emphasize time and again some important principles, political principles. The first one must be the right of the Belarus nation to the full implementation of its independence and sovereignty. It goes without saying, but it is best always to repeat that time and again. The second principle must be the right of the Belarus people to express freely their democratic aspirations and to be able to do this without any restraint. And therefore, the third important principle seems to be the peaceful resolution of the ongoing political crisis. Call for the end of violence, respect of human rights, release of all political prisoners. Of course, here again, I think we can all agree on this, but it is important to repeat these really political principles that are relevant to the ongoing situation. How to promote the fundamental principles? Here, I think there are two words I would like to underline. One is accountability. We should refer time and again to the rules, the principles, and the legal mechanism that exist at the moment in the different multilateral organizations, Belarus, and I would insist Belarus being a member of these organizations, namely OSCE, the Council of Europe. And therefore, we need to insist on the follow-up to what has already been done by the OSCE, namely the report on the violations of human rights, on the provision of what we call the Moscow mechanism. This should be done again with an endless patience and resolve. And of course, in that context, we need to support the efforts of the chair in office of the OSCE, namely Sweden and the Swedish Foreign Affairs Minister. I think here again, we need to support all the efforts going on. And of course, we need to unequivocally call for a genuine political process and the implementation of that political process in Belarus. The second word I would like to insist on is cooperation, but a well-focused cooperation. We need to maintain close links with the Belarus civil society and preserve a steady flow of support and assistance, not only to the, naturally, not only to the defenders of human rights, but also to all civil society organizations, NGOs, and perhaps also to small and medium enterprises in order to help the economic activities of Belarus from going on. And we need to do this both at the bilateral level and at the EU level. The EU level, I will leave it to my former colleague, Dirk Schul, who is here, the excellent EU ambassador to Minsk. He will tell you much more about this. But we need to do it, each one of us, in our own bilateral relationship. To do it with regard to the economic field, but also on education and culture. And I think this is also a very important way forward. My third and last comment will be about the kind of mindset, the kind of mentality we need to protect, move along, support and fulfill as much as possible. I was saying earlier on that we're facing a political deadlock, and this could last and endure for some time. So what is needed is resolve, patience, steadiness, clear-sighted and realistic approach to this. In one word, I think it is about strategic patience. The current deadlock may last for some time, but hope must not recede. And therefore, we need, as Europeans, but also with the support of our partners outside of Europe, to stick to our line and to move forward. That means working closely with the new US administration, but reaching out also to other partners outside of the European Union, outside of the European Union, outside of the European continent, to help us and support also what we are trying to do in Belarus. This must be a collective effort. It may be a long game issue. Let's not underestimate that time is also of the essence in what we are trying to do. But our resolve, the resolve of the European Union, the resolve of the member states must not be abated. We owe it to the Belarus people, but we owe it also to the security and the stability of our whole continent. Because what is at stake in Belarus is not only the future of that great nation, it is also the future of the European continent and the European stability and what we could call the new European order we are looking for all over the continent. So this is why I think, and I will end on this note, none of us can nor should ignore or understate the importance of the ongoing situation in Belarus. Mr. Chair, I'll stop there and I thank you for your patience.
Aš labai dėkingas ponui Pierui.
I thank Mr. Pierre Vermont for his speech. This is a proof that your experience and deep view is very useful. Thank you for your participation in this conference. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with our speakers, and it is a great honor for me to give the floor to Mr. Tom Tugendhat. He's chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the United Kingdom House of Commons. The United Kingdom was our partner in the EU, but we're still in partnership relations with this country. Therefore, it is a great honor for me to give the floor to Mr. Tugendhat. The floor is yours, please.
Virtualus gyvenimas kartais reikalauja papildomos kantrybės ir tos sekundės dėja tampa neišvengiamai reikalingos. Mes laukiame po...
Well, we are waiting for Mr. Tugendhat. This online life requires some patience. Probably he will join us later. Now we move to our next speaker, Ms. Julie Fisher. She's U.S. Ambassador to Belarus, who will join us online as well. Ms. Fisher, the floor is...
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be joining you. It's early in Washington. I know you all have already had a pretty full day, but it's really an honor for me to join all of the distinguished members of this panel in thinking about what comes next with regards to elections. I too would like to add my voice of thanks to everyone who has played such an important role in convening this group, specifically, though, to Žygimantas Pavilionis for playing such a driving role in making this event happen. In COVID times, it is 10 times more difficult, but yet 100 times more important. So really thank you, and greetings to so many old and new friends who are joining today's discussion. Let me also say a quick word about our Lithuanian friends, because it has truly been an honor for me to work so closely with so many Lithuanian colleagues over many years and in many assignments. And I have seen firsthand how Lithuania has become a champion for democratic freedoms. And it is inspiring to see Lithuania's support for its neighbors. Lithuania's example, among so many others, shows how democracy can deliver both opportunity and stability, and we thank you for that. Let me maybe start by saying that earlier this month, President Biden previewed his vision for America's foreign policy. He emphasized that our work must begin with the revitalization of our most fundamental advantage in the United States, and that is our democracy. He acknowledged that American democracy remains imperfect. It needs work and constant tending, as all democracies do. And the work that we do at home in the United States will have a tremendous impact on our ability to tell the story of democracy's endurance to those who seek it for themselves. So at this conference in particular, we all know there are voices that disagree and want to believe that the world's challenges are best addressed by autocratic leaders. You know, those who call themselves the strongmen. Beyond their bluster, we understand accountable democracies are best suited to build resilient, innovative societies that yield prosperity and justice for the many, not just the few. And what I see from the people of Belarus is not a desire to play in a global game, but rather a desire to have a voice in determining their own future. Last week, when the office of Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya issued a challenge to the people of Belarus, she asked the people to vote to authorize her as the leader of the opposition to enter into a national dialogue with the Lukashenko regime and to find a path forward towards new elections this fall, not 2022, but this year. The United States strongly supports this initiative. We have consistently supported the OSCE's offer to facilitate such a dialogue between the regime and the opposition since the Troika first made the offer. So as ordinary Belarusians signaled they are ready for Madam Tsikhanouskaya to begin this process, we hope the regime will recognize the urgency of this opportunity and come to the table soon. The time that has elapsed since last August has only increased the need for genuine engagement with the Belarusian people. It is unconscionable that nearly 300 political prisoners have been incarcerated in Belarus, including this weekend's arrest of the Social Democratic Party chair, Ihar Borisov. This represents a prolonged assault on human rights and fundamental freedoms. The use of violence and repressive tools to suppress dissent and punish those exercising their right to peaceful assembly and freedom of expression stands in blatant disregard of Belarus's commitments as an OSCE participating state and its obligations under international law. So while the situation in Belarus deteriorates, it is essential that the supporters of the people of Belarus continue to press for a genuine, inclusive national dialogue. A throwback production reflecting a single-sided conversation, excluding all those with differing views, will not solve the political crisis at hand. So I would note that today, leaders in Minsk are at a crossroads. The legacy of this leader has not yet been fully written. It is not too late for a heroic late chapter about his faith in the people of Belarus. This path is readily available and only calls for the following: release all political prisoners, allow those in exile to return, engage in a robust dialogue leading to free and fair elections under independent international observation, pave the way for a transition to the next generation whose varied perspectives reflect the broad aspirations of the people. A leader undertaking such steps would find partners to support such a transition. To that end, the United States will continue to support the OSCE chair's standing offer to facilitate a national dialogue that leads to free and fair elections in Belarus. To ensure such elections happen in accordance with international standards, we stand ready to support, if requested, if we are asked, with technical assistance to reform the electoral framework, to increase representation and responsiveness of a full range of democratic political parties, to provide effective civic oversight of electoral processes, increase citizen participation in the elections, and promote diverse, balanced, and issue-focused independent media coverage of elections. Until that time, together with our partners, the United States will continue to stand with the people of Belarus and their desire to live in a free, democratic, and independent country governed by the rule of law. As Tarptautinis Kalinausko said, government is made for the people, not the people for the government. This is a truth that applies the world over, including in Belarus. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Julie Fisher. You might hear our applause here in Vilnius. Thank you for this clear position of the United States on the situation in Belarus. And I very much hope that we will together in partnership uphold this position. Now let us move to another ambassador. It is my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Dirk Schubel, my good friend, ambassador of the European Union to Belarus. The floor is yours, Mr. Schubel.
Thank you very much, dear Petras. Good afternoon, dear colleagues from Minsk. I think similar to last year, I'm the only one from Minsk joining, which is a particular pleasure. I hope that the connection will be good because on previous occasions, sometimes it got stuck. So last year, in our discussion, I think we were reflecting on how these presidential elections in August would be run, or at that time, the date was not yet fixed. And I think nobody could have imagined how bad they would actually end up. I think nobody had in our wildest dreams, we had feared such bad elections. We as European Union have, of course, criticized in the strongest way the falsified presidential elections of August 9th. We have also strongly condemned the brutal repression and violence deployed against Belarusian citizens at that time. Now, it's always difficult to speak after your boss spoke earlier. was more general, so I try to get a bit more into detail and into more practical action. And the first thing I want to say, we fully support Svetlana Tikhanovskaya's renewed call for genuine and inclusive dialogue between the Belarusian authorities and the political opposition, including, of course, with the Coordination Council, the members of civil society, leading to the holding of free and fair elections this year, as Julie rightly said, not any time later, this year, with international observation, proper observation by OSCE ODIHR. We believe that only a peaceful and democratic process underpinned by independent and free media and a strong civil society can provide sustainable solutions and restore the respect for democracy and fundamental freedoms in Belarus. The EU, of course, continues to support the proposal of the OSCE chairmanship in office to facilitate such dialogue. We are promoting such an approach with all international actors, and we regret that Belarus, as an OSCE participating state, is not responsive to this offer, as Lord Bauer already mentioned earlier. In this regard, we again urge the Belarusian authorities to take up the offer as presented by the former and the current chairmanship in office of the OSCE on the 28th of August 2020. A possible democratic transition should be accompanied, in our view, by a parallel justice process. The EU is exerting pressure on the Belarusian authorities and urging them to investigate fully all human rights violations and abuses and to end the persecution of the persons engaged in the pro-democracy movement. To this end, as you know, we have imposed sanctions on altogether 84 individuals so far and 7 entities, which are responsible for repression and intimidation of peaceful demonstrators, opposition members, journalists, as well as for the misconduct of the electoral process. And dear Petra, we're asking for it. I think everybody is aware that the EU is considering a further round of sanctions at this moment. I cannot go into detail right now, but the process is underway. In fact, it all depends on the authorities themselves, how many packages of sanctions will be imposed. If they fulfill the conditions that Julie Fisher very clearly outlined, there will be no further sanctions. But we don't see, unfortunately, a movement to this end. Our sanctions, we believe, besides other effects, they have also a reputational impact, and they may possibly influence the decisions of other third countries as well when engaging with Belarus. As the European Union, obviously, we respect Belarus' independence, sovereignty, and the democratic choice of the Belarusian people, as well as their fundamental rights and freedoms without any external interference. Our position regarding third countries' interference has been very clear. It is for the Belarusian people to determine their country's future, free from external interference. This applies to Russia as well. The EU is also taking wide steps going beyond sanctions after the High Representative and the European Commission conducted a broader review of the EU-Belarus relations. In particular, we decided to scale down our bilateral cooperation with the Belarusian authorities and to recalibrate our financial assistance. I come to that in 1 minute. In addition, the European Union has been leading the international response to the situation in Belarus and has taken very clear action jointly with our partners, US, Canada, Switzerland, Japan. The EU is engaged in holding the Belarusian authorities to account in relevant organizations. It was EU member states who led the initiative within the OSCE to invoke the Moscow mechanism, which has provided an impartial report confirming the falsifications of the election results and systematic human rights violations by the state authorities in Belarus. It was also the EU which led the resolution in the UN Human Rights in September 2020, requesting the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights to monitor the situation of human rights in Belarus, to present an oral update on the situation, including recommendations, followed by a written report and an interactive dialogue at the 46th session of the UN Human Rights Council. At this 46th session of the Human Rights Council, which is ongoing while we are speaking, the EU has tabled a draft resolution that would establish a robust accountability mechanism under the High Commissioner for Human Rights, with the main purpose to collect, analyze, and preserve evidence for the many human rights violations that are perpetrated in Belarus. We hope that the resolution will be adopted today or tomorrow, and that this mandate will become quickly operational. Let me also say that we have also taken many initiatives locally as EU member states on the spot in Minsk, together with our friends from the US, the UK, Switzerland, and partially also Japan. I just want to give you two examples. We have been together with other like-minded countries. We went to the place where a peaceful demonstrator was killed in Minsk on the 10th of August, 2 days or 1 day after the killing. We have also visited literature Nobel Prize winner Svetlana Alexievich, who was arrested massively and who we probably, by our continuous presence, protected her from being snatched or illegally arrested. And in general terms, of course, we are visiting all court proceedings that are ongoing against political prisoners. Just today, there was another round of the court proceeding against Viktor Babariko, one of the first ones who was arrested among the presidential candidates. And I can tell you, even there, our colleagues have again been arrested by state propaganda media, and they could not peacefully observe these observations without being observe the court proceeding without being harassed. At the same time, the EU stands with the Belarusian people and has immediately made available additional financial resources for victims of violence, for civil society organizations, and for independent media. The EU is also working on measures to provide further urgent and medium-term support to the Belarusian civil society, including the youth, persons in vulnerable situations, and independent media, as well as to the private and health sectors. If a democratic transition takes place, which we all hope for, and upon the request by then the new Belarusian authorities, the EU will be certainly ready to support this. In particular, we will be ready to support the launching of a comprehensive plan of economic support for a democratic Belarus, which would inter alia include substantial financial technical assistance for institutional reforms and economic development within the multi-annual financial framework. It would also mean the resumption of talks on further reforms needed to enable the EU's macro-financial assistance. It would also mean a substantial scaling up of European Investment Bank and EBRD operations, and we would continue to support Belarus in the accession process to the World Trade Organization. In addition, we could also consider entering negotiations for a first comprehensive bilateral framework agreement and for strengthening different areas of our bilateral cooperation, such as visa liberalization, customs, energy diversification, and others. There will be also the need to support large-scale democratic reforms, including the electoral and judicial reform, which we will be ready to assist together with other international partners, such as the OSCE and the Council of Europe. To conclude, we would then work to increase the capacity of the democratic civil society in Belarus, which would include expanding support to activities in the framework of the Eastern Partnership, youth-related programs, scientific and education projects, independent media, professional journalism, and media literacy. So I would like to conclude by a positive outlook of all the actions that we would be ready to undertake, because I think we all have to hope that this will materialize sooner or later, because as some speakers said, the current situation is not sustainable, and also Mr. Lukashenko in the lead is not sustainable any longer. Thank you very much. Long live Belarus.
Ačiū ambasadoriui Dirkui Šiubeliui.
Thank you, Ambassador Dirk Schubel. Well, it seems that the communication with Minsk are still operating. May I thank Dirk for his very straightforward and courageous approach to the situation in Belarus and for his personal engagement in the issues of Belarus. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have Mr. Tom Tugendhat with us, who is the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the UK House of Commons. Mr. Tugendhat, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed to my friends. This is my second visit to the Seimas in Lithuania, and I'm delighted to be back. I must say that the failure on my part is that both visits have been virtual, and as soon as I can, they will be real. because the friendship between our nations is real and the partnership that we need to build is real. And though it is important to talk to each other in this virtual world, the reality is that we do need to meet and to be as one. Because one of the things that is worth remembering at a time when we're seeing so much aggression towards the people of Belarus, sadly, by their own government and also by a neighboring state, is that being on the front line of freedom matters. Understanding the position you are geographically as well as virtually is absolutely fundamental. And Lithuania has always been on that front line, sadly, sometimes behind it when occupation happened. But today it's important that the Lithuanian parliament is again standing up for freedom, standing up for the truth, standing up for free people around the world, not just at home and not just in Belarus. And I'm delighted to say that you are, and I'm delighted also to say that we stand with you and that many of our friends in Europe, including friends in the European Union, are also with you. Because this is one of those moments where we are seeing the norms of the world challenged. We've seen not just from Russia, but also from China and many other places, a different understanding of what it means to be part of a rules-based system, what it means to be part of an integrated system that shares the outcome. There's an echo there, that shares a common understanding of operating within a single world. How do we trade together? How do we interact if we are finding ourselves fundamentally challenged by organizations and by states that do not value the liberties that we think matter? And then indeed, countries like Lithuania cried out for more than 40 years under occupation. Now, this is where the OSCE has been very important. The battle for influence inside the OSCE, as the Kremlin seeks to undermine the structures of organization meant to safeguard democracy and open societies, are absolutely fundamental. It is essential that we defend the organization and that we stand up for each other and stand up for democratic and rule-based states within it. Vetoing leadership positions and delaying budgets, mobilizing others, these are all techniques used against us, and we must use them in order to make sure that we protect ourselves. And we see this as well with the growing influence of China in Central Asia and other regions of challenge. Now, this is why the UK was the first European country to announce a sanctions regime against Belarus in September last year. We did so in coordination with Canada for the rigged elections and human rights abuses. It included travel bans and asset freezes on 8 individuals, including Lukashenko, the former president, who I'm glad to hear has been roundly condemned by everybody today. Now, the UK was also part of a group of 17 countries, including, of course, Lithuania, who invoked the Moscow mechanism, triggering independent investigation under the auspices of the OSCE into stolen elections and subsequent human rights violations. This is absolutely fundamental to understanding our role as fellow European countries in standing up for the people of Belarus. This is not a foreign country about which we know little. This is a fundamental part of the European whole, and the people and citizens of Belarus are as European as any of us on this call. They therefore should enjoy the same rights or similar rights to all of us: freedom of association, expression, and of course, election. But for these sanctions to be felt and to mount a credible defense of multilateral systems that we know matter in defending us all, we must have groups like the OSCE working well and strongly in partnership. We must trust the shared, we must build the shared trust between countries like Lithuania and the United Kingdom, of course, but we must also go beyond that. This is the easy bit. The tougher bit is with other countries who are already wavering. Our complementary history, your reach and credibility as a former occupied Soviet state, and the UK's global diplomatic network make us uniquely positioned to work together. And we are able to build on partnerships, including with countries in Scandinavia and beyond, to solve not just the challenges we face in Belarus, but also to build up our common freedom and security over the longer term and globally. The UK government has just published the integrated review into the future foreign policy for the United Kingdom. It sets out a strong vision as a champion of human rights, a supporter of vulnerable societies and people, The integrated review promises to put diplomacy at the centre of our efforts and to counter efforts that challenge international law on freedom of association, freedom of speech, free media, and security. It supports very clearly the need for the OSCE to have a special monitoring mission in Ukraine, and clearly address Russia's hostile and destabilizing activity both at home and abroad. But it goes further than that. It identifies as well that not only is Russia the most proximate threat to all of us, wherever we sit geographically, but China is offering a systems challenge that is really undermining so many of us too. Now, it's great that the United Kingdom government in the integrated review speaks of Russia so clearly as a threat, and that we understand the direct challenge to countries that are partners to us in Ukraine, or people who are partners to us in Belarus, and the European neighbourhood more. But it also identifies attacks on the UK. We need to build the resilience against hybrid threats and autocracies like the pose. Today's Russia, under the dictator Putin, is specifically threatening all of our liberties, whether we are bordered with his state or distant from it. He is using the technologies that we use to build trust, to weaken and undermine it. He is using the media that free countries use to understand and hold their governments to account, to divide people, cause chaos, and ensure that his own dictatorship is the only one that profits. We need to build that resilience against hybrid threats. We need to convene others who are at risk, and we need to build a shared values, champion the voices of the oppressed, and stand together in the defense of the North that's seen us prosper, broadly speaking, for the last 70 or so years. No country needs a lesson in freedom when it sits so close to Russia as Lithuania does. But we all need a lesson in freedom and in working together to build the trust that ensures that the people of Belarus will one day be able to enjoy the freedoms we enjoy, and to make sure that we defend them for the years to come, as countries like Russia and sadly China are increasingly militating against them. Thank you very much for inviting me in Lithuania again. I look forward to being with you and standing with you physically and not just virtually very soon.
Didelis ačiū.
Thank you very much. I thank Mr. Tugendhat. I think that your speech is a good proof that our partnership is continuing and that it is strong. It is my honor to give the floor to another speaker, a person from Sweden, Kenneth Forslund, Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Swedish Riksdag. He will be joining us online, Mr. Forslund.
Much. And first of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to this conference and for the opportunity to share my thoughts and on the future of democracy in Belarus. And I have listened with great interest to the previous speakers, and it is evident that Belarus' fate and future is engaging. It gives hope for the future that many want to be involved and contribute to the democratization of Belarus. As we heard the US Ambassador Julie Fisher earlier here saying, actually one of my personal friends and a party colleague of mine in the Social Democratic Party movement in Europe has been arrested last week. And we're not really sure about the health and condition for the moment of Mr. Ihar Barisau. And this is, of course, worrying, but also a very evident picture of what is happening at the moment, very much now in Belarus. The Swedish government condemns the Belarusian authorities' use of force, illegal deprivation of liberty and harassment, the existence of torture and abuse of detainees, and that no one responsible has been held accountable for these crimes so far. Sweden calls on the Belarusian government to immediately and unconditionally release all illegal detained persons and political prisoners. Only a peaceful and democratic process supported by a strong civil society and guarded by independent and free media will provide lasting solutions to the current situation in Belarus. As a member of the OSCE, Belarus has committed itself to respecting the principles of human rights and democracy. The OSCE can therefore play an important role in helping to resolve the crisis in Belarus. As presently being the chair of the OSCE, Sweden has offered to assist Belarus in facilitating a genuine dialogue to find a way out of the current crisis. As far as I know, no official response has up until today been given to that offer. For many years, Sweden has supported the strive for democratic development in Belarus through its assistance. Guidance for Sweden's support for Belarus is that it will benefit the Belarusian people. I myself participate in that work hands-on and have visited Belarus on several occasions. I have repeatedly had contact with the opposition, and during visits to Belarus, I have also visited individuals in the opposition while serving their sentences previously. Sweden has previously found that, in addition to support for civil society, a certain amount of cooperation with state actors in Belarus has been justified in order to promote reforms and in the long term influence the country in a democratic direction. When we have seen a regime that further increases repression since the election, some actors who have previously been judged to be actors for change are unfortunately no longer so. Some projects are, due to this, no longer appropriate and have been closed down. In light of the very serious development and since the presidential election in Belarus, Sweden has chosen to freeze certain projects in which state actors have played an active role. At the same time, we have intensified support for the civil society and are constantly reviewing how we can further intensify that support. Sweden is among the countries that provide the most support to civil society in Belarus. Our intention is to continue to be so. But the increasingly repressive methods of the Belarusian regime are making it harder and harder. Sweden must therefore find new ways and methods to support the opposition, and we will. Democracy is not built solely on freedom of speech and free elections. Knowledge is also needed to be able to create public administration based on democracy and respect for human rights. To gain knowledge, educational opportunities are needed. That is why it is important that the Swedish Development Agency, SIDA, supports, together with Lithuania and the EU, the European Humanities University in Vilnius. The university is a Belarusian university in exile in Vilnius since 2004. It is important to contribute to pluralistic civil society in Belarus and supported by the fact that a large proportion of the students return to Belarus after completing their studies. Sweden's development cooperation in Belarus through SIDA in the year of 2020 amounted to the equivalent of 10 million euros. The cooperation focuses on three sectors: democracy and human rights, market economy development, and the environment and climate. The majority of the sum goes to the civil society. The rest goes mainly to projects in the environment and water treatment area. The Swedish Institute, SI, has also conducted operations in Belarus which has now been suspended due to the increased repression. Belarus' future must be decided by free and fair elections, and this has not happened in Belarus so far. The Belarusian people, like all other people, have a right to elect their political leaders through democratic elections. Thank you all for your attention.
Dėkuoju ponui.
Thank you, Mr. Forslund. And we know that Sweden is one of the most active countries in our relations with Belarus. And we have really strong partnership with Sweden. It is a great honor for me to give the floor to my colleague in the European Parliament and in the committee, Mr. Michael Gahler. He represents the EPP group in the European Parliament. With Mr. Gahler, we on many occasions visited many countries, and it is a pleasure to me that his position, his personal initiatives contribute significantly to finding solution in terms of Belarus. Mikhail, the floor is yours.
Ačiū labai, Petras, and thank you very much also to Žygis Paviljonis. I think I have an echo here. I have to switch off the, I have to go to the original. Huh?
Everything is okay, Michael.
Michael, you're seen?
Okay.
Everything is fine.
Okay.
Yes, please
So,
continue.
ačiū labai. And also thank you to Žygis Paviljonis for inviting me here. And he knows that I had booked my flight and my hotel ticket in order to be present there and use the opportunity to talk with other people in Vilnius about Belarus. But in my other capacity as standing rapporteur on Ukraine, today the Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament, Mr. Razumkov, is here to renew our cooperation agreement, and that is below. I'm already wearing the Ukrainian flag here. And what I would wish is that in the not too distant future, we can welcome a freely elected president of a freely elected Belarusian parliament in the European Parliament. I think that would be definitely a point that we are all longing for. Now, everything has been said, but not yet by everybody. And still, I think that it's very important to note this broad consensus. I've rarely participated in a conference on an issue where we have witnessed such a broad consensus on how to deal with the crisis that we see in this country. And this broad consensus is not only a European one, but also a transatlantic consensus, which I welcome also. And I think what is important now for us is to keep the events in Belarus on the international agenda. And this conference is clearly one that contributes to keeping Belarus on the international, shall I say, operational agenda. We in the European Parliament, we have made, of course, very clear from the outset where we stand. And we have awarded the Sakharov Prize to the Coordination Council, representing the legitimate aspirations of the people of Belarus. And I think what is now important also is to see to it that we add to the pressure, apart from the support for the people, like through our mechanisms, like the European Endowment for Democracy that is very active in Belarus and around Belarus. I think we need to act now further and increase the pressure on the illegitimate regime. And I hope indeed that in the next time to come, we will see another package of sanctions against persons and against entities that profit from the regime. And while this mechanism that we have installed newly in December our European Global Human Rights Sanctions Mechanism, an awfully long technocratic mechanism that we therefore mostly call in brief the European Magnitsky Act. I would wish that all member states and the External Action Service, where Mr. Borrell has its right of initiative as well, that member states indeed remain creative in this regard and see to it that the mechanism is actually used. And I would wish to see that each and every court case is investigated, where we check then the names of the judges and the prosecutors and the investigators and all names that we can get hold of, and that these people who are deliberately active in having political verdicts in the courts, so to say, not to apply the law, but to follow political orders from the leadership, that these people can almost automatically book their name on our sanctions list. I would really wish that our member states would have this clear and consequent approach and not take a hesitant stance. We have had a much longer list when we had sanctions in the last period when it was due 10 years or even more longer ago. There, the sanctions list was longer than it is currently. So from the Parliament, I can only appeal to you all in the member states to see to it that those who are still supporting this illegitimate regime, that they are facing concrete action against themselves. And that is my call for today. Perhaps for the later discussion, or also for those who are more actively involved in this regard, I would have one question, and that is whether we can, without getting in contact with the regime, whether there would be a possibility to help Belarusians getting vaccinated, because, I mean, the regime, Lukashenko himself has ridiculed the measures in the past and not taken proper action. Perhaps we could, if it is not possible to bypass the regime in the country, perhaps it would be an idea that we would, together with Lithuania, Poland, and Ukraine, install vaccination centers just outside, behind the border posts, in order to get those Belarusians who can leave the country at short notice and cross the border, that they can get a vaccine. I think perhaps that would also be another symbol, and not only a symbol, but a very clear signal of our solidarity with people who have been let down on the COVID issue by the illegitimate regime. Thank you for that, and Živě Belarus.
Živė Belarus, Mikhail Gala. Ačiū.
Živě Belarus. Thank you, Mr. Gala, for a very practical speech. Later this week, we are going to have a session at the European Parliament, and I am looking forward to the moment when we will be able to meet and discuss the issues that you have referred to, such as the vaccination. Some initiatives are already existent. Now, it's my pleasure to give the floor to the person whose name has been mentioned in this conference on numerous occasions today. This is the organizer of this conference. This man is burning with the ideas related to freedom of Belarus, and that is Ambassador Mr. Žygimantas Pavilionis. Mr. Pavilionis, we are looking forward to your speech, and we're looking forward to new initiatives, because once you speak, you always bring something forward.
We have a lot of friends around, and honestly, thanks for those great words, but honestly, it was your idea, Petras, to call and create that Kalinausko's conference, though this is maybe also symbolic. You know, Petras was my chief negotiator, and I was his deputy when we've been negotiating our accession. So the same team is working now to deal with European future of Belarus. And, well, just trying to sum up what I heard till now, it seems there is a real feel of coalition for new elections. So I would say it's not the question whether, it's the question when and how. I had a very similar feeling in Lithuania between 90s and 91. Everybody was saying this is just a question of when Lithuania will be finally recognized, when it will happen. But before this, when, it's a real hard work. So I would say, let's do it. Because to be honest, if we do not do it, the responsibility will be ours. This year will be crucial. Either we have complete annihilation of freedom, people killed, further imprisoned, and I think country annexed, to be honest, because, Lukashenko depends just on one man who is called killer for good reasons. He knows how to do it, and he encourages others to do it. So he kills the freedom, he kills the country, and we feel it now. Lithuanians have a strange feeling of feeling the future. I remember circulating the West before Georgia was occupied by Russia. Half a year ago, I was circulating capitals and saying, military operation is ongoing, Putin will do it. Before Crimea, the same. I was sitting in a White House and trying to explain to Obama's administration that actually, according to our intelligence, Crimea will be taken. Don't you believe it? They didn't then, for some strange reasons. So with all our, 1,000 years history in this region, we feel something bad might happen in Belarus this year. And we, the West, can still stop it. We have brains, we have institutions, OSCE, EU, and today we all speak in one voice. We are united. So let's do it, France. It's very easy to say we support this and this, but next day they will be imprisoned or killed. I was also standing in front of TV tower and I saw my friends killed in 91. And then you rescued us. Today, some of those heroes will speak. Like Chris Smith, congressman, he came to this parliament, he saw our defenses, and he convinced Bush the Old to recognize us and finally stop those atrocities. So we are at this moment, big capitals, Washington, London, Paris, Berlin, Brussels. Let's do it. But for this, let's create a coalition of doers. Let's, after this event, create some signal or any other group, and let's work hard every day. Every day. Because if we meet again in another Kalinausko conference in 1 year, I don't know, will it actually matter? Because it might be tragedy as well. I don't want to have another conference to celebrate Lukashenko's or Putin's victories. I had it enough already in Georgia, in Ukraine, and all other countries. And in Russia, whose hero and patriot Kara-Murza sits here. So after 12 years of decline of democracy, of our failures, of our inability to resist Putin in all those territories, let's create a legacy for Biden administration, for outgoing Merkel administration, for President Macron, who visited Vilnius, for Borrell, who was so bravely speaking now in our conference. So let's do it, guys, and let's celebrate maybe first democracy victory after decade of failures. And then let's build on that. Let's use every day of Biden administration to do something right. And you can save millions of people. I have 4 kids today, I'm ambassador, but I saw my friends killed 30 years ago. But you saved my soul, and Petra's soul, and other souls, and we're happy and grateful for this. So let's do it, let's defend our values. By deeds, by everyday hard work, and let's create a coalition for this after this conference. And actually all friends who gathered here, you are already part of it. So let's simply do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Žygimantas. I told you that we will hear something new and something inspiring, not only about conferences, because I agree, Žygimantas has a theoretical plan how to work. He is a man of action. And action is something that we really need. We need to explain to Belarusians who march to the streets in winter. Solidarity, the promise of solidarity is not enough for Belarusians. We have a lot of solidarity in the neighboring countries, and it is my great honor to give the floor to my former colleague in the European Parliament, Deputy Marshal of the Senate of the Republic of Poland, Dr. Michał Tomasz Kaminski.
It is a great honor for me to be here in Vilnius, in Lithuania, talking about Belarus. We had a lot of today, a lot of thoughts about Belarus, about the future. We are trying to help our Belarusian friends how to defeat the bad regime. But after so many words were spoken, I would like to turn our attention to ourselves, to the West. Because I think that we should start to think about what is happening in Russia and in Belarus as a result of our weakness, as a result of the weakness of the West, both on a very practical side and of the ideological side. Look, what we are now able to tell to the Belarusian people, to the Ukrainian people who are fighting every day for their freedom. Every day we are receiving messages that Ukrainian soldiers are killed, day after day. What is the message of West to those people who are defending not only Ukraine, they are defending Poland, they are defending Belarus, they are defending Lithuania? What is the message from West to the people who are now in jail in Minsk, who are protesting on the streets, who are risking their lives, their careers? Our answer is that we are ahead of another crucial elections in West for the future of democracy. We just survived one crucial election in the United States, where the future of West was at stake. Now we will face the French elections, French presidential elections, in which the future of Europe, the future of European project will be at stake. It's not the best signal sent by us, by West, to the people who are looking at United States of America, who are looking at United Europe as a shining example of success, of shining example of democracy and effective state. Today we are seeing a very deep crisis on the West side, what democracy means for ourselves. So how we are so brave to teach Russians and Belarusians how to perform their democratic duties when we at our countries have our own small dictators who are looking at Putin as a good example, not as a bad example, who are repeating the arguments of Putin in the countries of European Union, when we are hearing that those cultural wars who are now used by Putin as a tool to destroy Western unity and to destroy our societies from inside. But those slogans about the cultural wars are repeated in the West, unfortunately. And where is the idea of European unity? We forgot about it. We are not on the European level, we are much more focused on technical issues, which is obviously very important, which is a part of the success of the European project. But I want to hear from European leaders the plan for Europe, the plan which will include the future of Russia, the future of Belarus, and the future of Ukraine. What is our vision? Where is the vision of future of Europe? When I was young, when I started my political career, it was much more simpler. However, the enemy looked much more stronger than today. But it was simpler. For me, the Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, and the Polish Pope, John Paul II, they were just three persons. They somehow determined my way to politics and to my fight for democratic Poland. Today, we have a lack of great ideas on our Western side, when we have to struggle with each other about the meaning of democracy, about the meaning of liberal democracy. Actually, just by the way, just recently, it was a very interesting article in New York Times, and I agree with it, that today's division is not division between right and left, between social democrats and conservatives. The division is between liberals among right and among left, and non-liberals among the right and among the left. I think that this attitude towards liberal democracy is now becoming very important, and it's important not only in Western, obviously it is very important in Russia and in Belarus. But what I want to underline today is that we will be much more effective in fighting for democracy in Belarus if we will be certain about our European Western values. And we will be certain and we will be convinced about the strength of our democracy and of our liberal European Western values, name it. And I believe in our strength. And that's why I believe in a free Belarus, in free and united, not occupied Ukraine, and in free Poland, free Russia, free Hungary. Because the fight is continuing, the fight for freedom. And I'm absolutely certain we will win this fight. Thank you very much.
Ačiū ponui Michalui Tomui.
Thank you, Michal Tomasz Kamiński, for a very determined speech. Such speeches always inspire. Thank you once again, Mr. Michal Kamiński. Now it is my pleasure to give the floor to Oleksiy Goncharenko, who is the member of the Ukrainian Verkhovna Rada and head of the all-party parliamentary group for a democratic Belarus. I'm very happy to see a European-minded Ukrainian to help the people of Belarus. So the floor goes to Mr. Goncharenko.
Žygimantas Pavilionis and everyone thanks to whom we have this very important conference. Why it is very important? Because we are at absolutely crucial moment now. Crucial not only for Belarus, and not only for Ukraine, Lithuania, Poland, who are the neighbors of Belarus, but crucial for the whole Europe and the whole world. I am absolutely serious. Why? Because you know why Putin was so mad about revolution in Ukraine? By the way, in this decade of failures, there was a win. It was Ukraine freedom and revolution of dignity. And he was absolutely mad with this. Why? Because he understands clearly that for Russians, Ukraine is something very close, and if Ukraine can be free, why Russia cannot be free? And that's why he started a war against us, that's why he is doing whatever he can just not to give us a possibility to prosper. That's so important for him. And there is only one country which is on the same level as Ukraine important to Putin. It's Belarus. Because if in Belarus people can struggle for freedom, that's the question to people in Russia, why they can't struggle for freedom, why they cannot be free. And certainly they can. And that's the awful answer for Putin, that's his fear, that's something from which he is screaming in the night. That's because Ukraine and Belarus are so extremely important. And after democratic changes in Ukraine, which are already on place, and next in Belarus, Russia will be next. It's for 100%. It's no questions about this. And that will mean the end of the epocha, when Russia is a threat to any civilized country on the world. And we are waiting for this moment. And it's so important for all of us. So that's why that's a crucial moment for Europe and the world in general. So the question is, what can we do? What should we do? And my answer is the next. There are a lot of thoughts were here today, and all of them are brilliant. I just want to add my small part to these ideas. First of all, I would like to address to our colleagues who are now online, from Sweden, from Germany, from the United Kingdom, and so on. By the way, today is not only Mr. Kalinowski death day, but also is the day of Baltic Sea. International Baltic Sea Day. So my congratulations to all countries, Lithuania, Germany, Poland, Latvia, Estonia, and so on, who are Baltic countries. And I want to address to you and ask you, please, let us make a strong network of parliamentarian groups for democratic Belarus. Unfortunately, for the moment, there is no such group in Bundestag, there is no such group in Riksdag, Swedish, in the House of Commons, in the United Kingdom, and so on. And we need to do them, and we are ready to work together closely, the Lithuanian, Polish, Ukrainian group, and all the new groups which will be formed. Let's do it now. We can do it. It's absolutely in our power. And colleagues, I just ask you to do this. Next, we can make some network of these groups and work together. That will be very important. That will be a good step forward. Next, it's sanctions. I think when, and now I address first of all to Ambassador of European Union and to Ambassador of the United States of America. Thank you for your great speeches today. But let us do next steps. 3 packages of sanctions from EU with 84 individuals and 7 entities. Sorry, it's not enough. We need more sanctions. And not 84 people were included in the awful terror against Belarus people. Not 84 people were falsifying presidential elections last year. That was a much bigger number. And I think we need to speak about sectoral sanctions against Lukashenko regime. That's extremely important. And not only against Lukashenko regime. The only thing why Lukashenko regime is still alive is Putin regime. They're both like in a mausoleum, lying, these 2 dictators, and this mausoleum is staying because we need to push on them and we need to make more sanctions against Russian Federation, for also, not only for their aggression against Ukraine, against Georgia, against other countries, but also for what they are doing in Belarus. And we can do it now. And I invite you to do this. Next, Council of Europe. Now I would like to address to Mr. Matthias Luttenberg. First of all, thank you very much for being now friends on Facebook. I hope that will be a good way for communication with you. And I want to tell you, Mr. Luttenberg, that now Germany chairs in the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. It will not last forever. It will last only till the end of May. And in this January, I addressed, as a member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, I addressed to Mr. Heiko Maas, as a Minister of Foreign Affairs and Chairman in Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, with proposition to create permanent working group on the level of Council of Europe on Belarus. First of all, on human rights, because this is our main area of responsibility. Yes, I realize that Belarus is not a member of the Council of Europe, but all neighbors of Belarus are members, including Russian Federation, which is unique. Also, thousands of refugees from Belarus now in Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine, which are members of the Council of Europe. So we have all the mandate to work on this, and we need to do it now. And it's absolutely possible today. Mr. Maas said during his address that he supports my proposition. Secretary General of the Council of Europe, Madame Picinovich Buric, she said that she supports this proposition. So let's do it. And let's do it now. We don't need to wait for something. We have 2 months more of German chairmanship, and it will be a very good step from Germany. And we would all appreciate it very much if we will do it together with you. And the last but not the least, I just want to address to Belarus people. I'm sure that many of them are now watching it or will know what was happening here and so on. We, friends of free democratic Belarus, are ready to do maximum what we can. But the last word and the most important word is from Belarus people. And that's why we just want to say that all of us, I can say it on behalf of Ukrainian people, but I'm sure all of us can say it on behalf of their states and their people. We are eager to support you, we believe in you, and we want to see Belarus free, European country, with which we will move forward to civilized world, to better future. And that's in your hands. So please, citizens of Belarus, do what you need to do, and we are able to do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexei, for this inspiring and energetic speech. This is something that we really need, and we get this energy when we visit Ukraine. And we thank God that we have such partners who are very emotional in fighting against a strong country, try to share optimism with others. Now, we cannot finish until we listen to Franek Večorka, who is the senior advisor to Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya. He's here in Vilnius with us because now he's working here and lives here. So, Franek, the floor is yours. Share your insights. How can we help democratic Belarus and its people? Thank you.
Ačiū Petras, ačiū Žygis. Incredible thing happened to all of us that during last 1 year, Belarus and Lithuania became so close to each other. And we are proud to have such allies as Lithuanians, as well as all the nations represented at the Kalinausko Forum. This is really incredible. During last 6 months, Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya visited more than 15 countries, and never before I thought we have so many friends and allies, and this is a huge investment into the future of Europe and future of Belarus. First of all, I'd like to summarize this comments. I would propose to agree that we all here share the same idea, same position, same values, and let's try together to make Belarus the success story. And this possible. We are almost there. Let's just finish what was started by Belarusian people last summer, but now Belarusian people needs your support. There are 2 tracks we are discussing here. First of all, reviving democracy in Belarus, and second, restoring justice. These tracks both are very, very important, but different organizations and different instruments can be employed on both of them. On the restoring justice, we can employ our resources, our influence, our contacts in the United Nations, in the international justice institutions, such as International Criminal Court, European Court of Justice, Council of Europe. There was a great discussion today on Council of Europe tools, but also different instruments launched by governments. The one with the dignity-based launched by Germany, Denmark, and the UK. Another one discussed by the Council of Human Rights in the United Nations. The second track, it's on reviving democracy. And here, European Union role is crucial. Despite the fact that the European Union share in Belarus trade is only about 20%, the importance is huge. of this 20%. And the strong political position of European Union towards Belarus, to the regime, is crucial. And it's very important that this position will not be changing, and we will not see the normalization as we saw 10 and 15 years ago. This is the biggest fear of all of us and the political prisoners and their families, that something like trade of political prisoners will start again. The biggest allies in creating the platform for negotiations can be OSCE, with their three structures. First of all, I would even say Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE. Many parliaments that belong to Parliamentary Assembly represented here, but also OEDIHR to help us to conduct really free and really fair elections, and also Permanent Council, which also has some limitations, but with Swedish chairmanship, we believe OSCE can be game-changing. Why we speak about negotiations? Because there is no other way. Negotiations, all possible revolutions, conflicts, they end up with negotiations. And first, and I'd like to greet here Mr. Macron via Mr. Pierre Vimont. The first talk about negotiations happened here in Vilnius 6 months ago with Emmanuel Macron. And the first paper, the first draft of the paper that was published by Tsikhanouskaya a few days ago was written for the meeting with Mr. Macron, actually. That was the scenario of negotiations, who must be parties of these negotiations, what safety guarantees must be given to Lukashenko, etc., etc., etc. And during these 6 months and dozens of meetings between Tsikhanouskaya and foreign leaders, we enhanced this paper, we strengthened this paper, we shaped it, and now it's not perfect, nothing is perfect in this world, but it allows us to achieve what we started to build in the fall last year. So let's mobilize all the channels, platforms, units, ideas that we gained during the last 6 months in order to have these negotiations that started with Macron's meeting. Also, we are impressed with the help we received from Germany and Angela Merkel. And that was the next important discussion on negotiations. And Angela Merkel, with absolute incredible solidarity, statements, pushed forward this idea and made huge impact that all other governments supported our call for dialogue and for the peaceful resolution. And now, among our allies, all Nordic countries, primarily Sweden, which is chairing the OSCE, but also Western Europe and even Southern Europe. We have even Spain and Portugal involved, countries that were never involved in Belarus politics before. And we are lucky also to have Ukraine on our side, because Ukraine was always very careful and cautious about Belarus, but not this time, thanks to Ukrainian parliament, but also Ukrainian Minister Kuleba. And so what is the roadmap? What are next steps to all of us? First of all, let's not lose focus. Our focus, new elections. Elections this year, this September. Let's repeat it every time, everywhere. Elections this year, elections this year. This is our goal. This is what we are striving for, nothing else. We are not just overthrowing Lukashenko for the fact of the revolution. We want to give people back the democracy and the right to choose. Second, negotiations must take place already this spring, perhaps starting in the form of experts discussion. Here we rely on OSCE, Parliamentary Assembly, our friend Roberto Montello, of course, who already started to do this last fall, but this is not enough. Let's mobilize Council of Europe channels, let's mobilize our think tanks in our countries everywhere, let's involve Americans. Both administration, previous and this administration of the United States, are very actively engaged in the idea of the dialogue for peaceful resolution, and we hope we will have same support from this administration, or even bigger than we had with from previous administration. Just to remind, Steve Biegun was one of the first officials who visited and met Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya again here in Vilnius. Let's strengthen people's voices. So when we speak about the dialogue, it doesn't mean we begin playing Lukashenko's games and we legitimize him again. No credentials to Lukashenko, no meetings with Lukashenko, no trades with Lukashenko. The only thing we need to force him for really equal negotiations with the representation of democratic forces. Let's strengthen media, journalists, repressed, volunteers. Let's develop clear roadmaps and build platforms that we can shape, but let's present these roadmaps as soon as possible. We need to have these scenarios, of new elections, negotiations that will also answer other important questions we neglect, such as who will ensure safety of Belarus citizens during the transition period, how Central Electoral Committee will be formed, and here we need also international support, international expertise, perhaps Council of Europe with the Venice Commission can help here again, but we need to think already now. And let's make contingency plans, because not everything possible to predict. And when we speak about negotiations on the OSCE platform, we must make sure that the agreements at these negotiations will be followed. And not OSCE. OSCE doesn't have tools to force these agreements to be followed by all sides, but governments. Governments, I think France, Germany, United States, Russia, but also neighbors of Belarus, also Finland, Switzerland, Italy, treated as a neutral states, can be on this table as well. And finally, concrete actions. A lot of moral support, a lot of solidarity, but we need clear, quick actions. We have limited time frame, 6 months before new elections. Let's have the 6 months. Divide tasks between ourselves. Who does what? Who prepares what? Who is in charge of which discussion? Which part of this scope of work I just designed? And let's put it on the common timeline, sharing our tasks, sharing responsibilities. Of course, no one will make revolution for Belarusians, but we will do our part. Help us with the other. And thank you again to organizers and congratulations on the great conference.
Dėkoju. Aš manau, kad
Thank you. I think we are all very happy to hear so many specific proposals. We can simply record them, record the specific proposals as to what to do in order to solve the situation in Belarus and to achieve negotiations this spring, as Franek has rightly said. So, dear colleagues, we have 10 minutes for debate. I'd like to give the floor to Jan Malicki, a colleague from Poland who is currently heading the Eastern European Study Institute in Warsaw. Mr. Malicki, the floor is yours, as you are participating here physically.
Thank you, dear Chairman. After having received so many important information, so many important speeches from European and American very important politicians, I would like now to propose a short information about Kalinowski program, governmental Polish Kalinowski program working in Poland. My name is Jan Malicki, director of the Center for East European Studies, Studium Europy Wschodniej, University of Warsaw, and director and coordinator of this Kalinowski program in Poland. Kalinowski program was established 2006, March 30, just after demonstrations on so-called Kalinowski Square in Minsk. You know the place very well. Our Belarusian colleagues know the place very well. Now, it was 15 years ago. It is the biggest program in European Union, helping Belarusian youth and giving possibilities to study in EU. In the time of those 15 years of its operation, the program has benefited exactly 1,006 scholarship holders. 79 Polish universities across the country cooperated with the program. After August falsification, there was a need to organize new possibilities for new waves of repressed in Belarus. Within the program Solidarność z Białorusią, Solidarity with Belarus, starting from August 31 until December 31, we qualified almost 800 new scholarship holders to Poland. They are in 4 groups now in Poland. The first group, candidates for studies in Poland. They are now in the process of Polish language classes and courses to have a possibility to start to study in Polish universities from 1st October. The second one, scholars with MA as minimum or PhD. This group has now a special academic stages program with specialized seminars and with personal tutors. The third one, absolutely special group. It is a group 30 young people in studying with MA, studying in Studium Dyplomatyczne, special diplomatic school organized for young people from Belarus, with idea to prepare new specialists for Belarusian MA, MFA, of course, in future, not now. It will be possible after change of power in Minsk. And fourth one, it is a group of academicians repressed in Belarusian universities, and especially Belarusian Institute of History, National Academy, Belarusian National Academy. They will have a possibility to work at the Center for East European Studies, full of part-time job as professors, assistant professors of the University of Warsaw. Ending, I believe that this work, these propositions of Kalinowski program in Poland will firstly help to rebuild European identity of Belarus, but the more important is that I believe that it is a possibility to prepare new groups of specialists for future democratic Belarusian state. To remind everyone, words commonly known in Russian it is kadry решают все. in English, we can say it, staff decide everything, but it is perhaps close in translation, but without this spirit, this special spirit of this word in Russian original version. Finally, I have a specific mask on my face. It is a mask of program Kalinowski Kalinowski program, and exactly speaking, it is a mask of Kalinowski Alumni Club that was established in Warsaw in the time of President-elect Cichanowska visit in the University of Warsaw in October 2020. There were not here Franek Wieczorka because I have for him as a special gift from Kalinowski program from Poland. Dear Chairman, thank you for this possibility to inform our participants about program, and again, I would like, as my colleagues, to thank you, Chair Zygmantas Pavilionis, Chair of Special Committee for International Affairs, Seimas of Lithuania. Thank you again.
Aš dėkoju ponui Malickiui už suteiktą informaciją apie Kalinausko.
I think thank you, Mr. Malicki, for your information. It is very important to expand different relations both with the youth of Belarus and the civic society of Belarus. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have to conclude this session because the press conference will soon start. I will remind you that at 4 o'clock the last session will start. I invite you to join this session, to join the discussion. From my part, I would like to say that in Brussels, foreign affairs ministers adopted sanctions to Libya, North Korea, China, Russia, South Sudan, and Eritrea. This is a clear sign that the European Union is using the Magnitsky mechanism in a wider sense. This is a wonderful instrument. We should not stop. I believe that we will need the fourth sanctions package in order to force Lukashenko to come to the table of negotiations. We actually believe that the negotiations must start, that this is a civilized solution to the current situation, and we hope very much that this formula of negotiations in spring and elections in autumn should be maintained. I would like to thank every one of you, all the speakers and participants in this panel. I'm sorry for not having more time to have a discussion, but I believe that this is not the last time we speak on Belarus. Thank you once again for your commitment and for your view and your good intentions to help people in Belarus. This is very important. Thank you once again.
Бегу на конференцию, потом приду. Ребята, еще встретимся. До встречи.
Priešais, kad jie žinai pasidėtų iš šono. Nežinau, nu nelabai gražu, bet paskui nepastebėš.
Čia ant visų kortelių sudėt? Okay. Taip, aš dar pagalvojau.
Mačiau. Baisu. Man vis dar slėpti šitą dėžę? Ai, nu gal paslėpti. Važiuok, tai gal vis tiek nematom vietos. Kodėl jie tokie netvarkingi? Kodėl? Jo, o dėl ateinančios konferencijos, tai Žygis nori daryti po Lietuvos Vokietijos forumo, kuris visada darydamas šį gruodį, arba pandemija ir taip toliau. Tai praeitais metais dar padarė, o praeitais metais nedarė, nieko nedarė, iš viso darėme ir 19. Nu tai va, tai jau praeitais metais nedarėm, tai bet šių rudenį irgi neišėjo, nes Žygis nori labai kažkokį virvą įsivaizduoti. Tai vasarą turėtų būti Vokietijos užsienio reikalų komiteto pirmininko Norberto Roigeno vizitas į Lietuvą, bet jis galimai taps dar aukščiau. Tai va, tai gal Liepa bandys klijuoti datą pagal jo vizitą. 7 man reikės atvyksta jisai. O tada šitą, kada čia rugpjūčio pabaigoje, rugsėjo pradžioj. Ačiū. Galėjo būti šitas Adamkus. Bet tai čia, žinai, irgi priklauso, ar Adamkus leis galva. Šitą, ką sakė Liuda dėl butelių? Bet ar jisai prisiduoda, nes aš žinai dėl ko galvoju, kad ne, nes nėra, atrodo, šitų.
Čia depozitiniai.
Šitie depozitiniai? Okay. Gal gali pračekinti iš kitos pusės? Gal reikia kažką pakeisti?
Čia stiklinės, pavyzdžiui, kurios neužbaigtos palikti.
Gal išmės, gal pasiims naują. Nes kavos tai yra. Aš išvyčiau, jeigu mano geriamą išmės. Nu, gal padėk.
Nu, gerai, paliksiu.
Ana, o tu Aleksiui galėtum nusiųsti adresą? Nes aš tai nežinau. Ok, ambasados? Jo, į kur mes vyksim? Manau, kad tai.
Tam gdzieś w tle.
Tai ką, dabar gal tik tai pažiūrim, kas čia sėdi. Hi, David. Yeah, hi, Carl. Hi.
Greetings, greetings.
Thank you. We are just now finishing the press conference, and in 6 minutes we start, okay? Just reorganizing everything. Thank you. Carl, we don't hear you. You're saying something. Yeah, just switch off.
Thanks, Nikas. Thanks, Nikas. It's good to hear you.
Thank
good to see you.
Thank you. It was, I could maybe brief you. I don't know whether you've been able to follow those sessions, but previous 2 sessions, especially the European, they supported this idea of yeah. Okay, so last 5 minutes and we start. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Nikas.
Tokia tvarka, kaip parašyta. O kas jau viską žino? Jo. Video paruošti, ne? Viskas tvarko. Bet pirmas George Members, taip? Bet aš manau, kad jis neilgas. Okay. Well, we're still waiting for George Kent to connect with us. We don't see him with us. Maybe he will. Oh, hello, Sven from Ottawa. My God, Canada is with us. Great.
Good morning.
This is a real feel of transatlantic family. My God.
Nice to be with you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Great. So we still have 2 minutes, We will wait for George Kent to come up on the screen. If not, we have pre-recorded statements of Senator Menendez and Congressman Chris Smith, who is, by the way, historic figure. You know, 30 years ago, when we, suffered from Soviet attack and at TV Tower, Chris Smith, together with Senator Durbin, was the one who came to us, saw the disaster, saw our resistance, and then he briefed President Bush Sr., and actually he was one of those who convinced Bush to recognize us, recognize our independence. So those heroes are still in the blocks. Okay, we have 1 minute. Oh, yes, George, we see you. Great. Okay.
Good morning. Sorry.
Good morning.
Technical difficulty.
No. So, friends, actually, we can start. We have a big, lineup of great speakers. This is what I call transatlantic part of our debate. We had very good European debate and regional debate. As I said to some of you, good feel like we have a coalition on new elections, including in Europe, when Borrell is pushing for it, Berlin and Paris and London and Brussels and the region, of course, I feel assured. But, everybody's looking now to Washington, D.C., to New Washington. What about those big statements on democracy? Will it turn into reality here in the region where 10 millions of Europeans might, well, in one or another way die, or at least the hope of the freedom of being annexed by Russia, to make it radical and provoking the discussion. So please, George, Kent, official voice of State Department, would you be so kind to make a keynote, and then we will go to the other statements, and we'll try to make this transatlantic debate on democracy. Can we stop the democracy decline, and can we actually do something for democracy in Belarus this year? It means new elections. Please, George.
Well, thank you. Yes.
Ačiū už galimybę kartu su tiek daug kitų žmonių aptarti demokratijos padėtį.
I look forward to hearing my colleagues' comments. I joined the U.S. Foreign Service 29 years ago, and for the entirety of my career, realizing the strategic vision of a Europe whole, free, and at peace has hinged on the successful emergence of prosperous, secure, free market democracies in Eastern Europe, plus the commitment of those of us in this conversation, the transatlantic us, to make that a reality. Over the past 30 years, I think the speed and phasing of transition throughout the Baltics, Central and Eastern Europe, and the Caucasus has varied. We've seen breakthrough moments early on, as in Lithuania, other moments in the early 21st century in Georgia and Ukraine, and more recent landmark elections as mandates for change in Armenia, Moldova, and Belarus. But sadly, in Belarus, as I know you've already been discussing for the last several hours, authorities have chosen time and time again to deny the democratic aspirations of the Belarusian people. And that fraudulent August 2020 election has been followed by 7 months of peaceful protests organized by exceptionally resilient and courageous Belarusians, demanding that their voices be heard in determining their country's future. Many of them are in Lithuania with you, in Poland, Ukraine, and elsewhere. And I think we in the international community are grateful for all who have offered support to those Belarusians. As President Biden and Secretary Blinken have emphasized over the last 2 months, and you just referenced, U.S. diplomacy will be rooted in America's most cherished democratic values: promoting human rights and fundamental freedoms, championing opportunity, respecting the rule of law, and treating each person with the dignity he or she deserves. Guided by those principles, the United States will continue to prioritize support for democratic institution building and responsive and accountable governments in Eastern Europe and the Caucasus. Societies and leaders who embody those values will be more stable and better equipped to confront the global challenges now before us. As for institutions, after working on institutional change for so many years in the post-Soviet space, I have become convinced that the ultimate measure of a country's success in escaping the baneful legacy of repressive Soviet and communist past is the transformation of the judicial sector and the intelligence and security forces, creating institutions with integrity. The Procuracy and the NKVD, KGB were arguably the chief instruments of Soviet state repression of their own citizens and peoples. Genuine reform, which irrevocably creates institutions that protect and serve citizens, in contrast, will open the way and the path to join the European and Euro-Atlantic communities if that is the desire of the country's citizens. And in each case, it should be their choice, their voice in charting their country's destiny, not the decisions and voices of outsiders. We applaud the progress made by countries in the region on their disparate paths to democratic development, even as serious challenges remain. I'll start with Armenia, since it begins with an A. In 2018, Armenians took to the streets to demand a just and democratic future, no longer beholden to the corrupt elite which had ruled for well over a decade. The Pashinyan government that subsequently came to power and then was endorsed in the freest and fairest elections in independent Armenia history, adopted an ambitious reform agenda with a focus on anti-corruption and the rule of law. Now, despite recent turmoil from last year and the losses in the war in Nagorno-Karabakh and preterm elections now on the horizon for June, Armenia has made commendable progress the last 3 years, including through efforts to stand up an anti-corruption court, an anti-corruption investigative body, and a Western-style protect and serve patrol police. The same is true in Georgia, which emerged earlier as a free market democracy, eager to contribute to collective security, both regionally and in global contexts, but now faces a moment of truth amidst a vexing domestic political impasse. Georgia's political leaders must summon the political will to resolve this crisis through an unflinching commitment to shared values, behavioral norms, and institutions with integrity. The responsibility for success or failure rests squarely with them. We, Friends of Georgia, cannot want something more for Georgia than Georgians themselves. Reaching a compromise agreement would guide Georgia back on the path of consolidation of democratic institutions, processes, and norms, which are all integral to its aspirations to join the European and Euro-Atlantic communities. There should be no doubt, in contrast, that failure by the ruling party in opposition to reach agreement by addressing the underlying causes of crisis through reform of judicial and electoral processes and recommitting to democratic norms in the body politic would seriously damage those aspirations overwhelmingly embraced by 3/4 of Georgian citizens. In Moldova, reformist Maya Sandu's election as president last year against the entrenched incumbent, known best perhaps for his frequent trips to Russia, provides an opportunity to strengthen the rule of law and independent democratic institutions, though preterm parliamentary elections may also be on Moldova's horizon this year. Following a prolonged period of state capture, some Moldovan state institutions have started to emerge as bastions of institutional integrity. And truly independent institutions are a bulwark against democratic backsliding in the rule and potentially a return to the climate of fear. In 2014, Ukrainians took to the streets to claim the rights of citizens to be treated with dignity by state authorities. In the 7 years since, even while fighting Russian-led forces on Ukrainian territories, Ukraine has made significant progress in advancing political and economic reforms and strengthening the rule of law. The country's vibrant civil society contributes greatly to advancing the anti-corruption agenda, expanding the respect for human rights, and increasing government transparency. Voters delivered an overwhelming mandate for even greater change in the 2019 presidential and parliamentary elections. But malign actors, both foreign and domestic, continue to attempt to undermine institutions and block progress on reform. President Zelensky and Ukraine's ruling elite, much like their Georgian counterparts, face a moment of truth and the fierce urgency of now to recommit to the institutions and the decisions that the country needs to move forward successfully in 2021, as we all emerge from the worst, what we hope is the worst, of the past year's COVID-driven crisis. Where there's a political will, there will also be the active support of the United States to do the right thing. Across the region, we've seen change driven by the aspirations of people, of Armenians, of Georgians, Moldovans, and Ukrainians, and of course, Belarusians. The Belarusian people have raised their voices not just for free and fair elections, but for respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. The Belarusian people passed their mental Rubicon in 2020. The United States and like-minded partners in Europe stand with the Belarusian people's aspirations. We want Belarus to succeed as a prosperous, secure country with institutions meeting the needs of their citizens, the same as we hope for all countries in the region. The United States supports Svetlana Tikhanovskaya's March 18th proposal for negotiations with international mediation, as our intervention at last week's OSCE plenary session indicated. The United States joins like-minded partners in calling for genuine dialogue between Belarusian authorities and the Belarusian civil society as the next step in resolving the political crisis in Belarus. The violent crackdown needs to end. Political prisoners and all others unjustly detained must be released. In conclusion, I would say we appreciate the leadership of Lithuania and Poland in our collective efforts. We appreciate the partnership with so many other countries that are united in this effort. We stand with the women and men of Belarus and their peaceful efforts to secure a better future. Живе Belarus. Дякую. Back over.
George. And now we will move to those video greetings from Chairman Menendez and Chris Smith. Unfortunately, as we know and we very appreciate, this is an early morning in Washington, D.C., and some big senators are just traveling to the Hill, but they were kind enough to send those videos over the weekend to us, expressing, of course, the common fight for freedom that we've been doing with Senator Menendez, also for freedom in Cuba. And we keep united on this matter, and we will keep making it together with Senator Menendez and friends. Maybe we will be able to have a hearing on Belarus in his committee. And maybe we will be able to come to the Hill as Baltic speakers soon, as we're knocking to the doors of your speaker for some time, and then we will try to make all those freedom stories more kind of better heard into Washington, D.C. So let's listen to Senator Menendez and Chris Smith, who is also the hero and legend who saved our lives 30 years ago. Please.
On behalf of the U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I want to thank you for this invitation to speak at the Kalinausko Forum. I want to thank the organizers of this forum and the chairman of the Lithuanian Foreign Affairs Committee for his leadership in supporting democratic rights in the region and around the world. I'm pleased to briefly share thoughts on the struggle for democracy and freedom in Belarus and around the world. Upon taking the chairmanship of the Foreign Relations Committee after last year's elections, the first policy hearing I held was on the state of democracy around the world. In every region of the world today, authoritarian governments are seizing more and more power, dismantling core democratic institutions, and closing in on civil society and freedom of expression. So with that in mind, as leaders around the world publicly and privately question whether the United States can still talk about democratic promotion, I say we must. It's simply in our interests. And I remind those who I have talked to around the world that have challenged that ability, that the reality is that our institutions withstood the challenges that were presented to it. From its judiciary to the Congress to a free press and all of its vibrancy, all of these elements may have been tested, but they withstood the test. Turning to Belarus, I understand that the memory of Mr. Kalinausko is an inspiration to so many in the region, especially those in Belarus who continue to struggle for a democratic country. With courage, dignity, and persistence, the people of Belarus have bravely stood against Mr. Lukashenko's brutal tactics throughout the 6 months since he tried to steal the presidential election. I'm in awe of the courage of so many who consistently turn out to peacefully demonstrate for their rights. This is their country. This is their struggle. Only they can bring democratic change to a sovereign Belarus. But their friends around the world should not make the work more difficult by conferring any shred of legitimacy on the Lukashenko dictatorship. The Belarus Democracy, Human Rights, and Sovereignty Act, which became U.S. law in January, sent a strong message to Minsk and the world, a message that Lukashenko is illegitimate, a message that Svetlana Tikhanovskaya is the ultimate legitimate president of Belarus, a message that the people of Belarus deserve to be heard, a message that when we say that we support our values abroad, it should mean something. I hope that through the efforts of so many Belarusians, we will soon see the end of violent repression and the dawn of a democratic future in Belarus. If I may close with some thoughts on countries closer to the borders of the United States, let me just say that entrenched authoritarians have clung to power in Havana, Caracas, and Managua. After 6 decades, Cuba remains firmly in the grasp of a dictatorship. And nowhere in our hemisphere has democratic deterioration produced greater human suffering than in Venezuela. Maduro's brutal criminal regime has unleashed a humanitarian crisis and has perpetrated crimes against humanity in order to silence dissent. Let me say that I welcome the recent European Union sanctions on Venezuelan officials, and I am grateful for the Lithuanian Parliament's firm position on Cuba. It is important to see solidarity from many in Europe who see these dictatorships for what they are and are willing to hold them accountable. And I hope that more in Europe will soon join under that umbrella. I welcome the early messages from the Biden administration with respect to the U.S. role in championing democracy and human rights around the globe. Our investments into democracy are our best hope for bolstering the stability and prosperity of our neighbors and far-off countries alike, and for preventing conflict. We do this because it is right and because it is in our interests. With renewed attention to these issues from the United States in partnership with our friends and allies, I hope that we will see significant progress in countering authoritarianism in the years to come. Thank you for the invitation, and I wish you a very successful forum.
Well, thank you for Senator Menendez, and of course we will keep fighting for common cause, and we hope that we will finally have a senator who could really fight for Belarusian freedom, as late Senator McCain was doing, and I have some feeling that it will be Senator Menendez, and at least I will try my best to make it happen. And now, Chris Smith, another hero, historic one, who sends a short video to us as well. Please.
Special thanks to Chairman Pavlionis for inviting me to the Kalinausko Forum and for your strong defense of human rights in Belarus and elsewhere, including your defense of political prisoners in Cuba and work to end religious persecution by the Chinese Communist Party. You know, my most memorable trip to Lithuania, Mr. Chairman, was 30 years ago in February of 1991 when some of my colleagues and I met with a very brave President Landsbergis in Vilnius a few weeks after Russian soldiers murdered 17 people at the TV tower. We were there to tangibly express our solidarity with the president and the Lithuanian people, and with our voice and physical presence to try to further deter aggression. Today, Lithuania and the United States are extraordinarily close friends and allies, and together we pray to God that the great people of Belarus will soon realize their dream of living in a democracy with their fundamental human rights protected. And with courageous and amazing leaders like Svetlana Tikhanovskaya and friends like you, I believe that democracy in Belarus is a matter of when and not if. You know, no one in the world except China's genocidal Xi Jinping, who was the first to congratulate Lukashenko on August 10th, or Russia's Putin or Venezuela's Maduro, think that the egregiously flawed and corrupt August election had any credibility whatsoever. The irrepressible spirit of freedom stirred among the people of Belarus when the result was announced on August 9th, declaring Alexander Lukashenko the winner over Svetlana. The people said, enough is enough, and took to the streets with incredible resolve and clarity of purpose. The free nations of the world rallied as well, and that solidarity must be continually reasserted and re-energized. We simply cannot lose our focus or grow weary. It's worth remembering that when it came to holding Lukashenko to account in the past, the problem was the international community was strong at first, and then that fervor began to dissipate and business as usual began to reemerge. Today, Lukashenko is counting on that happening again. You and I won't let that happen. Last November, the House of Representatives passed legislation that I authored, the Belarus Democracy, Human Rights, and Sovereignty Act of 2020. President Trump signed it into law in December. The new law updates the Belarus Democracy and Human Rights Acts of 2004, 2006, and 2011 that I also authored, and renews the personal economic sanctions and visa bans that can and must be imposed on an expanded list of bad actors in the Belarusian government, and this is new, the Russian individuals who are complicit in the Lukashenko crackdown. Among its many provisions, the law calls for new elections. It recognizes the Coordination Council as a legitimate institution to participate in the dialogue on a peaceful transition of power. It calls for the release of all political prisoners. It supports the aspirations of the people of Belarus to exercise their religious freedom. It authorizes financial assistance as well to promote democracy and civil society in Belarus. It requires a U.S. strategy to promote broadcasting internet freedom and access to information. It requires a report on the personal assets of Alexander Lukashenko. We know he has acquired wealth. We need to know how much it is, and the people of his country who have been repressed for so long by him need to know what a kleptocrat he has been. The new law gives much-needed support to the Belarusian media and IT sector. It unequivocally states that it is the policy of the United States to, quote, not recognize any incorporation of Belarus into a union state with Russia, something that Kalinausko, who resisted Russian supremacy in the late 19th century, would have liked and defended. And as you know, the United States never recognized, I say this parenthetically, the incorporation of the Baltic states into the Soviet Union, and we rightfully called you captive nations. The new law still awaits aggressive, comprehensive, and faithful implementation by the Biden administration. But it was encouraging recently to see that both Trump and President Biden sanctioned at least some individuals and entities responsible for the repression. For example, on February 18th, Secretary of State Blinken imposed visa restrictions on 43 Belarusian individuals responsible for undermining Belarusian democracy. The Belarus Democracy, Human Rights, and Sovereignty Act of 2020, however, is a blueprint, an action plan that has the full and robust support of both the Republicans and the Democrats in the U.S. Congress. So with respect and the strongest sense of urgency, I call on the Biden administration to use all the tools embedded in the new law and all other relevant laws to assist the wonderful people of Belarus. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Congressman. I do hope that his staffers are listening to us, and best regards from us. We will come to the Hill and we will speak with you about everything. But now can I ask the speakers if they would allow to make a small little change, because my friend, chairman of Canadian Foreign Affairs Committee, has to leave soon. So Sven, Anna Fotiga, Michael, would you agree that Sven speaks now. This is very important to keep our friends in Canada with us, and they were actually doing everything with us for decades. So, Sven, we just need more Canada in our region of Europe East, more in Caucasus, more in Moldova, more in Ukraine, more in Belarus, more in Russia. But in the hearts, you are with us. Please, Sven.
Thank you so much, Chair Pavilionis, and thank you, colleagues, for the indulgence. I have to hop over to a Zoom call with the Defense Committee in about 15 minutes. So I'm grateful for the slight change in agenda. First of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and all the organizers and participants in the Kalinausko Conference and Forum. Thank you for having me today. I'm honored and I'm very pleased to be with you. I serve as the Member of Parliament for the electoral district of Mississauga Lakeshore, just outside Toronto, in the Canadian House of Commons. And I also serve as a member of the Canadian group of the Interparliamentary Union, and I sit on the IPU's Committee on Democracy and Human Rights, which works to promote democracy and protect human rights for all of the member states of the Interparliamentary Union, which, by the way, is the oldest intergovernmental organization. It's older than the UN. It was founded in 1889, and a lot of discussions, as you can imagine, at the moment on democracy, protection, and human rights. This committee discusses challenges and then brings forward resolutions at the plenary level that parliaments then take home after discussion and adoption in the IPU forum. So I just put that to you as another vehicle of parliamentary exchange that can be very constructive on questions of democracy and human rights. Democracy, inclusive and accountable governance, peaceful pluralism, and respect for diversity and human rights are core values that are shared by Canadians. And Canada works to advance democracy around the world by promoting the full participation of all citizens in the decision-making process and institutions that affect their lives, with an emphasis on including women, youth, and marginalized groups. And we do this by working to establish and maintain international standards for democracy, for the protection of human rights and the rule of law, through our participation in international and multilateral organizations and our close partnerships with friends and allies. Also through supporting democracy bilaterally through our network of missions abroad, and supporting international development projects, working with local actors and civil society organizations. Canada continues to condemn the gross and systematic human rights violations throughout Belarus and is deeply concerned by the targeted violence against peaceful protesters, opposition members, journalists, and human rights defenders. We urge the government of Belarus to cease all violence and release all individuals who have been arbitrarily detained. Canada calls on the authorities to investigate promptly and impartially all allegations of torture and other cruel treatment. Canada believes that Alexander Lukashenko, who continues to show disdain for the people's will, lacks the legitimacy to lead Belarus. We're pleased to have coordinated with the United Kingdom on our sanctions announcement on September 29th, and we welcome the EU and US sanctions of October 2nd. Canada then announced 2 subsequent rounds of sanctions on October 15th and November 6th to align with the European Union. It's important to take coordinated action because coordinated action like this reinforces the message that violence and acts which undermine democracy will not be tolerated. By imposing sanctions, Canada demonstrates our strong commitment to human rights and democracy in Belarus and to the dignity of its people, including freedom of the press, freedom of expression and peaceful assembly, and free and fair democratic elections. Media freedom is an important part of democratic societies, and it's essential to the protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms. The crackdown targeting journalists and denying Belarusians the right to freedom of opinion and expression is to be condemned in the strongest possible terms. As the Government of Canada's principal platform for conflict prevention, stabilization and peace building in fragile and conflict-affected states, the Peace and Stabilization Operations Program has an important role in promoting democracy in context of conflict and fragility in close cooperation with the Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion. And a key focus of this program's engagement has been to support the role of women and marginalized groups in post-conflict stabilization, governance and reform. In Belarus, peace and stabilization programming means supporting the European Endowment for Democracy, the EED, to provide flexible and demand-driven grants to civil society organizations and groups in Belarus to empower democratic activism and advance civil liberties. And it also means supporting the National Democratic Institute to bolster women's participation and leadership in civic and political activism in Belarus. Strengthening the capacity of civil society and building effective, accountable, and gender-sensitive security and political institutions are all critical elements and foundations for sustainable peace. My friends, we must be united in the pursuit of advancing democracy in Belarus and around the world, and this includes a number of important approaches. Supporting and strengthening civil society, creating a crucial link between citizens and their elected governments that are essential to all democracies. Continuing to work to increase media independence and freedom of the internet, two characteristics that are essential to an informed and open society and that encourage participation in political processes. Supporting legislatures and other advocates. Legislatures play a critical role in ensuring that governments work in a responsible and transparent manner. Supporting electoral institutions and processes and respect for the rule of law, encouraging the political participation of women, and promoting and protecting human rights. Human rights flow from the human dignity that's inherent in all human beings, and they are universal, indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated. Canada considers them to be the minimum standards to enable people to live with dignity and to be protected from all forms of violence. We will continue to pursue accountability for those responsible for human rights violations. Canada is committed to the democratic aspirations of the people of Belarus and to a peaceful resolution to the political impasse. We continue to advocate for genuine and inclusive dialogue between the true representatives of the opposition and the authorities. We will continue to work with our partners to ensure that the voices of the people in Belarus and voices of the people elsewhere in the region and around the world are heard, and to make clear that violence and acts which undermine democracy will have consequences. Together, we must join forces working each and every day to strengthen democracy and to protect human rights around the world. Thank you very much again for the opportunity to have me join you today. I'm very grateful, and I'll pass it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Sven. We hope to see you soon in Canada, or you in Lithuania, or you in the region. Thank you really for your support that we've been always feeling from your diplomats in the region. Now we turn to the friends I knew for decades, with whom we've been doing freedom in the region. And let me provoke you as much as I can. You know, before 2008 Bucharest summit, we've been doing freedom and democracy on daily basis. We had a group of friends who've been moving mountains, and something happened in Bucharest. Now I feel, you know, all prerequisites to reconstruct this group. We have political support for democracy finally in Washington, D.C. We have great leaders who support democracy from left to the right in Europe. We have a lot of mistakes we made in Europe's East, and territories and lives lost, and we have to really fight back. So can we create the group, or recreate the group to which Mike Carpenter and others always belonged despite political changes? Mike was everywhere. So Mike, let me provoke you first. Is it time to do the group of doers, and do it in Belarus, do it in Georgia, do it in Ukraine, do it in Moldova? Finally, think Russia. Mike.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, Žygis, dear friend. It's great to speak with you on this set of issues, which I know you truly hold dearly and deep in your heart. I mean, look, this is a pivotal moment for democracy in the region, not just in Belarus, but as you note, in Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, Armenia, and other places. And even though the embers of democracy seem distant in Russia, it's vital to continue to nourish them there as well. Look, I think you've heard very encouraging statements today from Senator Menendez and Congressman Smith. I think there is a emerging bipartisan consensus here in Washington in support of democracy in Belarus, in creating the incentives, both through negative means involving sanctions on Lukashenko's agents of repression, his crony capitalist companies and their corrupt offshoots, as well as on the positive side, hopefully, in my view, working towards something that we might call a democracy compact, something that would offer those who strive for democracy in Belarus a positive vision of how the US and the EU might together be able to support the development of a free market economy and a democratic civil society in Belarus. But, I'm glad you're being provocative, Zhigis, because there are naysayers out there. There's the cynical version of realpolitik, which you find sometimes expressed in various different versions of quote unquote Ostpolitik, which frankly privileges business as usual or business connections with Russia over affecting true democratic change because the latter is seen as too provocative or too confrontational. At the same time, you find maybe what you might call a more ideological realpolitik in other places. And I'll note just today in the Washington Post, an op-ed by someone who I respect in terms of his intellectual acumen, Bridge Colby, a member of the Trump administration, smart guy, but who argues essentially, and I'm paraphrasing here, of course, but argues essentially the United States should confront China and prioritize. And President Biden's vision of a muscular pro-democracy foreign policy is wrong-headed. He argues we shouldn't expend so much capital on democracy promotion. We should focus on the real true threat, China. Well, I agree China is the real true threat in the long term, but we can't use that as a pretext for neglecting to confront authoritarianism and support democratic movements where they emerge. So we have to be robust in this debate. I'm glad, Zhigis, that you are being provocative, that you are challenging people to take a firm stand on this. I think it's crucial that we do that both in civil society and think tanks, as well as in government, to try to push the envelope of what can be done. Again, the future of Belarus will be determined by Belarusians. We're not going to create democracy in Belarus. They're going to create democracy in Belarus. Maria Kolesnikova, Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, and others will create democracy in Belarus. But we can shape the incentive structures. We can't stand on the sidelines. We need to have skin in the game. We need to act forcefully, whether it's imposing sanctions, whether it's putting on the table positive and whether it's funding independent media or other means of communication so that the population in Belarus has access to real information. We have to be energetic and forceful and stand by this movement. Thank you, Zhigis.
Thank you, Mike. And, I feel for some reasons that President Biden for Europe ceased can be the president what President Reagan was for Central Europe and Baltic states. We have everything ready. We just need a last touch. We just need words on Lukashenko, like President Biden said on Putin. We just need Biden be very clear with new elections that it should happen this year, and we will mobilize the troops. Just do it, please. And you can do it, Mike. We know it. Now we turn to Anna Fotyga, our dear minister, our participant of all conference, actually coming from the golden age of Lithuania and Poland and the late President Kaczynski and President Adamkus, when we've been moving things in Caucasus, in Ukraine, when freedom was marching forward, not autocracies marching forward, and we are just fighting back and still very soft. So Anna Fotyga, from the golden ages to the future, what can we tell to new Americans or old friends who now regained energy on democracy? What could be our advice from Brussels and Warsaw, from all the places you are?
Thank you, Ambassador Pavilianis. Thank you, my dear friend, for those kind words, nice words. Well, future is ours, and by ours I mean younger generations in our region, in Central and Eastern Europe, and broader in our neighborhood, being it Southern Caucasus, Ukraine, being it Western Balkans, and elsewhere. We are engaged, we look broader, and certainly we do not, in our overview, we do not omit China, PRC, and in particular Xinjiang province, but also the parts of the world like Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Tibet. Also, and here's to reply to Senator Menendez, opposition in Cuba, Venezuela, and elsewhere where people fight for democracy and freedom against totalitarian regimes in Latin America. We are true to our beliefs, but today we have the 157th anniversary of execution of Konstanty Kastus Kalinauski, the hero of three nations, Polish, Lithuanian, and Belarusian. And no surprise that both our nations, Polish, Lithuanian, but also our neighbors, we are so much engaged. We so much stand by Belarus, and we are so much moved by situation there. You know, those ladies who had to suffer during the court proceedings in cages, my God, in cages. Ladies, benign ladies like younger than my daughter. What were they doing? Just providing information to fellow Belarusians and to all of us. They were prosecuted as much as that by security forces, but there are appalling, really unbelievable atrocities and perpetrated by regime led by Lukashenko, a person who wanted to portray himself as father of the nation. What happened to this? Nobody is to be cheated by this. Some want to stay with him, but I think that it is absolutely inevitable. My life experience is that authoritarian regimes collapse, and eventually we are willing, we are able to win. That is why we are still engaged in every possible forum. Myself in European Parliament, wherever and whenever I can, supporting people who fight for real sovereignty, real possibility to influence the way of life, to belong to the free democratic West, and to shake the remnants of autocratic, even communist, Stalinist ways of ruling. We have the elephant in this room, and therefore we support so much movements of opposition in Russia as well, because we know that in the region and even beyond, because when we speak about Venezuela, the Russian influence is still there as well. And we know alliances that eventually built in order to undermine the democratic societies. Let us stay together. Let us use every opportunity, but today let us send this signal to Belarusian people. We stand by you, in particular before March 25th. We stand by you. We ensure that no impunity is there for those who perpetrated appalling crimes against society. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, so much. Thank you, Minister. And well, before we did it successfully during this golden period, but now the future is also being created by new Lithuanian government and Polish government. And today with us we have a Deputy Minister, Mantas Odomenas, actually my friend, former parliamentarian, freedom fighter on all the big and large fronts, from Taiwan to different others. So, Mante, can we do it again?
Thank you, Žygimante. Well, I was wondering, sitting here, that perhaps in a few years this day will be remembered, well, not only as an anniversary of Kalinausko Forum, but also as the day when a new Cold War between China and the EU started. As you know, within the last 2 hours, return sanctions have been announced by China on a number of European politicians and a number of European institutions, and that's something quite unprecedented. But perhaps Cold War is not a very good metaphor. Perhaps Cold War is misleading because we have had many new Cold Wars. What it reminds me of is in fact more like sort of early months of 1939 in many ways. And it would be fair to say perhaps that free world hasn't been in a similarly bad shape since the end of World War II. And I would like not to talk about technicalities of democracy promotion and what is happening and foreign affairs, but address a few sort of fundamental things, fundamental issues. If we look at the comparative weight between the free world and its competitors who have today declared their intent to retaliate with sanctions, with brute use of force against attempts to strengthen sovereignty and democracy of such places as Hong Kong and Taiwan, with aggressive industrial and intelligence activities versus advances of the West. When we look at this, and you know, between the balance between the free world and its main competitors, the balance has never been so bad in military terms, in economic terms, as well as in political terms. If we look at the network of alliances that authoritarian states have created in the international institutions, in the very institutions which were created to promote freedom and democracy and human rights. So when we look at this, we really should sort of, you know, also look at the mirror. I mean, sort of, you know, we are talking now about Summit of Democracies, and Summit of Democracies is a sort of is a lovely phrase, but this the members of the summit should sometimes look at the mirror and answer themselves that is there sort of, you know, are they ready to continue in this fight? Because it is a very ruthless period we have ahead of us. And then the sort of the challenge extends way beyond the borders of Belarus, which gathered us here. But if we want to be earnest about it, we should sort of say to ourselves that there should be no place in the Summit of Democracies to hypocrisy. But on the one hand, we declare sort of our allegiance to democratic values and human rights. On the other, we sort of forward so-called economic projects and say that, you know, no, it has no connection, that sort of gas links or sort of extending export markets or signing trade agreements has no links whatsoever with the political values we espouse. If it's not a hypocrisy, then sort of what is it? There should be no place for complacency and false security, thinking that what happens in Xinjiang and Hong Kong will not, or in Belarus for that matter, will not come to haunt us. That because a loss of every single sort of human being's freedom, of every single sort of dissident crushed and in the prisons and concentration camps is a threat to liberty in the world. And I mean it very literally. It's not a metaphor. It's the contraction of the area of freedom where we are sort of now being persecuted judicially, sort of in the heart of freedom in Europe. And this is what the impact and the import of newly announced Chinese sanctions is. There should be no place for tiredness when we after a few months accept status quo in Belarus and say, okay, well, that's it, sort of Lukashenko won. No, I mean, he's only won if we say that he's won. Putin has only won if we can see that he has won, and if we say, oh, let's go back to dialogue. So it's already been 2 months since Navalny imprisonment, so nothing can be done. It's already been sort of 7 years since war in Ukraine, nothing can be done. Everything can be done. I mean, nothing can be done only insofar as we say that nothing can be done. I mean, if we succumb to this tiredness, then yes, then nothing is to be done, and we yield the victory to the sworn adversaries of freedom and liberty in the whole world. There should be no place for myopia and short-sightedness when we sacrifice unity between democratic powers and between freedom-loving nations to our inner political squabbles and concerns. When we when transatlantic alliance is questioned because we think that it will sound good in our internal next regional election or something like that. This is terrifying. This is really terrifying, and there should be no place for crisis of faith in democracy. Because what we face now is not just an alternative narrative whereby China and other authoritarian states oppose narrative of development in which there is no place for human rights and democracy to the fundamental narrative which has led us until now. What we face is actually a total experiment in creating a whole new alternative system of authoritarian governance coupled with very voracious, very predatory economics, technological advances, as well as mass indoctrination, and attempt to create an alternative system which would be more agile, more aggressive, and its creators believe ultimately more victorious than the Western democracy. This is what we're facing. We are in 1939. This is the hour. And so this is an existential challenge, and I would like that we see the problems with authoritarian regimes and what is happening in Belarus and what is happening in Russia in this light. Thank you.
Wow. So the world know that we have Biden administration for 4 years that will fight for democracy, but Biden administration should also know that you have such a Lithuanian government for 4 years who declared that freedom and democracy will be at the center of its policy as well. We were the first country to revolt against the Soviet Union, and now guess what can we do together with you if we work hard. And now the colleague of Mantas from Poland, Marcin, please.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Pavilionis. Thank you very much for this timely and very interesting discussion and for having me. We've been in permanent contact with Mantas, also coordinating our efforts how to help the people not only of Belarus but to the east of our borders. Since many wise words already been said, I will try to concentrate on Belarus. Of course, I can say that it started a process that cannot be stopped or revoked, and Belarus has already change and will never be the same. And this phenomenon was mentioned many times today, and I would like to, of course, avoid repeating, but I can't. I have to praise our Belarusian friends for the enormous courage and to thank them for the example they stretch to the whole region. I do believe that their struggle clearly has two dimensions. It is, of course, the fight for their own dignity and civil rights, but it's equally the struggle for the dignity of other nations of the Eastern Europe. I have always supposed that the Ukrainian aspirations and their struggle with Russia would have influence over Belarusian, even though the propaganda tried to show Ukraine as a kind of failed state after Maidan. And now I tend to believe that their struggle is being observed with a lot of interest and sympathy in Russian society, who has always been deprived of their basic human rights. So it's not only Ukraine, but it's also the Belarusian society, which has an influence over the Russian society. We could see this in Khabarovsk, in the far east of Russia. But Ukraine and Belarus, these two examples are probably not perfect, since the aspirations of Ukraine and Ukrainians and Belarusians differ, and aspiration of Russian society are even more diverse. But the general goal of all three societies is the same: to have their own democratic state built according to the ambitions of its free citizens. While we are talking about the summit for the democracies, it is always also worth thanking to Belarusian for reminding to all of us, to the democratic West, that there is the world outside the EU and NATO or the Rich Men's Club, and our internal dispute should never prevail over the need to promote values and principles which have been crucial to our prosperity. And that is why we have an obligation, let me emphasize, obligation to provide support to Belarus, no matter how long it takes and how difficult it could be. As we've seen for the last 7 months, both European Union, but also European Union member states were very supportive and helpful to Belarusian society, supporting the civil activists, the free media. We all know the details, of course, the 25 million euros from the European Union, but also from the Baltic states, for example, from Poland, the solidarity with Belarus plan, and the Belsat TV. We've done, of course, a lot. Many countries recalibrated their support, but there are more actors on this stage, as Manta said, than Lukashenko. There's, of course, the society, but there are also kind of external actors. Unfortunately, Putin has once more decided to support illegitimate Belarusian president, and there is a high risk that he will all pay the bill. This is why Belarus has been turning away in recent weeks. I mean, the official, the regime, the official, the Minsk, away from the most of its neighbors, and this is why last week Minsk and the KGB has tried so far to find an external enemy and make neighboring states responsible for the political crisis that he provoked by the fraud elections. Mantas mentioned 1938. Let me mention the communist time. There was always the foreign enemy, the external enemy, who is responsible for all the problems, for all the internal problems. That is what we are facing right now in Belarus. It is mostly Poland, Lithuania, and other foreign actors, according to official Minsk. But the only way we can work is, of course, to stay calm in full solidarity among Europeans, to continue our consistent policy of targeting Belarus and Russian oligarchs and business connection, to continue our direct support to the people on the ground down there in Belarus, and of course to support social media tirelessly. With the free access to social media, democracy has no borders. So just to sum up, we should continue our our job, and we can take advantage also of the, let me say, the internal level, the international level. The OEC is still waiting for the role to play, and the UN is still waiting for the role to play in Belarus, but in the whole region, in promoting the human rights and democracy. And as been mentioned by Mike, but also by George, we are still counting on the more active US presence down here in this region, and the words of President Biden gives us a great hope. Together we can somehow revoke this march of authoritarian regimes, and let's start again, as it was, as Ambassador Pavilionis mentioned, during the golden time. Let's start again this march for democracy to the east of the European Union and NATO borders. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marcin, and I really think this is time to start this march together with the capitals around, together with New Washington, together with everyone around the table. But now I want to introduce my dear old friend. Honestly, he's the legend of democracy, leading National Endowment for Democracy for more than 25 years, Karl, appointed by President Reagan. He was the one standing for Baltic freedom still in the Soviet Union, demarching Soviet delegations at UN. He was the one financing our Catholic Chronicle, who was the foundation of everything. He was the one who supported Solidarność and Sąjūdis. He created us. And knowing, Karl, that those are the last months of your contribution and your position, I really want to express gratitude from all of us in the region, from the people, millions of us, who just, who just can live happily and can share this human dignity all around because of the people like you. So let's congratulate Karl, first of all, before taking, having your contribution. Thank you, Karl.
Thank you, Zygis. Thank you, Zygis. I'm very moved. Thank you.
Emanuelis, one word from your good friend Emanuelis in the same way.
You know, in the name of all those signatories of the Active Independent, or part of them who are involved in our underground movement in the 80s and 90s, linked to Polish Solidarność, I would like to say that the 90s, the famous 90s, when we were so successful in the Baltic countries, in Poland and in Germany, it's because of your permanent support to our movements in Poland and Baltic states, Czech Republic, and all those revolutions were done successfully with your freedom understandings, with your mentality. Actually, we remember those times when we brought Beatles music even in underground to Baltic states and to former Soviet Union. I'm so proud, saying thank you so much for your contribution, dear friend Karl. And if you remember the roundtable organized by you at home like 8 years ago, together with Žygis, when you asked everyone from the political elites from Washington, D.C., who is most important, who is biggest evil, and we should fight, it was declared from your friends, everyone, Kremlin, if you remember. It was at your home. Thank you so much for everything done during decades. Thanks.
Example of Karl shows that yes, we can. So, Karl, can we do it this time, starting from kind of fresh, based on your experience? Please.
Thank you, Zygis, and thank you, Emanuelis. It's just great to be with both of you, and I want to just thank both of you for your indefatigable commitment to democracy and to transatlantic unity on behalf of our shared democratic values. And it's just, I also want to thank the Seimas of Lithuania for organizing this very, very important and very timely forum, Kalinausko Forum for Democracy and Self-Determination in Belarus. And, you know, Zygis, of course we can. And in fact, we will. We're meeting now as the Belarusian people are preparing to mark the 103rd anniversary of Belarus Freedom Day. And they're doing that by renewing their calls for Lukashenko for him to exit and for holding free and peaceful elections to choose a legitimate, representative, and democratic government. Now, these preparations are taking place in the midst of a growing crackdown on journalists, human rights defenders, and civil society activists and workers in Belarus. By suppressing independent voices and watchdog groups, the regime is silencing the witnesses of its own brutality. There are now 300 political prisoners in Belarus, and the cases of torture and inhuman treatment in state custody abound. New charges have been brought against the jailed former presidential contender Serhiy Tikhanovsky, and the detention of opposition leader Maria Kolesnikova has been extended. Ihor Losik, the creator of the popular Telegram channel Belarus of the Brain, has been held for more than 9 months, and he and several other detainees have gone on hunger strikes to protest their prolonged, oppressive, and retaliatory arrests. The regime has criminalized independent journalism and truth-telling by imprisoning prominent journalists such as Andrei Alexandru of Belapan and Yulia Slutskaya, the founder of Press Club Belarus. And it has assaulted the heart of civil society by raiding the offices and arresting and beating the members of the staff of the Human Rights Center Vyasna and the Belarusian Association of Journalists, the country's leading human rights and media freedom organizations. All of this shows that the Lukashenko regime has no legitimacy, no mandate, and no popular support. It rules by force alone, propped up by Putin, who fears that the fall of Lukashenko would threaten his own political survival. Since no domestic venue for achieving justice for the victims is available, redress must be sought at the international level. The cruel, inhuman treatment of independent voices must not be left unpunished. Freedom Day on March 25th, which is this coming Thursday, should be the occasion for the United States, in coordination with the European Union, the United Kingdom, and Canada, to speak with a united transatlantic voice in rejecting Lukashenko as the legitimate president of Belarus. Together, they need to impose broader, tougher, and strategically targeted sanctions, not only on high officials of Lukashenko's inner circle, but also on a wide range of officials, including prosecutors and judges, and rank and file personnel implicated in the crimes against protesters, journalists, and opposition leaders. In addition, economic sanctions on mineral, fuels, and potash, Belarus's key exports, would be an effective measure to weaken Lukashenko's grip on power, as would disconnecting Belarus from the SWIFT system of worldwide financial transactions, which would be an important deterrent to the regime's business partners. Not least, the US and its allies should raise the cost of Russia's propping up Lukashenko by levying sanctions on Russian businesses oligarchs, and other actors who are financing and otherwise aiding the Lukashenko regime. Sanctions should be accompanied by increased aid to Belarusian Democrats. Urgent support is needed for independent journalists and human rights defenders. Support is also needed for other civil society actors, such as emerging groups of workers, athletes, cultural figures, and educators who have not been involved before in public life and yet are now demonstrating remarkable resilience under pressure. These groups need access to effective technological tools to protect themselves against the regime's surveillance and censorship. Support for Belarusian activists forced into exile is also essential. Lithuania and Poland have led by example in this regard by providing humanitarian visas for persecuted Belarusians who have been forced to flee, hosting them, and becoming de facto bases for the besieged opposition, exiled media, and civic groups. It's also not too early to begin providing capacity building support to help prepare Belarusians for the difficult transition process to democracy that will begin once their country is free of the Lukashenko regime. The democratic world continues to be inspired by the perseverance of the Belarusian people. As the spring brings new hope, so does our coming together today to declare our renewed commitment to support them in their struggle for a better future. That future must start with the safe return to Belarus of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya and other persecuted opposition leaders, independent journalists, and civil society activists. Their return from forced exile, along with the exit of Lukashenko, the release of all political prisoners, and a new, free, democratic election is the path forward to a Belarus that is free and independent, and to a Europe that is whole and free. Because of the courage of the Belarusian people, both of those goals are now within reach. And we must not relent until they are a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Karl. It was inspiring, deep, and we will continue, Karl, I promise. Now we turn to friends who've been in the region for decades. Maybe just Konrad Adenauer Stiftung is competing with IRI in the region. Stephen X, please, we have your representative here with us helping with the conference. You saw it all in Belarus. But I think this is historic today. And can we do it, Steve?
First of all, thank you so much, Gigas, for organizing this great event. So we've had so many eloquent speakers who have already addressed some of the comments I was going to make. So I'll be very brief. First, Gigas, I want to express my thanks to Lithuania. For over 20 years, Lithuania has allowed IRI to maintain its base of operations on Belarus from Vilnius. We could not contribute to democracy in Belarus without the assistance of our Lithuanian friends. So thank you so much at the outset. I really want to focus my remarks on the movement led by Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, where it's been, and importantly, where it's headed, and how we can best assist and sustain that movement. Because in sustaining that movement, we are sustaining the Belarusian people who want change. And I view the Tikhonovskaya movement in 3 key stages. First, she was a presidential candidate running a campaign, which we all supported. Secondly, after the fraudulent elections, she led a post-election protest movement. And now she's in the 3rd critical stage, which is to be the purveyor of ideas and to chart a path for the future of the Belarusian people who have demanded change. And what that means to us is that she will be releasing a reform agenda, an agenda for change, which is more than just election law reform. It means judicial reform, constitutional reform, reforming the economy, reforming the health sector. These are all things that a leader has to do, has to present ideas on. And we, both in America and in Europe, need to support her in framing this agenda for change for Belarus. And supporting her movement doesn't just mean by words, but by deeds. And what that means is Svetlana and her team are bringing additional staff to Vilnius, their headquarters. They are building structure. They are developing plans for communications with Belarus citizens, all being done offshore from another country, which is an expensive endeavor. This movement requires financial assistance from all of us. And I'll cite from Tikhonovskaya's testimony last week before our Congress, where she asked for a Marshall Plan for her movement. And there have been strong commitments for funding from appropriators in our Congress. So financial assistance is critical to sustaining her and this movement. Secondly, as was mentioned earlier, the issue of sanctions. And I couldn't agree more with the previous speakers that have said that the sanctions have to be expanded, have to target the energy sector. This is one of the things that will bring the regime to the negotiating table and hopefully pave the way for free elections in Belarus. So I'll conclude my remarks by saying, again, it's important for us to show support for the movement, but financial support, additional sanctions are going to be critical. And Žygas, you brought up Senator McCain. So I would like to remind you all that Senator McCain, our late great leader, stood in the very hall where you are seated right now to meet with the Belarusian opposition numerous times. You were there, Žygas, Emanuelis, Mantas, you were all part of that. And I just want to remind you that when I last spoke with Senator McCain, his admonition to IRI and to me was to keep Georgia and Ukraine on track and to keep up the fight in Russia and Belarus. And that's exactly what IRI intends to do. We will support this movement. We ask you to join you. And I'm going to conclude my remarks in a way that our Belarusian colleagues will understand. Ni slovom, a dielom. Дякую и живе Беларусь. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And you reminded us, late Senator McCain, I remember while planning his visits, first meeting on his trip was always with freedom fighters from Belarus. We Lithuanians were always second, and actually we need Washington to do it like this. We need new Senator McCains to come to Georgia now, because it's burning. We need to have new Senator McCains on Belarus, on Russia, on Ukraine, on Moldova. We need America back seriously, and we can do it. We can really do it this time. I feel Europe with us. I feel the whole region learning from the lessons. I feel America learning from some mistakes as well. Let's unite. We can do it, and we must do it. So now we move to another friend. You know, David, when I'm always coming back to those romantic times of before Bucharest, I have another title, The Times of David Kramer. When we've been doing it every day, I still remember it was not so easy to reach you, but I was reaching you. And, you know, I was really, you know, planning everything with you and, you know, the whole region, Lithuanians, Poles, Brussels, Germans, Brits, doing it with you. And, you know, we've been great team, and we did a lot. Right. So do you feel that this is really now time to come back and learn from David Kramer's times in Washington, D.C.? Please, Dave.
Jigas, thanks very much for inviting me. Your setup for me kind of scares me that if that's how people view it, we're in trouble. But all joking aside, congratulations on this forum and for assembling such a great roster of speakers. And I do think that Freedom House has a presence in Vilnius thanks to you. You had approached me about opening an office there, and we fortunately also, Freedom House has had a great director there, Vytis Yakonas, who's just done a fabulous job. And we are there thanks to your encouragement. So I want to salute you for that. And that office has played, I think, an important role along with IRI, NDI, NED, and other players, including those from Europe, in trying to support democracy, freedom, and human rights in the region. But I do want to just say quickly to try to complement what others have said. I think recent events and developments in the United States remind us, or at least have led some to conclude that perhaps the United States is not exceptional, but I think it is a reminder that we are indispensable. Without the United States playing a key role in supporting democracy, freedom, and human rights, then I think the efforts of others will lag behind. We obviously will do this best when we are partnered with our European friends and allies. President Biden has said there's nothing that Americans together cannot accomplish. I actually think you can extend that and say there's nothing that Americans and Europeans cannot do together. And so I think here we have an obligation and an interest in supporting democracy and freedom and human rights movements in the region and around the world for that matter. Mike Carpenter mentioned the piece in the Washington Post today. We have been seeing more and more of these pieces, laying out the realpolitik argument to try to differentiate democracy and human rights from our other interests. Let's be clear. Supporting democracy and human rights around the world is in U.S. interests. It's in democracy's interest. These are not separable. These go together very much. The problems we have with countries around the world come from authoritarianism, with regimes that do not respect the freedom and human rights of their own people. And so we do need to support those in these countries, including in Belarus, including in Georgia, including in Russia, including in every country around the world. We're not the world's policemen, but we are the leader of democracy together, the US and Europe. And we need to act like it. We need to have more confidence in our ability. The way regimes treat their own people is indicative of how they'll behave in foreign policy. So we should not be surprised that we have problems with countries that don't respect their own people's human rights. And that's why this is in our interest, how regimes treat their own people. We're not here to force democracy on others, but when hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people turn out in the streets of Belarus to demand an end to 27 years of maniacal dictatorial rule that has damaged their country beyond belief, we have an obligation to stand with those people. When there is a crisis in Georgia, when the political parties are letting their own interests get in the way of a much needed compromise, we need to weigh in. I salute the efforts of the European Union on this score. The United States needs to play a more active role, not to solve Georgia's problems for it, but to remind all the parties in Georgia that the crisis is damaging Georgia and the only ones benefiting are in the Kremlin. And we need to support the liberal forces in Moldova after Maya Sandu's election there. in Ukraine, we have an opportunity to fix a relationship that had been badly damaged by the previous administration and now has an opportunity for a much better, brighter future. So I hope that we can support these forces throughout the region and recognize that one of the best ways to staunch the threat posed by the Putin regime is to support Russia's neighbors. And when those countries succeed, I think eventually we will also see Russia move in a more democratic direction, which would be to the benefit of everyone. Last thing I would say is we need to stop enabling these bad regimes. Sometimes we are our own worst enemies, and we need to do a much better job. If we can't bring democracy and freedom and human rights to these countries, the least we can do is stop enabling the bad guys, whether it's Putin, Lukashenko, or you name it, from using our systems for their ill-gotten gains and sustaining themselves in power. We need to look in the mirror, do a better job, and recognize that we do have an indispensable role in a country, and I would just end with this, that also has played an indispensable role is your country, Lithuania, which really has been a leader in supporting this cause. Other countries in the region, of course, too. Those who I think have experienced the authoritarian role imposed on it from others have a particular understanding and appreciation for the need for freedom and to live in a democratic society. So thank you very much for having me.
You know, sometimes when I listen to David Kramer, it's like Lithuanian or Polish or Ukrainian or Georgian. You speak, you know, our language. You understand us, and I would consign to every word you said. And I hope New Washington hears what you say. Now we have Jimmy Fly with us, director of Radio Free Europe. Mr. Fly, you heard what David said about Freedom House in Vilnius, IRI and DI. Vilnius is a safe haven for all organizations fighting for freedom, and we respect Radio Free Europe so much. So if one day you decide to land in Vilnius, you should be welcome. Well, everyone will welcome and applaud that move because we need you here. So please, sorry for provocation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I may take you up on that offer in the near future. It's great to be with everyone, and it's great to be on this panel with so many longtime friends. So as was noted, I'm the president of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, which despite our Cold War radio past is now a multimedia news organization funded by the US Congress. And there's been a lot of talk about American leadership. I just note that the continued support by the Congress for Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty is really an embodiment of the commitment of the American people across decades now, generations, to the freedom of the press, which is obviously one of the building blocks of democracy, which we've already talked about a little bit today. We provide news and information in societies where it is not freely available. And so I wanted to update this group about some of the challenges that we're currently facing given the resurgent authoritarianism that we've been discussing. How do we provide that news and information and push back against authoritarianism? Well, during my tenure at RFERL over the last several years, I've really turned to Václav Havel for inspiration. We're based currently in Prague in the Czech Republic. We were invited there in the mid-1990s at the personal invitation of Havel, who as an activist and dissident was an avid listener, sometimes participant in our Czechoslovak service. Well, Havel wrote eloquently about the notion of living in truth and how powerful and revolutionary it is when citizens suffering under an authoritarian regime decide to take small, simple acts that show that they're living in truth. And so this is a concept that we've been talking about at RFERL quite a lot recently because we believe it perfectly encapsulates our work and our mission. And we live in truth on a daily basis by hiring brave, independent journalists who care deeply about their countries. And we turn over the microphone or the TV studio or now increasingly the Facebook or Instagram accounts or Telegram channels and allow them to speak to their fellow citizens. And we're doing that currently in 23 countries across 27 languages. It's everywhere from Belarus to Afghanistan and all the countries in between. So I wanted to respond to your question, Mr. Chairman, about the current environment and whether we can do it again. And I don't want to be too pessimistic, but I do fear that in advanced Western democracies that we have lost an understanding of the importance of living in truth. I think in recent years, we've often lost our sense of purpose, our sense of solidarity. I can certainly see this in the area that I work on and freedom of information and freedom of the press, because in almost every one of those 23 countries I mentioned, we are currently on the defensive right now. Two that I want to highlight today, first Belarus, but then also Russia. In Belarus, our Belarusian service, Radio Svoboda, has been operating since 1954. It provides news, but also cultural and historical programming. And the plight of our journalists since the events of August, I think, are a good example of the way that we've seen authoritarians crack down on freedom of information and freedom of the press. Our journalists have paid a heavy price for their coverage of the protests and their coverage of what's going on in Belarusian politics. They've now been stripped of their accreditations in Minsk, which makes it almost impossible for them to go out and report on what's going on to their fellow citizens. 11 of our colleagues in Minsk have been arrested and imprisoned since last year for varying lengths of time. They've often been picked up while they've been covering live protests, often in the middle of live streams. As they've been arrested, they've also often been targeted for beatings and harassment. One of them, who was mentioned earlier, Ihar Losik, who in addition to his work as a blogger, is a social media consultant for Svoboda, has actually been detained since even before the election, since last June, 9 months ago. He's 28 years old. He's been held in horrible conditions in pretrial detention. He's now spent 9 months away from his wife, Daria, and their young daughter, Paulina. And Ihar and his colleagues in Minsk have all been targeted because of what Svoboda represents to the Belarusian people. What is it trying to do for the citizens of Belarus during this moment? The public is still drawn to their work, despite all the efforts to shut them down, to harass journalists, to cut off the internet, because the public knows that Svoboda is all about the truth. And the truth is obviously uncomfortable for Lukashenko, and it's also uncomfortable for other authoritarians in the region, like Putin. These authoritarians continue to try to crush the truth, suppress the truth, and spread lies and disinformation to mask the truth. In Russia, we've seen Putin deploy similar tactics, the worst of which actually began after the events in Belarus, I think showing that Putin has been rattled by what has happened in Belarus. In our case, he's trying to fine us into oblivion, trying to force the closure of our Moscow bureau, which was actually set up 30 years ago by Boris Yeltsin at his invitation, at a moment when Russia was headed on a different path. So the Kremlin is now trying to target the work of hundreds of our journalists who bring objective news and information on a daily basis to the Russian people. And it's worth noting that even in the waning days of the Cold War, before we had a physical bureau in Moscow, what was then called Radio Liberty, had 100 freelancers across Russia. Gorbachev even at one point said that he was a listener, and Yeltsin praised the work of Radio Liberty at various times before he formally invited us to open up a bureau. Now we're in a completely different situation where Putin and the Kremlin have declared us foreign agents and is trying to completely eliminate our presence from the country. So those are just two examples that we see on a daily basis of truth being under attack. So to conclude, I just lay out a few ideas about what we can do in America and Europe to counter this trend. We certainly need to work to help the Belarusians continue to communicate with each other, to support the spread of independent information. We need to fight for the release of brave journalists who have been imprisoned, like my colleagues Ihar Losik. as well as others like Katerina Andreeva and Daria Chultsova. I want to thank in particular you, Mr. Chairman, and your colleagues in the Lithuanian Parliament and in the Lithuanian government more broadly for all of your advocacy on the behalf of Ihar and other journalists who are under pressure in Belarus. Beyond continuing to take a stand on their cases, I think that Americans and Europeans should work more to support independent media, to fight disinformation in these societies, but also our own societies, to be honest about the impact that growing media consolidation is having, including in our own democracies, because a vibrant and independent press, challenging government officials, investigating corruption, and debunking conspiracy theories and disinformation are all key to winning the battle for truth that we are facing. Whether it's oligarchs, corrupt politicians, or authoritarians, it all eventually leads to the same threats to the truth and ultimately to freedom. So I hope that we Americans and Europeans can come up with a common agenda to tackle this problem and to push back against this authoritarian resurgence. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Some of us there were, creating a club of fanatic listeners of your radio station, especially at night. It's retranslated in Lithuania, in the Baltic, and in Poland, so we can, we have good opportunity to follow news, real news from Moscow, from Russia. And I can add something. Who probably Mantas Adomėnas, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, and my good friend will say, okay, we like to suggest that if Russia is supporting those terrible, terrible repressions in Belarus, and that is the true, they never stop at Mr. Lukashenko. From my point of view, Mr. Fly, from my point of view, I would like to say to you that we should include some reaction and probably some suggestions of Russia Today activities in European Union and in United States if your radio station affiliation in Moscow will be closed. So I think no chance to continue for Russia Today activities in the space of democratic countries if the main radio station who is working for freedom in democracy from 1954 will be closed down. We will, like officially government of Lithuania, will propose some actions on the western side of society, including European Union and American reaction. It will be no without any future steps from our side if it will be the case. So from my point of view, I would like to invite, you would like to say something, dear Minister?
I just want to second the suggestion that you are very cordially welcome here.
Yeah, absolutely. That is in the name of government of Lithuania. So thank you, Minister. So from my point of view, I would like to ask my dear friend, not friend actually, dear friend and partner, and who spent years and years and decades together building democracy in all space, not only in Russia, and having the voice of Russia, freedom for Western community, and many times in the Congress of the United States, and many times inside of Russia, and still coming back to Russia, being arrested last week, when we have this fantastic picture of Luzhniki, such glorious joy of a commemoration of the seizure taking away from Ukraine, Crimea, and that was glorious. 80,000 people without mask, and all those people with the mask, 200 people probably, Vladimir, was arrested and representative of democratic community. So you have two communities, and you present the real Western Russia, dear friend Vladimir, and you are sitting in front of the empty chair of Boris Nemtsov, who were always sitting with us during all our conferences. And he was killed, and we have news during the last 2 weeks about your poisoning by Bellingcat, your poisoning story. In such terrible way, you were followed and followed by teams of KGB guys who tried to find a niche in the time where it's possible to kill you. So we are proud to have you here in our cradle of our Lithuanian democratic revolution. Vladimir Karamurza, your words for probably starting to summarize.
Thank you so much, Emanuelis, for your overly kind words. And I want to thank, first of all, the organizers of the Kalinausko conference. It's no small feat to actually hold a real in-person event in the middle of all these continuing lockdowns. So thank you, Emanuelis. Thank you to Žygis Paviljonis, the convener of this conference. Thank you to the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for enabling us to come here. And I want to especially thank Foreign Minister Gabrielius Landsbergis for issuing an ordinance, because normally Russian citizens are not allowed onto European Union territory, but there was an exception made. So thank you to the Ministry, and please convey my gratitude to Minister Landsbergis when you see him. I know he's in Brussels until the end of this week. I suppose I also have to thank the Moscow Prosecution Service, because they've messed up the indictment papers when we were all arrested last weekend, as Emanuelis mentioned, at the Forum of Municipal Deputies in Moscow. First, they were not sure what the reason was. First, they said it was because of because we violated sanitary conditions, even though we actually did wear masks and the policemen who arrested us did not. So that obviously didn't play too well. But then they said that we were all carrying out the activities of an undesirable organization. And then 2 days after that, so that was a forum of elected Russian municipal lawmakers who were arrested for carrying out the activities of an undesirable organization. And 2 days after that, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov hosted a delegation of Hezbollah at the Russian Foreign Ministry. So that obviously was not an undesirable organization, no problem with that whatsoever. So anyway, they messed up the indictment papers when they were charging us. So, and because they did, our trials have been delayed until 2 weeks from now. Actually, while sitting at this conference, I got a text message from the Moscow court service notifying me of the trial date. But because it's been delayed, I'm able to be here. So thank you so much for that as well. And actually, the only way to fly from Moscow to Vilnius these days is through Minsk. So I suppose a very symbolic way for me to arrive to this conference. So yesterday, in one day, I was in both of the last dictatorships of Europe within a space of a few hours. Lukashenko and Putin, of course, are the last two dictators in Europe. And for many years, they have supported each other, they have copied off each other, they have fed off each other, and they've imitated each other's methods to a striking degree. When Putin came to power in Russia all those decades ago and began to do in our country what Lukashenko had already been doing for a while in Belarus, going after independent media, going after the institution of parliament, going after the opposition, rigging and manipulating elections, and so on, Boris Nemtsov called it the Lukashization of Russia, Lukashizatsiya России. That was the term, and it was a very apt one, and so they have continued in this vein. But because the processes in our two countries are so similar in many ways and so interrelated, it was a real nightmare for Vladimir Putin when the protests began in Belarus last year after the fraudulent election, not only because he was afraid of losing a reliable ally, not only because he was worried about another geopolitical setback, but because he saw his own future in what was happening on the streets of Belarus, beginning with last August, because for so many years these dictators have stood together, and I think it's very likely that in the end they will go down together too, and that is of course a worry in the Kremlin. That's a theme that has been echoed by many speakers here in this room today, that those are the last two dominoes standing in Europe, the last two dictatorships, Putin and Lukashenko, and each of them knows that as soon as the other one falls, he will be next. And so I think it's very, very important that the organizers of the Kalinausko Forum brought all of us here together in the same room so that we can coordinate as well, since our dictators are doing that successfully. And of course, given all the recent trends in Russian public opinion, in the very clear rise in protest sentiments in Russian society, especially among the young people, everything from record low numbers for Putin in opinion polls, even though opinion polls are necessarily skewed in an authoritarian, unfree society because of total control of the media, because so many people are hesitant to honestly share their political opinions with strangers. Despite those caveats, the open-ended poll of public confidence in Russian politicians has Putin down to the low 30s today. That's astonishing for a dictator that controls everything. We see what's been happening in elections all over the country, where even when the regime removes genuine opposition candidates, pro-regime candidates still lose. To literally nobody, just some technical spoilers who happen to be on the ballot, because people are finding any way possible to try to send a message. And we saw that most spectacularly in the Moscow City Council elections in 2019. The whole world has seen the mass protests that took place all over Russia in January after the return and arrest of opposition leader Alexei Navalny. Hundreds of thousands of people, literally from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean, throughout the entirety of Russia, the largest quote-unquote unauthorized demonstrations since the end of the Soviet Union, and this is only the beginning. 2024 is going to be a big year in Russia. That's the year of our next quote-unquote presidential election. And so when Putin looked at Belarus in 2020, he saw not only a possible but a likely glimpse into his own future 4 years down the road. And so thank you to the organizers for linking these discussions up, because they really are interrelated. Now, of course, needless to say, the winds of change can only originate domestically. As Mike Carpenter said a few minutes ago on this panel, it's only for Belarusians to effect political change in Belarus, just as it is only for us Russians to effect political change in Russia. You know, one of the tired lies by the Kremlin propaganda that they keep repeating all the time in the hope that people start believing it, is that people like myself, Russian opposition leaders, Russian opposition activists, are asking for Western help and support. Supposedly we go to places like this and we ask for money, or we ask for political backing, or whatever other nonsense. You know, yesterday when I was flying from Moscow's Domodedovo airport, I was assaulted by a crew from NTV, which is the sort of the most despicable Kremlin propaganda television network that specializes in these smears against the opposition. And as usual, of course, they always know the exact flight, they always know the exact time. Wonder how that happens. And, you know, they shove the camera in your face and start asking questions like, you know, why are you selling your motherland to the US State Department, or something like this. That's sort of the usual notion that they throw at us. Of course, I don't need to tell anybody here or any of our friends who are joining on the screen that this has nothing to do with reality. It is only for us Russians to change the political situation in our country, just as it is only for our Belarusian friends to effect political change in Belarus. No, the only thing we actually do ask of our friends and partners in the West, and particularly from the United States of America, since most of the speakers in this panel are American, is that you actually stay true to your principles, and that you actually stay true to your values, and that you stop enabling regimes that steal from and abuse their own people. No more appeasements, no more resets, no more looking into Putin's eyes and seeing his soul, no more inviting Putin back into the G8, and all of these counterproductive, morally wrong, and also practically ineffective attempts at placating a dictator that we've seen for far too long from Western leaders on both sides of the Atlantic. In terms of practical steps, it's very important to use and expand and develop the mechanism of Magnitsky sanctions, personal targeted sanctions in the form of visa bans and asset freezes directed not only at senior officials and security service operatives of the Putin regime, but also at people with the money. You know, when Alexei Navalny and I testified remotely in front of the European Parliament Foreign Affairs Committee at the end of last year, Alexei's main message was go after the money. When he was asked by one of the members of the European Parliament, why are sanctions not being effective, he said, it's because you're not targeting them at those who they're supposed to be targeted at, not targeted at people with the money, the oligarchs, the wallets, the kleptocrats who actually oil the wheels of this repressive system and who depend on access to Western markets, Western banks, Western financial institutions, and they're getting that access. They're getting those possibilities. And I think one of the defining features, frankly, of the Putin regime is the astonishing hypocrisy, where you have the same people who abuse and attack and undermine the most basic democratic norms at home in our country, in Russia, and then come to your countries in the West and enjoy the benefits and the privileges offered by these same democratic norms in countries of Western Europe and North America, where they have their bank accounts, where they have their second homes, where they spend their vacations, when they send their wives and their mistresses on shopping trips, and so on. This needs to stop. this enabling, this complicity needs to stop. And now that there finally is a Magnitsky mechanism in the European Union, and it, of course, has long existed now in the US and Canada and in the United Kingdom, I hope it is put to good use and targeted at the people who actually matter in this regard. In this case, not only the security service officials and the top bureaucrats, those are important as well, needless to say, but also the oligarchs, Putin's wallets, the people with the money. Very important to have political integrity just as much as it is important to have financial and economic integrity. I already mentioned 2024, a very big year, not only domestically in Russia in terms of the very likely public reaction to Putin's attempts to further usurp power, but also a very important year internationally. As you all know, 2024 marks the end of the current and final presidential mandate of Vladimir Putin, according to the Constitution. Last year, under the cover of this pandemic in the summer of 2020, Putin held a sham farcical plebiscite to ram through a couple of hundred amendments to the Russian Constitution, buried among them an amendment that would personally waive the term limit for him, not abolish it in general, waive it for him. This is, I think it's actually unprecedented, to allow him to cling on to his power seat after the 7th of May 2024, which is supposed to be the end of his final mandate. Now, for a long time now, Putin has lacked any kind of democratic legitimacy. We've had no free elections, we have no real parliament, all of our major media are under government control, we have no rights and freedoms in effect in our country, and so on. But all of this time, Putin has been careful to pretend to stick to the letter of the law, even as he violated the spirit. You know, last time he was hit by a term limit, he put in a puppet called Medvedev, I don't know if anybody still remembers that name, who was technically the president of Russia. Everybody understood everything was happening, Putin still held all the levers of power. But technically he didn't violate the rules. This time, he's planning to. Because the way these constitutional amendments were rammed through, first of all, they violated Russian law on how to enact constitutional amendments. You're supposed to enact each amendment separately, according to its meaning, as opposed to ram everything together from historical memory to minimum wage, to access to healthcare, to waiving presidential term limits in a single yes or no. This is a violation of law number one. Violation of law number two, the first two chapters of the Russian Constitution cannot be changed except by constitutional convention. Their meaning cannot be altered, and it has been, by these new amendments. For example, Article 15 of the Russian Constitution states the primacy of international law over domestic law. That's the basis of our membership in the Council of Europe, and the primacy of decisions by the European Court of Human Rights. Well, now Putin added another article which directly contradicts that one by saying, oh, actually, if the Russian government does want to implement these decisions, it is free not to do it. This is violation number two, because you cannot have a constitution where one article contradicts another one. And then the third, and perhaps most significant, is this plebiscite that I mentioned, that was held outside of the scope of Russian electoral legislation, that was held in violation of our commitments before the OSCE and the Council of Europe. 1 week-long vote, held in makeshift locations, not just regular polling stations, but also on park benches, on car trunks and shopping trolleys, God knows where. Every night these ballots would be driven to the offices of local electoral commissions with no independent oversight or control. No kind of campaigning was allowed, no rallies, not even paid advertising, of course no screen time on TV, nothing. No observers invited from either the Council of Europe or the OSCE, which in itself would already be a violation enough to judge the whole thing illegitimate. And then the count itself, according to Golos, which is the leading vote monitoring NGO in Russia, the count itself was the most fraudulent of any election or any electoral exercise ever held in modern post-Soviet Russia in the last 30 years. They estimated up to 40% of the total vote, as announced, was actually fraudulent. So on all of these and many other counts, these constitutional amendments, as enacted in 2020, were enacted illegally, illegitimately, and are therefore null and void. This position was very clearly reflected in European Parliament Resolution 2020-2777 RSP, which was passed by the European Parliament in September of last year. I want to take this opportunity to thank Petras Auštrevičius, the co-convener of this forum, who was actively supporting it in the European Parliament. Also Andrius Kubilius, former Prime Minister of Lithuania, who is now the standing rapporteur on Russia at the European Parliament, who was one of the people behind that resolution. So this is now a clearly stated and officially approved position of the European Parliament, that those constitutional amendments have been enacted illegitimately and have no legal consequence. We hope and expect to hear a similar position in the coming months and years, also from the Council of Europe and the OSCE, the other two big organizations in Europe, and the two that actually Russia belongs to. That would be really important. And of course, it's very clear that the only practical result of such a position would be a very clear policy of non-recognition of any attempts by Vladimir Putin to illegally remain in the Kremlin beyond midday on the 7th of May 2024. And we hope to see that very clear policy on both sides of the Atlantic. And finally, but very importantly, everything we've been talking about so far is sort of on the negative side. No appeasement, no enabling, no recognition. There must be a positive aspect to this. And that is, of course, sincere outreach and dialogue with Russian society. Kremlin and the Putin regime do not equal Russia and the Russian people. That's very important to make that difference and to differentiate. And so, at the same time as taking a principled position with regard to the Putin dictatorship, there should be a very sincere, public, and genuine outreach to Russian society, more people-to-people exchanges. The facilitation of visa regimes. I had a meeting with the US ambassador in Moscow a few days ago. That was one of the things we discussed. Good luck trying to get a US visa in Russia. And this has nothing to do with the pandemic. This was before the pandemic hit, and I'm afraid it's going to stay on after it is gone. It's been since 2017, I believe, that the US visa section in Moscow has basically been shut down. And it's impossible for anybody to get a visa. So now Victoria Nuland, who's about to become number 3 at the US State Department, proposed actually moving towards a visa-free regime between the US and Russia for certain groups of people, young people, students, NGO activists. That's a brilliant idea, but I think as a first step, let's actually restore the issuance of visas, because that's something that is not in existence now. Very important to develop media operations in the Russian language, and I'm so glad to see my good friend Jamie Fly sitting with that back screen Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, because of course, for those of you who may not know, the previous US administration sacked all the heads of the US foreign media operations. In my view, an enormously damaging step. It's really good to see the current administration restore all those professionals at the head of the services, including Jamie. And Jamie, thank you for making that very clear, that you're not going to abandon the Russian audiences, because that's what the Kremlin would want you to do. And it's very important to hear very clearly that that's not what you're going to do at all. And also, as several speakers mentioned, democracy in Russia may seem unlikely today. I would venture to say that a few years before 1991, the independence of Lithuania seemed very unlikely too, but yet it happened. We know that in our part of Europe, in our part of the world, things can move suddenly and unexpectedly, so I think it would be a good idea to start preparing today on the Western side of welcoming and making it clear today that there will be a place for a future free and democratic Russia in the European and Euro-Atlantic family, because I think that was something that was missing in the early 1990s when we had our last attempt at democracy, and that played a negative role. I think that mistake should not be repeated. It's been more than 30 years since an American president, George H.W. Bush, declared that goal of a Europe whole and free. The progress towards that goal in the past 30 years has been astonishing, I think beyond anybody's wildest dreams at that time. But it's important to state that that goal has still not been achieved, and it won't be achieved until a free Belarus and a free Russia take their rightful places in the European family. I have absolutely no doubt that that day will come. So let us work together to try to bring that day a little closer. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Vladimir. And because actually our debate time is ending and we had some delays in the program, I will skip the discussion part if the speakers agree with me. We are all running the whole day from early morning here, but I would still ask my not only friend, I sometimes call him my godfather, the first chairman of Foreign Affairs Committee, who created us, even diplomats, actually no diplomatic service at that time, but Emanuelis did it then, convincing a lot of countries, like those countries like Iceland and Denmark, with whom we just congratulating each other because of recognition of our independence. So, Emanuelis, last word is yours. Try to conclude our debate, and I will make some final words, and then we close the day.
Thank you, friends. We see each other. It's that huge joy, to see you, everyone. Everyone here. I don't want to go forward with the names and names and names. We spent years and decades with you together, trying to keep this winning line from the 90s until now. Now, in this room, Vitaly Klitschko announced his statement after Yanukovych came, if you remember, 2013, on invitation by Lithuanian government to sign the association agreement, Ukraine-European Union, and he refused to do that. Then Vitaly Klitschko, famous boxer, world champion, together with his friends, members of Ukrainian parliament, declare that they're announcing his impeachment. It was done here in Lithuania. It was not interruption to internal affairs of Ukraine. Well, it was Ukrainian delegation who declared that, and Maidan started. So the Belarusian friends, who today we are dedicated to situation in our neighboring nation, Belarus, who spent with us, actually would like to remind our American friends, 400 years together in Grand Duchy of Lithuania, wearing the same symbols of our common state, and later on with Poland in Rzeczpospolita, and creating together Kościuszko, my third constitution, the constitution of freedom based on values of French Revolution. And now we are having these echoes of our struggles, of our common uprisals with Belarusian people. When I would like to remind you, a few years ago, we discovered the bodies and rings of our leaders of our uprisal from 1863. Can you imagine in Vilnius the demonstration of Belarusians and Lithuanians bringing to the memorial site of Old Cemetery the ring of the uprisal from 1863 against Russia Empire for the values of civic society from 19th century. And when I visited in the 90 Scandinavian countries, Iceland, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, knocking on their doors and asking for recognition of our independence, telling them that we are underway to build civil society in our countries. It's not only about statehood, but about real civil society, real belief in freedom and human rights, about real belief that economy should be not first, but the values should be the first. And then we have now declared by the Biden administration, again, our old common set of values. And we hope that in this time, community of democracy will again united. And we would like to come to United States when we have our new administrations, new elected governments here in our countries, and you new elected officials and members of Congress. We would like to have our common coordination, how to help Belarusians first, and after that Russian Democrats, to rebuild their right not to be every day scared by KGB or OMON, and go out from the captivity of the time. So from my point of view, we should be following the possibilities and to remind Mr. Lukashenko about new elections in Belarus, not looking that he is strengthening his grip over mass media, over civil society in Belarus. But we should make from our side tough common position, and we should build that. From my point of view, I would like to say that we have today three heroes, Tolik Lebedko, Oles Beletsky, and Mr. Niklaev, presenting, and of course President Tikhanovskaya. They represented Belarusian society during the years and decades, being on one line with us. Minsk is only 170 kilometers from Vilnius. And I would like to say, Oles, sorry for what our country did to you. And I was chairman of Foreign Affairs Committee 10 years ago when we have leaked information created actually by the intelligence of Belarus against you and used in the court in Minsk. But believe me, Vilnius will be, and it's cleaned from all those KGB agents who now will stop to operate against Belarusian opposition in Vilnius. And we are behind you every political statement. We are here prepared to act together with big democratic vote in favor of you. So, for new election in Belarus, for our common legacy, and on the end, I just coordinated with my old friend Žygis Paviljonis, who is really hero during the years and years, especially about our integration to European Union and yours when you did our common homeworks, fulfilling our obligations to become member of European Union. I would like to say to you that we should open the Schengen space to your citizens of Belarus, and we should finally propose new step to invite you to be with us together on everyday basis and to dismantle this Berlin Wall from our side. Dismantle the Berlin Wall from our side and invite you to cross the borders. It's 600,000 people every second day on the streets. It was, and your victims killed by Lukashenko, KGB. It was a ticket to our European society. We admire your struggle, and we are on your side. Believe me, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Emanuelis. Well, on this note, I would like to close our event, just wrapping up the main idea that from which we started the event. Let's work hard to make free, fair and democratic elections happen in Belarus this year. Politically, I feel the consensus. It was not so clear, 6 months ago, for sure, when we started. But now it's clear we have it, especially with Biden administration coming in Washington, D.C., that promotes, puts democracy in the center of foreign policy. I think we have it, with Merkel administration leaving the post with experience on Eastern blocs, heavy experience. We still have it. And in that time, until Merkel leaves, and we have those new people coming from Washington, Blinken having first meetings with our foreign minister, I think we can do it with wonderful energy we have again with Poland and regional connections. I think we can. So let's do it. This conference was just a nice event, but I want to signal to every participant and every friend, let's try to do it on daily basis. Really, let's make it like we've been doing during David Kramer's times, during our times with Anna Fotyga, or during the times of Karl Gershman, who made historic things in this region. So let's do it, and we can and we must. And before closing, just let me express the deepest gratitude, first of all, to two young people, Anna Maria and Luca. Please stand. You know, those young girls, they were working till 5 o'clock in the morning for, I don't know, last 2-3 weeks, and at the same time passing exams and doing the rest in my office. Thank you, Evalday, Zelenka, you know, all the staff of Foreign Affairs Committee. Thank you, Parliament and all the services, translators, you know, engineers, speaker. Sincere thanks for Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya team. You made it great, actually. Well, actually, we do it together. It's our common fight, but thank you that you're doing it so effectively. Thank you, IRI, for decades with us. Thank you, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. Thank you, SILK, Swedish International Liberal Fund, that is so active recently here. Thank you, Lithuanian-German Forum, Freedom House, Forum CIV, Institute of International Relations, Eastern Europe, European Studies. Thank you, Foreign Ministry, with such leaders like Mantas. We can do a lot of wonderful things for freedom and democracy. Thank you all. It's time to do stuff. It's time to turn words into reality. And I think we can do it. Let's do it for Belarus. Let's change the region. Let's create history. Let's create legacy for President Biden. Thank you.